Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna mota, hakuna kogabu.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Pardon me. So there it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are right there. And here we are. So here we are. I'm not quite sure why the camera is picking it up so sharply. It's potluck with this thing sometimes, but there it is. Here we are. Here we go again. Another day, another session. We do as we always do, and plenty of course to go through as always is the case. So good to see you. Good to be here, and good to be in your company. So all of that. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in, subscribe if you haven't done that already. That hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you to the screen. So whichever platform you're watching us from, that hyperlink that says StreamYard, that invites you to the screen. So if you want to come and share thoughts, especially if you haven't been before, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, come join us. We'll handle you with kid gloves, at least from the at the initial stage. So do all that. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's pinned to the comment section. That's often ignored. So I don't suspect that will be any different today. But what are we talking about? So we will be talking about certainly this. So this is now the headline of the whole thing. So this is the headline of this whole thing. Let me see if I remove that banner, maybe you'll be able to see it better. So this is now the headline of the whole thing. So this is yet David Hundeyin are continuing to demarket the Nigerian space, the Nigerian state, wherever he's given that opportunity. So let's just go through this one immediately to get it out of the way. It's about 9 minutes. So let's watch David Hundeyin and see what he has to say about the country.
Much for your time this morning, though for you, I believe this is the afternoon. Many Nigerians probably have some level of knowledge. I'm talking about Nigerians in Houston, of what is happening there. I'm not sure about the rest of us. So if you could just really simply tell us, this new president, Tinubu, he has a lot of critics. Why is that? What are the simple reasons why he has so many critics right now, including yourself?
Well, there are multiple reasons.
All right, I'm pausing it there for a moment. So this guy is on maybe he thinks he's on a hate campaign against the Tinubu administration, but certainly what is on is a demarketing campaign against the Nigerian state. Remember, we saw him on George Galloway's space not that long ago, and we were all aghast about what he had to say there. So now he hops onto ABC to continue to demarket the country. So very much on he thinks he's campaigning against Tinubu, but of course he's campaigning against the Nigerian state, and the luster and the allure of public attention, he's now intoxicated, is hooked on it. You know, it's addicted now to this attention that is getting nationally, now internationally. But let's listen on.
For that, but I guess the
of critics, why is that? What are the simple reasons why he has so many critics right now, including yourself?
Well, there are multiple reasons for that, but I guess the one that grabs the most headlines is the fact that the person who is now the president of Nigeria is in fact a drug criminal with a criminal history in the United States of all places. So for many years this had been rumored, but I don't think anyone had actually properly tried to dig into this story until I sank my teeth into it last year. And I was able to get my hands on federal court documents from the Northern District of Illinois Eastern Division. And it laid out the case very clearly that in 1992, he was the subject of a U.S. federal investigation as part of a heroin trafficking investigation. And he was found to be the money launderer working with a heroin trafficker.
All right, so that's a lie right there. Because of course, Tinubu was not found to be the money launderer, because if he was found to be the money launderer, then he will be in jail. He will, not till now, of course, but he will certainly serve a jail term. So monies relating to suspicious activities found in his client account. So that's a completely different narrative, of course, from money laundering. But this is what this guy is doing now. He thinks he's running Tinubu down, but Tinubu, of course, acknowledged globally and by virtue of winning an election as the Nigerian president. So the hate campaign continues.
That in 1992, he was the subject of a U.S. federal investigation as part of a heroin trafficking investigation, and he was found to be the money launderer working with a heroin trafficking ring, a Nigerian heroin trafficking ring in Chicago. And at the end of the investigation, he was forced to forfeit the sum of $460,000 to the United States government. Unfortunately, at the time, he wasn't actually in the US. He'd returned to Nigeria to run for political office at the time, which would probably explain why there wasn't a criminal conviction. But, be that as it may, the very fact of...
So now, the fact that he was in Nigeria or not, and we're taking it on his gospel that he was in Nigeria, the fact that he was in Nigeria or not does not prevent them from getting a criminal conviction against him. Because you can get a criminal conviction in absentia. You can get a criminal conviction against somebody who is not in situation, and anytime that the law catches up with them, then they serve whatever the punishment is for that conviction. So that's another lie right there. So it's a lot of it's not even embellishment, or it's outright lies. This hate campaign that this little man from Awori is spreading all over the world.
Of the assets forfeiture in itself, I think tells you everything you need to know. It was stated very clearly in the court documents that the sum of $460,000 is being forfeited to the United States government, being proceeds of narcotics trafficking, right? Heroin trafficking. So that's the person who apparently is now Nigeria's.
All right. So we have seen those court documents on this platform as well, and we've perused them for endless hours. There is nothing in the court document that says that it is forfeiture relating to heroin dealing. But then, of course, don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. Don't let facts get in the way of a good story. That's the obedient space, as you know it.
President, being that Nigeria already has, it's fair to say, a bit of an image problem, this certainly is not going to be very helpful. Being potentially perceived as a narco state or a state that is being led by someone with at least a significant...
I don't think quite anyone is perceiving Nigeria as a narco state, as he's calling it, but of course a narrative that he's wanting to encourage. So if he is going around the world describing his own country as a narco state, and you know how readily these people are looking to do us down anyway. So yeah, it's a gun, not a worry. Sorry, Alexander Gomez. Yes. So, and you know how readily these people are looking to do us down anyway. So, of course, they will latch on to that. That of course, their president is a drug dealer. His own subjects are, not the subjects, so his own citizens say so. But let's continue.
And history of drug trafficking, that's certainly going to be a problem. Then the secondary issue, which is tacked onto the back of that, is while I was digging into this story last year and obviously trying to verify the other bits of his personal background and story, which he declared on his presidential declaration, it also became clear that, for lack of a better term, the president is a ghost. We don't know who this guy is, right? Because so as part of the efforts to verify, obviously the tales he's told for years, subpoenas were sent out to the companies he claimed to have worked at, the institutions he claimed to have attended. So he once claimed to have attended the University of Chicago. This was very quickly put down by the University of Chicago, which disowned him and said they didn't know him. So then he quickly...
Oh, okay. So that never happened either. The University of Chicago never disowned him. What was established by people who knew where he went to school was that he went to Chicago State University, not University of Chicago. And it was the narrative within the Nigerian space that corrected that. Not anything to do with University of Chicago. So yet another lie. But as I said, don't let fact or truth get in the way of a good story. It continues to tell the tale.
Quickly changed the story and said, no, actually it was Chicago State University. And, for whatever reason, this was able to fly in 1999 when he first ran for governor. This time around, I decided to test that out. Like, did he actually go to this university? So in conjunction with a law firm in Chicago, Leahy, Eisenberg, and Frankel, and an independent lawyer in Nigeria, we actually were able to get a subpoena sent out to Chicago State University. And the results that came back made it very clear that the person that Chicago State University has on file as a Bola A. Tinubu and the person who is now Nigeria's president, who is called Bola Ahmed Tinubu, are not in fact the same person, because the person who is on file there was a woman.
All right. So it is now back to that narrative of Tinubu, the Bobrisky, the Bobrisky inflection that they're putting on it. So and in fact, there was a woman, in that rather ludicrous, who speaks like that, by the way, in that rather ludicrous voice. So we get to that narrative now, that in fact, in Chicago State University, there was a Bola A. Tinubu, but in fact, that Bola A. Tinubu was a woman. So just look at the probabilities of it. What are the probabilities that Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who had borne that name long before he traveled to the United States, even if you are querying his name, you cannot query the time span that he has borne that name. So what are the probabilities of a Bola Ahmed Tinubu who bears that name, also coincidentally happening to be in Chicago, at the same time as another Bola A. Tinubu, who happens to then be a female, at the same time that she then goes to the university, but he does not. I'm not quite sure. How do you? What's the come out of that? Well, are they claiming that he went into the university as a female and came out as a male? What is it? Or that he did not go to the university at all and is claiming the credentials of a female as his credentials? And if that is the case, where is this Bola A. Tinubu female? If she's dead or alive, she must have family. So why is that not coming? So you see, it's just mudslinging, isn't it? And the most base level, most rudimentary, lacking in any cranial functioning sort of mudslinging. So, but the Bola Tinubu just happened to be a female. It's a female. Who talks like what is that? The heights of nonsensity. What is meant to come out of that? That he used the credentials of a female. Where is that female, or where her family? To debunk it. What is it? Or that he did not go to the university at all and it's claiming the credentials of somebody else? How does that even come out? How do you wrap logic around that storyline? It's a farrago of nonsense. A farrago of nonsense. But then, of course, that is what you get from the obedience space. Total nonsensity.
The date of birth was different, the nationality was different. So potentially we have a situation.
Okay, so the date of birth was different, the nationality was different. So are we still talking about the Bola A. Tinubu, or are we talking about now? Because I am as confused as you are. This just wrap around yarn that they're spinning. So where are we now in that yarn? So I have to scroll it back, let it run through, because it's maddening. You want to bang your head against the wall. The level of, debased, just crass, base level lack of functioning of the brain sort of thing that you hear from this space. But let's pick it off.
Yeah. This time around, I decided to test that out. Like, did he actually go to this university? So in conjunction with a law firm in Chicago, Leahy, Eisenberg, and Frankel, and an independent lawyer in Nigeria, we actually were able to get a subpoena sent out to Chicago State University. And the results that came back made it very clear that the person that Chicago State University has on file as a Bola A. Tinubu and the person who is now Nigeria's president, who is called Bola Ahmed Tinubu, are not in fact the same person, because the person who is on file there was a woman.
Oh, okay. So if they are not the same person, then how do we unravel that? How do we unravel that? So we either ask Bola Ahmed Tinubu why he registered as a female to come out as a male, which I think he would just tell you to get lost, because I don't think he has the room to entertain all of this. Or what are we saying exactly with that narrative? Because I am confused. What does that narrative tell us? That the person was actually a woman. Yeah, what does that tell us? It's just a nonsense. It's just word salad. It's just utterances, that just put into the ethers for it to land wherever it can land. It's maddening.
the date of birth was different, the nationality was different. So potentially we have a situation where the person who is Nigeria's president now isn't only a drug criminal, but potentially someone who potentially has committed identity theft, right? This issue is in courts now in Chicago and in Nigeria. And I just think it's amazing that.
All right, so he says the date of birth is different and the nationality also different. So what nationality, do you see where it's going? You know, do you see where it's going? So the next step now, the next hump over the final hurdle is to declare that Tinubu is not even of this world. He's from Mars. It's a Martian. It's a reptilian shapeshifter. Let's start that rumor here, see how far it goes. Tinubu, breaking news, crack journalist, crack investigative journalist discovers that Tinubu is a reptilian shapeshifter from Mars. Why not? It's just as credible as the ludicrousness that we're having to contend with. Breaking news, crack journalist investigative. I'm no journalist, but that's the banner that they usually use. Crack investigative journalist discovers that Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a reptilian shapeshifter from Mars. He might as well have said that, and it would have made more sense. Let's continue.
For more than 30 years, he's somehow been able to sort of get away with all of this without being asked these questions. I think this is the first time these feet are actually being put to the fire. It's a pity that under Nigerian law, he was actually able to be sworn into office before these legal challenges could actually be completed. But I guess someone has to do the job. So here we are.
I was going to ask you, David, on that note where you ended, the fact that I think that it was just earlier this year, a Nigerian court ruled, I think it was an appeals court, ruled that, or rejected basically petitions filed by opposition challenging the legitimacy of his presidency or his victory, including questioning his qualifications. So why, if what you're saying is the case, if these from decades ago, these things in fact happened as you're describing them, and I know that you've looked up and have the documents for them, why then did a Nigerian appeals court move forward and reject the
You notice in the subtlety of the questioning of that journalist that is somewhat trying to distance himself from the narrative. That I'm sure you have done it, but he's just pushing it back to him that this storyline that you're hearing is no way, it's a disclaimer, isn't it? It's nothing to do with us. So it's this madman that they've asked me to interview. But let me just scroll it back a bit so you hear it in its tonality.
that or rejected basically petitions filed by opposition challenging the legitimacy of his presidency or his victory, including questioning his qualifications. So why, if what you're saying is the case, if these from decades ago, these things in fact happened as you're describing them, and I know that you've looked up and have the documents for them, why then did a Nigerian appeals court move forward and reject the petitions opposing it and move forward with the election, as you said?
So an unfortunate thing about the justice system in Nigeria is, first of all, it's not independent. The judiciary is actually not independent of the executive. The executive controls the money of the judiciary. The second thing is there's a very bad habit of delivering this thing called justice by technicality. So in the case of his educational qualifications and his failure to declare an additional nationality, which was also another perjury on the electoral declaration, what the court basically said was, oh, well, the way this evidence was submitted didn't meet this process or that process, therefore we're not admitted.
That wasn't what actually happened. The institutions that he went to, they verified his qualifications, and that was what stymied that particular storyline. So I'm not quite sure how many more times you throw rotten eggs at Chicago State University, but I think they've told you often enough that he was admitted, he went through a study course, graduated with distinction. So no matter how many times you ask that question, they cannot but give the same answer, because that answer coheres with truth and fact, something that the obedient spaces are vast to, but are nevertheless at the real world. So they cannot but give you the same answer because it coheres with truth and fact. So there it is. He went to the university, was admitted as a male, not a female, went through the study course as a male, not a female, graduated as a male, not a female, and continues to carry that degree as a male, not a female, as a Nigerian as well. You know, so I don't know. I don't know quite what these are big-headed out of. Anyway, let's continue.
We're striking it out. So basically, that decision wasn't made on the merits of the case. It was made off the back of a technicality. And even more farcically, in my opinion, the judgment that was made regarding the fact that he had, forfeited money for heroin trafficking. He had involvement in heroin trafficking. What the court said basically was,
you see now he's made two statements in one breath right there. So he forfeited money for heroin trafficking, or he was involved in heroin trafficking. Those are distinct and distinguishable statements. Those are standalone statements, so they don't cohere, they don't overlap. But listen to this.
And even more farcically, in my opinion, the judgment that was made regarding the fact that he had, forfeited money for heroin trafficking. He had involvement in heroin trafficking.
Right. So those are two different things. He forfeited money for heroin trafficking. He had an involvement in heroin trafficking. Those are two different, because there's two inflections right there. He forfeited money for heroin trafficking. Is that girl from wherever, usually from the south, that gets caught in the Murtala Mohammed International Airport. So she was convicted, gives up her property for heroin trafficking. So there's that one right there. But the other one involved in heroin trafficking, so somebody then that, let's say, for instance, a heroin dealer buys a house from a third party, and then in the trace of that money, they find that money as having transacted to that third party. That third party is still somewhat involved in that narrative, even though the level of involvement is innocent. So you see, there's quite a chasm between those two things that they mentioned in the same breath. But then, of course, don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. It's coming to an end, thankfully.
The court said basically it was his bank accounts that were sued by the US government, I guess, using the framework of a US civil asset forfeiture technically is true. But obviously, you and I know that's a legal technicality, because obviously a bank account is not a standalone entity. There's an individual behind it. So what the Nigerian appeal...
This speaks to the illiteracy of this guy, because a bank account, a company, their individual entities are separate and distinguishable from the people that may run it. You don't even have to be a lawyer to know that. You can sue a company without having that suit applying to the owners of the company. They can, by proxy, feel the impact of that legal suit, but that suit is not directly against the persons of the people behind the company. A bank account, and it's a client account, by the way, not his individual personal account. It's a client account. So a lot of missing parts in this now, meshed up whatever it is that this character is. But let's watch on. Let's watch to the end.
Appeal court said was the bank accounts in the name of Bola Ahmed Tinubu committed the crimes, and not the man, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So basically, the president's bank accounts are guilty of drug trafficking, but not the man, not the president. The president. I personally think that's a ridiculous judgment, but here we are.
David, we have only a couple more minutes, but I wanted to ask you about the documents the FBI here in the States, of course, now says that they're going to release on President Tinubu, and your role in helping that to happen.
Yes. So shortly before the election, I'd actually tried to get hold of the documents in Tinubu's FBI file, because I know for a fact anyone who has ever been the subject of a U.S. federal investigation does in fact have an FBI file.
Okay.
And in response to the FOIA, the FBI said, because of privacy considerations, we're not going to give you this information. He's a private citizen. So after the election, which he purportedly won, he's no longer a private citizen. He's now a public official. So he sent, and in conjunction with a gentleman called Aaron Greenspan, who runs a website called plainsight.org, you might be aware of it. He's based in San Francisco. We sent off another set of FOIAs, this time to the FBI, the CIA, the State Department, the DEA, the IRS, and the US attorneys. And they initially stonewalled. So we went to court, right? So myself and Aaron, in conjunction with a lawyer whom we were able to get to work pro bono. So in the initial submission from the respondents was that potentially this was going to drag on to like 2026. And then a couple of weeks ago, pretty much out of nowhere, I didn't see it coming. It was, I think, Friday, September 8th, I think it was. Then I got a message from Aaron, and there had been a new filing in court. And basically all 6 US government agencies, that's the FBI, the CIA, the DEA, the IRS, the State Departments, and the US attorneys basically said, we're going to give you everything you're asking for. And even went into further detail. The FBI said they've identified 2,500 pages of relevant information on Bola Tinubu, which they're going to release at the rate of 500 pages a month, starting from October. To put that in perspective, Malcolm X had about 2,400 pages in his FBI file. So what on earth does the FBI have on someone who is apparently Nigeria's sitting president now?
I think you'll probably find that the FBI has a file on any senior politician anywhere in the world. And I suspect that that file might well be a bit larger than Malcolm X, especially somebody that's lived as colorful a life as Tinubu, a 2-term governor of Lagos State, the kingpin of Nigerian politics, who has a checkered history in the United States. So if he has a large file, that doesn't come as a surprise. But then it's coming to an end soon. Let's watch to the end.
That makes it up to 2,500 pages of material. I think everyone would love to know. So I'm pretty much waiting with like bated breath. I think everyone in Nigeria is at this point to see what on earth it is that the law enforcement agency in America has on our sitting president.
So there it is right there. So there it is right there, David Hundeyin, going around the world at demarketing the Nigerian state. So there it is. Let me
still looking for the
yeah. Let me pause that. So there it is right there, David Hundeyin going around the world demarketing the Nigerian state. But he can demarket as much as he likes. I want to play you this one, but it's in my let me see. Hold on. Hold on. I want to play you another clip. He can demarket as much as he likes, but Tinubu continues to. Yes. So this is the one. So he can demarket as much as he likes, but Tinubu continues to straddle the world stage like a colossus. So now this next honor. It's been conferred on a very little. I cannot recall an African president that this honor has been conferred on. But here is Tinubu at NASDAQ, a real stellar performance by your president.
Technology. President Tinubu, this is an honor to have you here today with us, and we look forward to continuing to support the Nigerian Exchange Group and to its growing relationship with the leadership, companies, and people of Nigeria. Now, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Scott Eisner to the podium for further remarks.
Welcome, everyone. The U.S. Chamber for over 100 years has stood beside businesses across this country, but across the world, to open new doors and find new trading links and partners. We're so excited for the opportunity to share in the future of the U.S.-Nigeria relationship. At the Chamber, we stand for small and medium-sized enterprises, the actual pillar of what Nigeria is built on. And with the President's vision and his compassion for those that are investing in this community, I think we shared a very bright future to achieve everything that he and our country have in the future. So thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Scott. It's a great honor for me to be here. I am happy to bring Nigeria to your doorsteps and honored that we are here today with a bubbling market that we evolve. West Africa's sub-region, the greatest economy is Nigeria. There's an immense opportunity in Nigeria that you can invest your money without fear. We've removed a lot of bottlenecks. We've cleared the oil subsidy that is corrupt, and we have also retooled the exchange rate to a reliable, dependable, one-figure floating of the exchange naira. You are free to take in your money and bring out your money. I count on you to invest in Nigeria.
So that's exactly what he should be doing, marketing the country. But then, of course, Tinubu speaks the language of that space. He being a senior accountant and auditor with some of the most prestigious spaces in the world. So he exactly understands the language required, and the language required for that space is especially that language there. So it's not going there just to bulabalu and bulaba, as Adeola is saying in the comment section. It's actually giving them key points that invite that investment. He says that we've deregulated the currency, so we've floated it. And then, quite crucially, he told them that you can bring in your investment and still take out your profit, which is something that concerns these people, and they need the assurance they need reassurances on. And he being the president at the NASDAQ, giving that assurance to the highest points of business globally. So that is marketing a country. If you've ever wanted the polar opposite, of course, of what we saw from that Awori boy. So that this now marketing a country, giving them key points that attract them into that space. So that is how it is done.
Confident.
Closing bell, Crystal. We're so honored to have you here with us today.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you.
All right, people keep correcting me, not a worry, but whichever word is still Aflao, is Aflao. All right, so that's Tinubu now schmoozing high-level business. Because if you're thinking of money, you're thinking of NASDAQ, New York, Stock Exchange. So money doesn't gravitate beyond those two spaces. And at the epicenter of wealth, Tinubu markets the country. You know, if we've removed the corruption of fuel subsidy, we've floated essentially the country as a free enterprise open market space. We invite you to come and invest your money, but don't be afraid that your money will be locked down. You are as easy to bring in your money as you are to take your profit out, and the country can sustain that. So that's the language that Tinubu has taken to high-end business. So you can see why they are grinning from ear to ear, because that's an opportunity for them, and certainly an opportunity for the Nigerian state. So that's an opportunity for them, and certainly an opportunity for the Nigerian state. So now let me move you on from there to this one. Let me just pause that. Actually, yeah. So group photographs, etc. So let me move you on from there to that. So this now next storyline is a human interest storyline, and it speaks to the new sort of dynamic that is going on within the Nigerian space. As Nigeria continues to open up and Tinubu inviting then the world to come to Nigeria, there is the good, and then there is the bad, and then there is the human impact of it. So one of those human impacts is exemplified by this next clip. Watch this.
Police station, not everywhere, but the same thing. Now, just tó bá ti pé 19 years China ní ẹ̀tọ́ láti lè gbọ́mọ. So àwọn nǹkan tán ní kó China yẹn ti kò sí ó ti bribe àwọn tó wà ní court máa lọ sí court human rights wá everybody wá. So ṣe kíní tó yẹ kán ṣe àṣọ ọmọ Nàìjíríà Africa àti Nàìjíríà gan wọn ṣe. So kíní yẹn dẹ̀ ó ń affect so ibi tó manage tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ owó bẹ̀rẹ̀ ti di owó lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀. So ibi tó manage ìsìn wọn àti bí àǹtí ẹ̀ náà lọ́wọ́ tó wà ní ẹgbẹ̀rún tó manage tó ẹ̀.
All right, a lot of that is in Yoruba language. So most of you, I suspect, some of you certainly may not understand. So let me just give you then what is going on. So this is the story of this young lady and her child. It says this young lady was impregnated by a Chinese expatriate somewhere along the Shagamu-Abeokuta Expressway. The affair was bliss until it was time for him to go back to his country. Then he demanded that she sell SEL the baby to him, or else he wouldn't fend for the baby. She declined to do that to the baby, and he has decided to cut mother and child off. So that you see, as we continue to invite, then these are some of the spill-offs, fallouts of those sort of narratives. So these are some of the advice that people are giving her. She should get a job and fend for herself and the baby. If she had the details of the man, she can approach the company that he worked for whilst here. Maybe they can intervene, but first get a job as soon as you can and feed that baby and yourself. So that's just some of the residues of that space. So some of the residues of that space. Now, this next headline is the story that has seized charge of the Nigerian space over the last 3-4 days, and it shows no signs of abating. So we're talking about Mohbad. And a lot of the senior names in the entertainment space, certainly in music, a lot of the senior names in the entertainment space, they've been associated with the journey of this guy to his demise. But one of the more prominent names, one of the names mentioned the most within that narrative, Naira Marley. It says, Mohbad, Naira Marley's house burnt down to ashes. Facts you should know. So there was a viral video going around social media of angry youth going to burn down Naira Marley's house. So this piece now has gone to do a fact check, and it looks as though it was some old video from some foreign country that was being circulated. But Naira Marley's name certainly very much is very much at the top of the accusatory narratives around that Mohbad thing. But that Mohbad narrative, somebody sent me a clip just now of a candlelight vigil for that guy. If I can find it again, whoever sent it in, I should resend it. Somebody sent in a clip of a candlelight vigil for this guy, and there is somewhat the beginnings of what might well look like a end-SARS sort of uprising wrapped around that narrative, because we're seeing them demonstrating and raging in Ekiti, Lagos, etc., etc. So if this thing is not capped, and because now Sanwo-Olu, he's not in Nigeria, of course, he's in America, traveling with the Tinubu train, but he sent his deputy, Hamzat, to go and speak to the parents of this unfortunate young man. But if they don't manage that space delicately, there's the potential that it could spiral out of control. NSAS Mark II loading. So NSAS Mark II loading possibly. So NSAS Mark II loading possibly. I think I'm just going to do headlines from here on in. Just really conscious of how long people have been waiting. And by the way, there's still plenty of room in the studio if you want to come join us. So we'll do headlines. But let's do this. We might well do a bit of a readout on this. It says, breaking, tribunal sacks Kano Governor Yusuf, declares APC's Gawuna winner. So this is somewhat of a convoluted story, because the next headline, it tells you a different narrative. But what we can say with some certainty is that the Kano State governorship is held in abeyance. So just hold on to that thought as I present you two narratives. Tribunal sack Kano Governor Yusuf, declare APC winner. So it's a short read, so let's speed through it. The Kano Governorship Election Petition Tribunal has sacked Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf as the governor of Kano State, declaring the All Progressive Congress winner of the March 18 election. Yusuf, who contested on the platform of the New Nigeria People's Party, was declared winner of the election by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The three-man panel on Wednesday ordered the withdrawal of the certificate of return, which INEC presented to Governor Yusuf, and directed a certificate of return to be issued to Gawuna. The court deducted 165,663 votes from Governor Yusuf's total as invalid votes, stating that the ballot papers of the 165,000 odd were not stamped or signed and therefore declared invalid. So a technicality, as that storyline says. So that was it breaking, but this is it continuing. Kano Governorship Tribunal orders rerun election between APC and NPP. In a landmark decision, the Kano State Gubernatorial Election Tribunal has ruled in favor of a rerun. Let's do that again. In a landmark decision, the Kano State Gubernatorial Election Tribunal has ruled in favor of a rerun election in Kano State between the All Progressive Congress APC and the New Nigeria People's Party NNPP. The tribunal's ruling followed a legal challenge brought by the APC contesting the outcome of the previous gubernatorial election in the state. The Kano Gubernatorial Election Tribunal, after a thorough examination of the evidence and arguments presented by both parties, found merit in the APC's petition and declared that irregularities and substantial non-compliance with electoral laws had occurred during the initial election. As a result, the tribunal ordered a rerun election in Kano State with APC and NNPP candidates as the leading contenders. The Independent National Electoral Commission will determine the date of the rerun election, and both parties are expected to engage in rigorous campaign to secure the electorate's support. So there it is right there. This comes as no surprise, by the way, because there was never any chance that the APC was going to let Kano State get away from them. So that's one. But then the second thing is, who governs Kano State now? Of course, the present governor still has the option to appeal to the Supreme Court, but who governs Kano State in the case that the serving governor has been stepped down by the courts? But then, of course, they've not awarded the governorship to another person, and they've ordered for a rerun. So who governs Kano State? It has to be the Speaker of the House. So the Speaker of the House, so we go on to this, but we won't read this out in any detail. We'll just go to the headline. This was going to be the session yesterday, but my internet, there's a lot of problems with the internet around where I was. Breaking, Peter Obi files 50 grounds of appeal against tribunal's judgment. So jabbity jab and yam yam. So we're still there, jabbity jabs and yam yams. So still jabbity jabs and yam yams. Tribunal judgment, Atiku files appeal at Supreme Court seeking nullification of Tinubu's presidential win. So more jabbity jabs and yam yams. So jabs, yam yams. So this goes back to then that opening storyline. U.S. court orders Chicago State University to release Tinubu's academic record. So quite what that adds to anything is just so there it is. So there it is. And really going back to that, like I said, yesterday's session had to be cancelled for reasons that my internet was not playing up. But this was the storyline that I was going to bring you yesterday. So I'll give you two more readouts. Sorry, but I have to give you two more readouts. So now we're back to the Mohbad narrative, and we're back to Reno Omokri versus Peter Obi and the Obedient. So now, so off the back of that Mohbad incident, Reno Omokri kicked off the first salvo in his latest battle with the Obedient space with this. Omokri says Peter Obi's absence at Mohbad's family is due to the absence of an election. So now, there was never any envelope that was opened during the course of that election. I remember when Peter Obi went to a flood disaster, and he made them give him a baby to carry, and he was giving us this hung dog look, telling us, look at the state of the nation. So if the election was still up and coming, the very first person that would have landed at Mohbad's house, of course, Peter Obi, this is what Reno Omokri infers. So let's take a quick let's see. Let's see. I just wanted to give you the Reno Omokri space. All right, let me just give you this paragraph. Amidst the sea of tributes and heartfelt messages, Reno Omokri, known for his outspoken and often controversial opinions, inserted a unique angle into the discourse. He claimed that if there had been an upcoming election, Peter Obi, the flag bearer of the Labour Party in the 2023 presidential election, would have paid a visit to Mohbad's grieving family. Omokri made this statement via a post on his social media account, shedding light on the intersection of politics and public sentiment. Omokri's commentary raised pertinent questions about the motivation behind political actions, especially in the context of an election year. So that was the opening salvo by Reno Omokri, and very quickly Obi responds. The very next day, he was forced to speak to that space. Mohbad, Peter Obi mourns, calls for probe. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has mourned the late Nigerian singer Oladimeji Aloba, otherwise known as Mohbad. Obi, in a post on his X handle on Tuesday, said he, on behalf of his family, condoled with the mother and the entire family of Mohbad over his painful demise. The former Anambra State governor stated that he knew how difficult it is for a parent to lose a child, especially one with such a promising future. In his request, Obi urged the government and security agencies to probe the circumstances that led to Mohbad's untimely death. So that is Reno Omokri forcing Peter Obi back out into the media space. So that's Reno Omokri. That's Reno Omokri forcing Peter Obi back into the media space. So now, still staying with law and order, this is an advice from the Nigerian police. You know that thing of you falling out with somebody and sending their nude pictures all over the space and threatening them with their nude pictures. So the Nigerian police, they've come up with a solution to this. So the Nigerian police, no less an institution, have come up with a solution to the nude picture space. So this is what the police recommends. If you must send nudes, cover your face. Lagos PPRO advises Nigerians. The public relations officer of the Lagos State Police Command, Benjamin Hundeyin, and they must be from the same family, by the way. It cannot be, because it's such an unusual name. On Wednesday, had advised Nigerians about what to do while sending nude pictures. He made this known in a tweet which reads, if you must send nudes, at least do one view or cover your face or any other identification mark. And do not forget that video calls can be screenshot and recorded. For others, it is a clandestine recording of their intimate moments, of course, without consent. I have honestly lost count of people, sometimes notable ones, approaching me about someone somewhere blackmailing and extorting them with their nudes. Trust no one. Take adequate precautions. Trust your instincts too. And do not forget to reach. And then he gives the website for the police. In the unfortunate event you fall victim of this, and that is the character giving you the advice then on nude pictures. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. I'll give you this one as a headline. This one is a nod to Kolata Ghana. And this one is for you as well, Vin. Ghana, so am I sharing this? Let me share this. Right, Ghana has gone essentially bankrupt. This is from the New York Times. So Ghana has gone essentially bankrupt. The Ghanaian government has gone bankrupt. The Ghanaian government has gone bankrupt after failing to pay billions of dollars it owed to foreign creditors last December, according to a report by the New York Times. President Nana Akufo-Addo's government had no choice but to agree to a $3 billion loan from the lender of last resort, the International Monetary Fund, noted the paper, underpinning Ghana's fall into dire financial straits, with government entities owing billions to contractors and facing a mounting debt crisis. Emmanuel Cherry, the chief executive of an association of Ghanaian construction companies, recently revealed that government-backed payments to contractors amounts to a staggering 15 billion cedis, approximately $1.3 billion before interest. The media outlets are pointing out that the financial crisis, so that's Ghana essentially bankrupt. So don't come here and run down Nigeria, Vin, essentially what that is. So here in Ghana and there in Ghana, like I said, still plenty of space on the studio if you want to come join us. But certainly joining us, a father of the bride, Ajanle Koko, good to have you. He's now changed his name to T, but we still know him as Desmond. Eze goes to school and he joins us here. He was King Emeka, but now he has lost his title, now just Emeka. And
oh my goodness.
and to keep things tickety-boo, we have Thomas, the general. So there it is, a stellar assembly, but anyone that wants to come join, there is the link, come join. Let's kick it off with Solomon, as in is in Abuja. Solomon, good to see you.
Yeah, good morning, woman. Yeah, good evening, woman. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, woman. Yeah. Thank you for having me here today. And
good to have you.
Yeah.
All right. Do you want to kick it off for us? Start it from wherever you want. Which one do you want to attack first, or do you have any particular story that caught your attention in the news cycle?
I'll just start with this David Hundeyin. Yeah, the guy might be spreading, as in most of the things he said in that video, in that interview, might be propaganda, but there's still some senses in those things he said. Woman, I just want us, let's remove, Tinubu is already the president of Nigeria, but let's check this guy's profile. Let's check this guy's, let's go back to his days in Chicago and the period he was in Chicago. A senior, an elderly person told me that period, in fact, I'm not trying to stereotype here, that period in Chicago, majorly Yoruba people in Chicago as of that time, the 70s and 80s, they were into drug trafficking, they were into drug dealing. And it happens that this guy was in Chicago at that time. So we can't take it out that. And you see, with the whole things, the whole stories that has been built up, that this guy that they come up with, if you see it, they all align with this guy's profile. So I don't like when certain things come out and we just try to, maybe because of our support, because we're in this person's, we support this person or support that person, and we try to just cover up certain things and just ignore them. It's not really cool. It's not good for the country. It's not good for us, especially we young ones. And it has. I mean, I've checked certain politicians in Nigeria. Their profiles, they've indulged in one or two illegal activities that helped them even get the money that they use in
your system is a bit wavy somehow, Solomon. Hello? I think we lost Solomon. I think we lost Solomon. Yes.
Yeah.
Can anyone still? So Solomon, you're dipping very heavily.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but it's a bit quickie. But carry on. We can make you out.
Okay. So George Galloway has said he's a bad man. He was a bad man to a drug kingpin and all that. And you can't take it out. There's something that connected him with drugs. Yeah. So, but for David Hundeyin, the guy, just that, I don't know, he just had his own Maggi and pepper and other spices to just cook up the story. Yeah. But I don't really.
Where do you think this storyline is going, Solomon? Because of course, the Supreme Court verdict coming in next month, almost certain only to concur with what the petition tribunal has already told us. So by November thereabout, all the coast is clear now. So for him to continue to govern, but where does this land ultimately is the thing. Are they going to go around and do another round of lawsuits? Where is this going? Where does it end?
Yeah, they are just wasting their time. He's already the president. He's the president. He's going to stay there for, if he does well, he will be there for the next 8 years. But for now, he's sure of 4 years. Anybody saying that they will impeach him or that he will step down, he's not going anywhere. He's the president. They should move on. And then strategize.
Do you think they are lining up this narrative for 2027?
It will not hold water, because they did it in this 2023. From 2022, that they started digging up, is a this, is a that, but nothing. He still won the election. So they are just wasting their time if they want to use this thing against him, or say he did not go to school, or that he was he's a transgender. Those ones are just waste of time. They should move on. They should move on. Yeah, that's what I have to say about this.
All right. And the sacking of the Kano State governor, is that making the news where you are? The Kano State governor now no more. I wonder how Jafar feels. I should text him and poke fun. Yeah.
Oh man, I can tell you that those people are not even shaking. I'm telling you, APC people are just celebrating for nothing. They are just wasting their time. To be honest with you, they are just wasting their time. Abba is already there to stay, and he has come to stay. There is nothing like. Do you know that this guy NMPP has the major, as in the let me say, like almost everybody in the state. The number of APC supporters is not even close to. Abba's NMPP support. Not just NMPP, the Kwankwasiyas. The Kano is a Kwankwasiya state, so. But
NMPP has also gotten rid of Kwakwanso, have they not? They've removed him from that party.
Well, man, the Kwankwaso movement is not about NMPP. It's about it's NMPP just the platform to just you must have a political party to contest with. So NMPP is not the main platform. It's not the main platform that gathered the support. It is the Kwankwasiya movement that owns the support, or that people that is supporting the movement. So NMPP is not the main thing. It is Kwankwasiya, and they are the owners of Kano. There is nothing. The Kano is not like with what I've heard and what I've seen, I don't think Kano is like other states that they would, if something like that happened in, maybe let me just say Anambra, for instance, I don't think it will happen in Kano State, because these people, they are really open, as in they are really together, and they are ready for anything. This guy has come to stay, and what he has been, the policies and the things he has been doing, one man, if I saw a clip of somebody crying safe, just because of, as in that one is just somebody that maybe that don't know.
You know, with the power of incumbency and all other politics out of the way, if the APC, if they put their weight, which they will, behind the Kano space, not even Kokansia can stop it. That Kano state is turning it, because they can, you know, they cannot afford to lose Kano or Lagos. Any party that wants to rule Nigeria cannot afford to lose Kano or Lagos. The only reason why it didn't impact on this particular election is because Kano State went to a satellite third party, you know, but they cannot afford to lose Kano and Lagos, and they will get it back. And I think this is what this is all about.
The APC should just respect themselves and focus on other things, other states, and leave Kano alone. Kano. See, let me tell you, they can't take Kano. I'm telling you, I don't see them taking Kano. To be honest with you, they can do anything they want to do, but Kano is for the Kwakwasias, and nobody is taking it away from them. Yeah.
No, all right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Stay there, Solomon. I want to try and move the conversation round as quickly as I can, because a lot of people have been feeding back that people hang around for too long. But stay there. Other topics still to discuss with you, just for as long as you can. I know you're in Abuja and you are burning your data. But let's move the conversation to King Emeka, now just Emeka, because now the palace are sent him packing. So, just to make so you're up next. Where do you want to come in from? Do you want to come in from David Hundeyin? Do you want to come in from the Kano State narrative, or even the petitions now being filed by these guys now as a last throw of the dice? Emeka, good to see you.
Yeah, good evening, Woman. You're quite a comic relief. Nice one, nice intro. Anyway, I would like to go with the David Tinubu at Nasdaq, Obi's useless petition or notice of appeal, and then probably wrap up with the tribunal sacking Kano Governor Yusuf.
All right, go for it. You have a 5 to 8 minute slot. Let's hear from you.
All right, okay. I think with David, David is like a church rat, a rat without guidance, roaming around and looking for, a piece of snack to eat. I know he's been sponsored, right?
Is it not feeding fat though of this moment? This guy would have made bank twice already. Yeah,
this is his time, right? People who do not share in the same interests group with the president, right? Have been sponsoring him, feeding him with information. What I don't like about him, he has not been he's not the only, like, how will I put it? They've been better journalists than him. He's not even a very thoroughbred journalist. There've been better journalists than him, and there will be much better ones after him. In his own case, it's just his ego is getting the best out of him. He's priding on being an investigative journalist when he's being fed with information, and all he does is just to piece them together and write. I listen to him and say, "What does this guy know? What is his objective, right?" He feels Nigeria is too hot for him to stay, and he decided to run to the UK. Applied for refugee status in the UK or asylum, and he was denied. You understand? With the viewpoint that, the Nigerian government is running after me, they want to kill me. I've written hit pieces against them, and they want to kill me. But they looked at him and said, "Hey, nobody is after your life." And now he is now a refugee in Ghana. You saw when he went to Zimbabwe, and then they told him, "Oga, what you are holding is illegal travel document," and they decided to deport him back to Ghana to go there to stay. And he's hiding between his kitchen cabinet and he's discussing. So him and his gangs are now trying to do go. You know when you do you are being granted interview in international public spaces or media spaces, you pay for it. So I don't see him having the financial ability to pay for that ABC eyewitness space. So his cohort and whoever that are trying to create some media hit piece on the president, they're probably just wasting their time. As you can see, I love the way you laid out the segments, right? You started from the useless guy and you went to into how the president is selling Nigeria and selling Nigeria to the world, which is very good. It's a way to look at like a small church rat running around. And when he was in Zimbabwe, and running his mouth on and abusing everybody, including the Zimbabwe government. If the Nigerian government were really interested in him, they would have asked for, okay, bring him back home and let's deal with him. But they looked at him and said, this boy, we don't want to make you someone. You are a nobody. Continue being a nobody. We are not interested in you. So what he really wants is for the United States to grant him asylum so he can leave Ghana and come to the United States. That's why he's going around doing this nonsense he's doing. So trying to get funds.
Imagine being on asylum, being in asylum in Ghana. Oh, my God Almighty!
No, the government. You see, right? They don't take him serious. You understand? I think they know those who are behind him, giving him information to speak about the president. So they don't really take him that serious. If they do take him seriously, they would have brought him back home. It's so difficult. Or the worst case they would have done, they would just look at this small boy. Please, the next thing we are reading is obituary somewhere. Maybe a girlfriend did something to him. You know how notorious intelligence community could be. So they don't take him serious. That's why Ghana is just around the corner. If they want him, they can go and get him. You understand? So what he wants is to get asylum. He doesn't like his economic situation. So rather than him writing IELTS like his mates, you understand? Write IELTS, look for money and travel like your mates are doing. He first and foremost, he lied that he was in school in the UK and he was being bounced around and kicked out or the nonsense. I don't know how some shenanigans was nonsense he was doing with some universities in the UK that they threw him and threw and spit him out. So he's in a desperate situation at the moment. Being in the UK after living the life of a comfortable life, being in the West, and you see that they've chased you away, your asylum is not being granted, you ran sneaked back to Ghana. From Ghana, how you got your papers, who knows? You decided to sneak out to go to Zimbabwe with a Uganda girl. He couldn't even claim the girl he was with, his Uganda girlfriend. He couldn't claim her. But now they've sent him back to Ghana and he's resting there. I don't think any responsible government in the West would take him seriously. He has been denied the asylum in in the UK. Even if he tries as much as he wants to sneak to the US, I think they will still deny him that asylum. I tell him, come, nobody is looking for you.
But what are you making of these FBI files, Emeka, which is getting excited that there's this volume of files about to be released by the FBI.
I think you've answered it correctly, right? Yes, the FBI through the CIA and CIA chief station in every bureau in the world would keep files on politicians. Even though, yeah, they might keep some files, they might have some files on him regarding his Chicago involvement, and then they develop that file. Immediately, they begin to see how he's going through the ranks, and for him to work in ExxonMobil, of course, multinationals are spy stations for the United States too. So for him to rise through the rank to Treasury, there's also a file for him. So the 2,500 pages of document they are talking about is about him, and then becoming a two-term governor in Lagos State, the richest state in Nigeria, and also becoming a political godfather. Those files will keep growing, keep building, and if you know the CIA very well, they know how to recruit politicians to become assets to them. So those files will keep growing. But for the FBI, you notice what he said. they wrote to the DA, the FBI, the CIA, and the other intelligence agencies, and there seemed to be a roadblock, like it would take long till 2026 before this will come out. But all of a sudden, the FBI said, okay, we are going to release this. The FBI is smart. What I got from that was that let's kill this news. There's no news here. Let's kill it immediately and let this all end.
You know, the next salvo, and I don't even believe that FBI is releasing anything because that guy, a pathological liar, as we know. But if we were to go with this storyline, the next space that they will be banging their heads against the wall about is that if FBI does release anything, 99% of it will be redacted. So they will just give them blank papers painted over in black marks and say, okay, take and go.
What the
because that's what they do. They just redact all the information and then give you.
You are spot on that. What the FBI will first release, right? He said the 500 pages. They'll first release the information that we already know about, the ones that is spreading around in the court that they've thrown away. That's the first set they will release, and then they'll watch the public space. Then, like you have said, I do not want to say, but I think there's a possibility our president must have been a CIA spy. Why do I say so? During the junta period, when Abacha was in the military president, most of those NADECO members were CIA assets. So that was how many of them escaped and left Nigeria. So they ran, many of them were CIA assets, and they were also putting pressure on the United States government to ensure democracy return back to Nigeria. So those files on those activities, what he was doing would also be included. And like you said, they will be redacted because they will not want to say, the current president of Nigeria was at some point in time a CIA asset, and we were using him for some specific purposes. So that will be redacted and removed. That he's getting excited with his useful exuberance. I don't know what is wrong with him and his cohorts in the different spaces they are, whether in the United States or the United Kingdom. They should go and look for a better job to do. The president is there. He's going to be there for 8 years. They should forget about all this stuff. The Nigerian government do not take him serious, and they will not take him serious. They don't. It's like you are making noise. You are making noise on something, and the person is like, "Who are you?" And they are moving about, going about their way. They don't take you serious. All of a sudden, you will stop backing, and then you will look for another target. He did it with Buhari. Buhari ignored him, right? He tried with Buhari when
David Hundeyin, did he? Was he doing? All right.
Yes. He did it with Buhari. Buhari ignored him. He has been. That's why I'm telling you, he's desperate for asylum, right? He wants to change his economic status. He doesn't want to write IELTS, and he doesn't want to bring proof of fund like his mates are doing. You understand? He doesn't have the money for education to go to migrate through the educational routes. So he wants to go through.
Mr. Emeka, this why are you talking like this? This guy, do you know when this guy went to UK? I'm not his fan. I don't support him, but we have to put the facts straight here.
Okay, he went to the excuse me, hold on. He went to the UK. I know David Hundeyin. He has blocked me on Twitter. I attacked him personally on Twitter. He blocked me. David Hundeyin has been writing for he's been writing for way long. David Hundeyin is a small boy. When he was writing some nonsense, I said, "Oh God, what you are writing is a lie." It was on Buhari. I said, "This is a lie. This is not true. This is the truth." I brought the link out. He blocked me so that people like you will not see it.
I'm telling
you, I am. That's what I'm saying. I am telling you. I am telling you the objective of that boy. He wants to move he wants to migrate. He migrated to the UK. He applied for asylum and said he wrote a hit piece. He did it with Buhari. They ignored him. They've been ignoring him for a very long time. It didn't work, and they told him, "Oh, your asylum claim is being rejected." And that's why he rushed back to Ghana. And they will continue to ignore him. What he's doing, he's so desperate. You understand? He's a desperate monger. He wants to change his economic state. Do it the right way. Go through the educational route, or go through, if you have the money, if you go write IELTS like your mate, and move and immigrate. Then focus on what you want to focus. If you want to write novels, go and write novels. You can write a movie
Is he
script.
not already writing fiction? He's already
He's writing fiction now. He's putting pieces of fiction together. Go and write a movie script. You will make money from it. Netflix is recruiting for script writers. Go and apply. Be
all right.
responsible.
Emeka, you said it's wasting his time. Tinubu is going to be there for 8 years, but will
Confirm,
he?
yes.
Peter Obi files 50 grounds of appeal against tribunal's judgment. So he files 50 grounds. Atiku files 51. So
No,
there is
Atiku
still
files
one.
35
Did it,
grounds.
was it 35? Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I just finished reading Atiku's notice of appeal. I skimmed
all right,
through.
give us an abridged narrative on that space. Should Tinubu be packing his bags, ready to make his way back to his palatial mansion in Bodilion?
No, that's not going to happen. And you know that's not going to happen. The beautiful thing about this is that those two guys are just playing to the gallery. And you see, the sad thing about our politicians is they do a lot of eye services. Like now, the only politician who was humble enough to accept defeat was Goodluck Jonathan. Never a time when, after an election, with politicians accept defeat, they will rush to the court and say maybe something may happen. And even though history has shown that at any point in time, this has not happened, they are even being prompted and being propped by their supporters. Okay, if you don't go to court, your supporters will think you are not strong enough, you are not influential enough. Go to court, go to court. That is what Atiku and Obi did. They knew their petition was weak. They knew their first petition was not strong enough. And that was the nonsense they were doing. Rather than them going to go and get the Form EC8A from the national rec officers in their various states, even though INEC told them that, come, we don't keep this in our headquarters, apply to the state. They still went to write to the INEC chairman and was ordering the INEC chairman to come to court, to come and say something that they have been informed. Please, if you want this from EC8A in the various polling units in the various states, apply to the rec. Apply to the rec and you will get it from them. Those are the places we keep the evidence. We don't centralize our evidence. Apply to the rec. They said no. You, Yakubu, come, INEC chairman, come and talk in court. And you, because they knew the nonsense they were doing. Now let's go to the notice of their petition.
Emeka,
Let's go to the notice
I'll
of their
come in at
petition.
this point because you're making a wrong narrative. You're spreading the wrong narrative. Let me
I'm not spreading any wrong narrative. I read their petition.
Let me come in.
See,
You read the petition.
If you were here last week, right? We dissected that petition after the judgment of the Court of Appeal verdict.
I was there. Let me
we dissected everything.
I was there with Obeni.
Now, hold on. Don't worry about it. Now they wrote again. If you notice, right, Atiku, after the lambasting of his lawyers by the Honorable Justice, Atiku quickly said, no, judgment was given, justice was given, that we are going to appeal. Obi was quietly waiting for Atiku to speak. Immediately Atiku finished speaking, after 2 hours, Obi came and drafted nonsense and he stood behind a grass. And with I won this in Arise News, and he was moving like if the breeze would blow him. Now they submitted their notice of appeal day before yesterday, and I looked at it. I skimmed through. I've read through Atiku's own. Obi's own. I would be skimming through it as we are going through the program tonight. But I just looked at the first thing. I like, these guys are just a bunch of jokers. Can you believe that one of the grounds for the appeal is on the mannerism, the disposition, the verbal utterances by the justice, by the Court of Appeal judges? That is, I think, is ground 31. That is one of the ground of appeal. So everything was on the error of law. So a lot of ignorance.
So it was mean to me, sort of. They were mean to me. Is that what they?
Correct. Exactly.
They were mean to me.
They put it that the judges, the way the judges spoke to them, that it appears that these judges were biased because of their mannerism, the choices of words. Let me hold on. Let me see if I can read it out. Just give me a minute. If I can read it out here, so that it doesn't mean I'm talking out of my head. 1 minute.
That is the most ridiculous one of the prayers in that.
Did you read that? Did you read that as well?
I read some of it. I cannot believe that they can be doing this. They are not.
The judges were meant to be.
Kilode. If you read their prayers in that their appeal, you will just be shaking there. They are not talking about figures, evidences on figures they have.
No, they can't. No, at the Court of Appeal, right? You can't talk about figures anymore. You can't talk about any decision. So you only.
I'm not a lawyer, but I can do a better job.
You only be discussing. So
they are not saying anything about this is our figures. This is where we won the election. This is our
I don't
fact.
think, Jaliko, I don't think if you are saying this, then nobody read that. Now, if you go to this petition, it's not called petition. I've forgotten what it's called.
Appeal.
Appeal. I mean, sorry, I'm talking about their appeal. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. The prayers in their appeal. Sorry, the prayers in their appeal. It's all most ridiculous you can. You will see. They will disgrace them at the Supreme Court.
No, the
Supreme Court justices will lash them out of the court.
Now, if you go to that place,
they cannot add anything new. They can only ask the Supreme Court to review the judgment, so they cannot add anything new.
If you watch that whatever 50 something, in one of those forgotten what the paragraph is, they were actually specifying, because what happened, I told you, this tribunal basically shot themselves in the leg, because I knew what Labour Party would go to Supreme Court and now argue, because when you are saying that they didn't come out, they didn't even bring out if they won, or I'm telling you, you're saying what you don't know. And if you listen to that, if you read it, you will see where they said we got 8-point-something million. They specified it and told you everything. Told you what PDP got. PDP came second, and Atiku, Tinubu came 10.
No,
they specified it.
Sorry, Des. Are you talking about the appeal to the tribunal or the appeal to the
to the Supreme Court right now? So they specified how much votes they got. 8-point-something is there, and they now told you we came first. Now they're saying, now if you calculate this, you're gonna announce us as the winner of the election. Before they were saying, because this election is flawed, you better cancel it and we run.
Hold on, is that
no? It was
hold on.
No,
yes, you cannot introduce a new argument.
It's not a new argument. It's not a new argument.
You don't understand this. Yeah.
See, let me. He doesn't understand it. Now, see, in their petition, because
I said it's not a new argument.
You don't understand. You don't understand it. Hold on now. Let me explain to you. I read Obi's petition very well. You are right. They specified 8.7 million. I think I read it in one of the newspaper, but I will check if it's in this. While after my turn, I'll start reading Obi's notice of appeal now. I saw it in one of the dailies that what he said. So, once you are appealing, forget about whether it's Supreme Court or Court of Appeal. Once you appeal a case, you cannot introduce new arguments. You cannot introduce new evidence. You cannot introduce new facts. No, you are appealing a judgment that was given.
But Emeka, Obeni said you can. I heard Obeni clear that day. Now I think he said that you can introduce some new arguments. Because I heard it from Obeni.
It is. You cannot, right? But
Obeni established it here now. Obeni said it here. I asked him. He said it.
Obeni said you cannot provide new evidence. And I told Obeni, no, listen now. You can argue. You can put another argument. I told Obeni this. They shot themselves in the leg. Those evidence that you're thinking that they don't have, they actually piled it up and kept at the tribunal and gave it to them. Everything is there. Just that they didn't argue that they won. They're basically arguing that
the election. Listen carefully, guys. Emeka, please just give me a minute, 30 seconds to answer him. You bundle paper, puff paper, dodo paper. You put it in a $1 shop, a plastic container, and you pack it there. When you have to show evidence, you bring your pink sheet. This polling booth, this is what happened. This is my pink sheet. That's how it's done. That's what happened in Kano.
Thank you.
Carry on, Emeka.
Thank you. That's what you're supposed to do. So when you are doing that in your petition, you will list out the evidence. You do a list of evidence, your list of documents that you intend to submit. You will list them out. Then when the court say, okay, where are the evidence? It's not what they were doing. That's why they said they wanted it to be displayed live so that they can bamboozle their supporters and pretend like they were doing something. Those incompetent lawyers, no. So like I was telling Des, you don't introduce evidence. It's not like you can. It is when the Supreme Court looks at the ground and say, okay, on this ground, this error of law that you are bringing out, okay, I think the judgment given against you is wrong. Then they will strike out that judgment and say, okay, the judgment given here is wrong. Now, where is the evidence you said that the Court of Appeal did not see? So it is when you win that ground that the Supreme Court will now look at it and say, okay, let us see that evidence. It's not like you can just go and say, oh, take the evidence here. No, you don't do that. Now, and what the Supreme Court, listen, let me explain. Listen first. Listen. Now, the Supreme Court can also say, okay, this judgment is wrong. Now, they will now send you back to the lower court and ask for a retrial. Again, I'm not talking about election petition here or election tribunal. It's applicable to all cases. They will say, okay, let's say it's a civil case. I have a civil case against you. I went to court and the judgment I got was not in my favor, but in your favor. What I will do now is I will appeal to a higher court on that judgment. And then when the higher court look at it and they said, okay, no, it appears that the lower court made an error in the application of a law on your judgment, they will either strike it out and either listen to me or they will send us back to the lower court for a fresh trial again. You don't come to a court of appeal or an appellate court or the Supreme Court, which is also an appellate court, but the highest court in the land, and say you want to do a fresh trial. That is the nonsense that is going around social media. When they said that a U.S. court would release Chicago State University to release Asiwaju's this thing. No, what Atiku wanted was he thought he would have gotten that certificate before he applies for this petition, but it came late, so he doesn't need it anymore. So that is just for theatrics. So you guys need to learn. So we will teach you people today. Now,
no, see, in the part of that Chicago, see, Atiku cannot provide any other evidence that Chicago brings. Atiku can't do anything with those evidence. But what I'm saying is, the tribunal has already admitted all these evidences that I'm talking about. They have admitted it. They have marked it exhibit. So it's there and it's going to be up there in the Supreme Court. So now another argument can be introduced based on those documents. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't know, Sha, but
okay, so what you are saying now. So I think in articles they say Atiku said
sorry, Emeka. I'm not sure that you are right. I'm trying to contact Ogweni to see if he can come on just for a moment to come and talk us through this. But I don't think you can present, because that would then be because what the Supreme Court is being invited to do is to review the judgment of the appeal court. So it's not a real trial. It's a review.
It's not a real trial.
Yeah.
No.
So
it's not a real trial.
If you are representing, then you are presenting. Then it's a retrial, isn't it? This is
no, they're not representing anything. But again, right? If the Obi has 51 grounds of appeal, so on one of those grounds, if it's involved the striking off of an evidence, and the Supreme Court looks at it and says, okay, I think the Presidential Election Tribunal got this wrong, right? They have two things to do. They cannot admit that evidence and look at and review that evidence, or they will send Obi's team back to the Court of Appeal to look at, for the judges in the Court of Appeal to review that judgment again on those grounds. So for any grounds that the Supreme Court has concerns on, they have two things to do: listen to them or send them back to the lower court. That is just it. So, but they cannot introduce fresh things. No fresh argument. And again, they only have 15 minutes. Each and every one of them have 15 minutes to talk about on their notice of appeal. So it is not a case where you are saying, oh, my lord, no, not my lord. Oh, my lord, not my lord. Not my lord, or my lord. We are discussing and bringing witnesses. No, it's not. You are just discussing. You are telling the Supreme Court you are doing an executive summary of your notice of appeal, and the Supreme Court will carry your notice of appeal and then go and review it in-house. Look at the judgment that was given and at the applicable law that was provided, and see if the judges, that's the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal judges, did the right thing and come back with a verdict. So what is going to, and this, why I say this is a dunk case, is sealed and done, is the Court of Appeal judges sitting on that tribunal did an excellent job, took us through each and every one of the issues for 13 hours, went through each and every one of those issues, cited all the cases that have been ruled on some of those issues, as well as the rulings of the Supreme Court itself. So for all the issues that they raised, both Obi and Atiku, they went to as far as the rulings for the Supreme Court itself. So the Supreme Court has ruled on most of those issues, with the exception of the order of forfeiture. That is the only one that the Supreme Court has not ruled on. So for the election malpractice and everything, the Supreme Court has ruled on those ones. For the 25% of it, the Supreme Court has ruled on it. Which one again? Qualification, double nomination. The Supreme Court has ruled on it. Which one again? Criminality or discord? The Supreme Court has ruled on some of those. They cited those laws. That is what obedience did not do. They did not listen when the Court of Appeal judges were giving their verdict. Neither did they go and read the verdict of the Court of Appeal judges. So they move around in ignorant spaces, move around in empty spaces to hear their voices, and they feel so satisfied, and ignorantly they move around into darkness. So when they come again and they will say, oh, the Supreme Court has collected bribe, which is wrong, because the Court of Appeal judges took their time, because obedience have tried so much to intimidate them, harass them, insult them, abuse them, even display pictures of their family members on social media. They decided to say, all eyes on the judiciary is just like all eyes on me, to pack. They say, okay, all eyes on us today. We are going to give you guys what you want, and we are going to make a mess out of you. And that is what the Supreme Court will also do.
All right, Emeka, I'm going to take you to one more space, and then I'll go around only to loop round back to you. I'll take you to the NASDAQ place.
Oh,
but
wonderful.
let me trail your commentary with this.
On your mandate we shall stand. On your mandate we shall stand. On your mandate, Bola. On your mandate,
Bola. On your mandate we shall stand.
They took their admirable behavior to NASDAQ. So what are you then making then of Tinubu ringing the bell at NASDAQ? People are saying it's not that big a deal, but it's a big deal.
This is a huge deal. This is a wonder. You see, the president continues to do us proud wherever he goes. This is not the first time. He has said he's the chief salesman of Nigeria. He's the chief marketer of Nigeria. He went to India. He did the same thing. He went to currently now he's in New York doing the same thing. He spoke at the UN National Assembly yesterday, and his speech was very, very lovely. I listened to it. I felt proud, one, to be an African, two, to be a Nigerian, because what he said, that honor has never been given to any African country except Nkrumah. So him himself going to reposition Africa and Nigeria to the world, it shows that this man is moving in the right direction. He's hitting all cylinders, and he's hitting them in the right spots. Bullseye, multiple bullseye. Now, so I would have loved it if it was the New York Stock Exchange, right? And not the NASDAQ, because the NASDAQ is for companies that are not so big enough to get a large listing, to go to the New York Stock Exchange, then they go to the NASDAQ. So if it was the New York Stock Exchange, but it doesn't really matter. He would get there because the New York Stock Exchange is now watching. For NASDAQ to embrace him and accept him wholly, and for them to honor him and feel proud to have him in the midst, I think the New York Stock Exchange is also going to be watching and probably might invite him later on in the future. And also, and the traders most of the traders who trade in NASDAQ, they likewise also trade in the New York Stock Exchange. So it's like their junior brother, but they are the elder ones. But their junior brother is doing this, they would also follow suit. This opens a gateway to Nigeria. You know, he's really pushing for trade, investment, and ensuring that
it's a good marketer for the country, especially in the financial space, because he understands the language of that space, and they resonate with the policy positionings that he's describing.
I tell you, I kid you not, the president is doing things that even Obasanjo did not do. And
Obasanjo cannot do now. He doesn't have the training.
What are you guys talking now? Don't even talk about Obasanjo. Don't say anything.
I'm just doing the comparison.
What Obasanjo did, what Obasanjo is doing a good job, but don't rubbish.
No, I'm not robbing. I'm not trying to insult Obasanjo. Obasanjo so far.
Yeah, that is what you guys are trying to do. Obasanjo is following. Hold on, he's following the footsteps of Obasanjo. The way Obasanjo traveled.
Let's say.
Hold on. Obasanjo traveled when he came into power in '79, traveling around the world, talking to investors, talking to all the Western powers to come and invest in Nigeria. This is what he's doing as well, because Buhari have already rubbished. He has destroyed our image completely.
I agree. I agree with you.
He is trying the same way that the military did back then, that destroyed our image in the international world.
Yes.
So Buhari did the same.
What you didn't allow me to.
Okay, so don't rubbish
you didn't allow me to land my comment. What I wanted to say is that Obasanjo currently, right, in his administration, we witness economic growth, rapid economic growth, and currently, till we begin to rip off from the economic dividends and gains that Asiwaju is currently doing, Obasanjo still remains the best president Nigeria has ever had. Right? So why did I say even Obasanjo did not do this? Because he just did. This is his third month in office, right? By this time, Obasanjo was still trying to get his head out of the waters. But he himself is running, not walking. He is running, trying to achieve as fast as possible. So that's why I said Obasanjo did not do this. I am doing like a comparison based on the month-by-month basis, what the current president is trying to achieve and what Obasanjo achieved. I'm not trying to rubbish Obasanjo. No, he still remains the best president we've ever had. But I think the current president, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is going to surpass Obasanjo. And we hope he surpasses Obasanjo, because during Obasanjo's period, we witnessed an economic growth that this country, that Nigeria has never witnessed before. And if he can get to that feat and double it, then we know we're in prosperity. We're in the land of milk and honey. And our prayer is for him to beat Obasanjo's record, to surpass Obasanjo's record, to triple Obasanjo's record, so that we can all be happy, and even the obedient themselves.
Do you think that's the prayer of all of us, or would you say that some people are actually they are actually prayerful that it fails? Do you think everybody? Do you think all Nigerians want him to succeed?
Some sectors within the obedient crowd are praying vehemently that the president fails, and that shows you how dark and how shallow and how wicked and how silly they are. Because when the president was speaking in the UN yesterday, when the entire world was happy, what they were able to puncture was, there were less crowd in the audience listening to the president. But they've never said, has a Nigerian president ever actually made this speech? How long was this? And what is the benefits of this speech given by the president? I think this is good news for us. I think we can benefit from the president being at the United Nations.
I think yes, I have that United Nations one as well, but it's a bit long-winded, so I'll save it till later. But I think his speech at NASDAQ was pitch perfect. He couldn't have said more, and it shouldn't have said less. He pitched it perfectly right.
You see, I usually enjoy the president when he speaks from the heart. At NASDAQ, he spoke from the heart. At the UN, he spoke through. There was a written speech for him. Though both speeches were really lovely, I would not deny that. But when he speaks from the heart, you could tell that, you could see the speech comes from a point of good love and emotion. So there was one of the speeches he gave in India. when he was talking to a group of India business leaders, that he spoke from the heart. And one of them stood up and said, I have listened to presidents speak, but this is the first speech that really touched me. Mr. President, you are welcome to India. Thank you very much. So in such speeches, when he does not go through the rituals of reading a note, he expresses himself. And he did that during the campaign when he came to Lagos and he was trying to cajole the business leaders in Lagos to vote for him. They brought his speech. I think Dela Lake brought it. He moved it apart and he spoke from the heart. He told them what he wanted to do. He highlighted his program and he said, believe me, if I don't do this, don't vote for me in the next 4 years. And I'm going to do this. So I enjoy the president more when he speaks.
But Emeka, what happened to the Bulabalu Bulaba? It's almost starting to sound coherent now. So what happened to the Bulabalu and the Bulaba?
You see, the president, they don't understand the president. A lot of these young people, especially young obedience, they don't understand this man. This man has been in the business of showbiz. He owns a media house. He owns newspapers. He knows how to attract attention. So he gave them content so that in their subconsciousness, listen, in their subconsciousness, they will keep thinking about him instead of them focusing on demand from Anambra, but they should be thinking about him and talking about him. He was giving them content. He was even enabling Facebook and Twitter to pay them engagement so that they can be happy while they are talking about him. So, I think it was Trump who said this, but any publicity is good publicity, whether it's bad, whether it's good. It is good publicity. As long as my name is in your mouth, you keep focusing on me. It is good for me. It's good business. Say, okay, bad publicity or good publicity is good business. Yes, that's what Trump said. So that is what the president did. He kept the young ones, the obedience, who they lost the focus on strategizing for Obi and kept talking about the president. And they lost their focus. When they were talking in the media houses, especially in Arise, even our brother Rufai, he kept talking about the president instead of talking about Obi. So they forgot their mission. Rather than sell Obi, they were trying to talk about the president. And Obi, the things Obi said he would do, or the nonsense he said he will not do, or the lies he said he was going to implement, nobody was listening to him. Everybody was all focused on Asiwaju, and that was how he was able.
We are no longer campaigning. I don't know why you diverted to this whole
Let me land.
thing.
Please allow me to land.
Must the whole thing divert to
let me land. So let me land. So what the president was doing at that point was that he was rallying his supporters. His supporters were very steadfast and they did not break the wall. They did not break rank. They we will vote for it. And then those who were busy making content on Balabalu and Lubalaba, they were talking about the president and forgot their mission. So he confused their camp and restored our hope. That's why we have renewed hope. And we shall all be happy in future.
All right, brilliant. Always excellent. Des, are you hearing me?
I can hear you, my brother.
Is this the same Emeka that said Obi will not win any state in the starting?
Is that same Emeka? No,
hold on.
I just want to confirm. Okay, one man continue.
Yeah, it's the Emeka that told us that Tinubu will win the election, which he did. But thank you, Emeka. Always a brilliant delivery by Emeka, as we all know. That's why we delighted this company. But a man of equal, if not even, I won't say superior delivery, but certainly one that people enjoy. Baba, you're up next. Baba.
Well, thank you, woman, for the opportunity.
All right, brilliant. Baba, as I said, I want to try and whiz through so that people are not waiting too long. So we do that, and then in the next phase, we have a more relaxed conversation. But come into the conversation wherever you want. Do you want me to take you through the headline, or do you want to free flow? Baba, good to see you. I
think I just want to free flow. First, I salute everyone on the panel, comment session. I salute you all for your vibrancy, from the A's to contributors there. Please like, share, and subscribe to this show. If you can share at the moment and subscribe, please, by all means, just click the like button and do the rest later. Thank you. It's about, where do I start now? The petition to the Supreme Court. It's like I interjected talking to Aja that I could do a better job. I'm not a lawyer. I've never studied law. I don't pretend to be one. But going through it, I was just shaking my head that, what? Lawyers wrote this, senior advocate of Nigeria. I don't know. But that aside, two things shouted out at me while I was looking at it. And it reminded me of King Solomon's famous judgment, where the two women and a baby. I discovered Atiku is saying, I want a runoff or cancel the election. So runoff between number 2 and number 1 is principal pleading there, and then rerun entirely, cancel the election. Obi is now saying that clearly, I just want the thing cancelled and let's start the process again. And I find that amazing. He didn't say I won, even though he's saying we got 8 million, which I think is an afterthought. It did not say that at the tribunal. Anybody can correct me anyway. I didn't hear that. I didn't read it anywhere declaring that he got 800. And even if that was there, you don't just spew out figures and say, I got 800. How did you get the 800? Where were you shortchanged? In what state? Nothing like that is stated. I got 8 million votes. It's not done that way.
Is Wuruwuru to the answer?
Exactly. I mean, they said people have groupthink. Well, thank God, I would rather be part of a groupthink, which is grounded in facts. But on my life, I would not want to be with people with hard mentality. That is the worst form of human being you can descend to have a hard, let me describe hard mentality to you. Have you, please, my northern brother, I'm not being derogatory. I'm only just stating my own observation. Forgive me if you think I'm wrong.
Use an animal analogy instead. Don't use the northerners.
You got me. Okay, you know the Nkpi goats. The Nkpi goats, when it stands at the road with all the rest following, they don't do anything. All they want is for the leader of the pack to move into the expressway, and they all just follow without looking left or right, and they will be knocked down and killed. That's hard mentality, and that is what is playing out in that space. But all in all, I think we have moved on. The Bola Tinubu supporters, I'm not APC, I support Bola Tinubu till tomorrow. We have moved on. All these naysayers, they were what we now call left behinds. We've left them behind. We're behind. We are not thinking about them anymore. Whatever they say to demarket the country or otherwise doesn't concern us. We just laser focused that our country will prosper. That our country will prosper, whether they like it or not. It will prosper. Now we have a businessman, an astute politician, and a very, very rich man who is ruling us. We've never had that before. We've never had that before. Either a soldier or a rookie politician like Jonathan, or somebody who thinks he knows all. Those are the people that had ruled us, and they don't know anything.
Baba.
Yes, sir. Ekene, talk to me.
Yeah, I want to ask you some question before you continue. It seems that you know Tinubu very well and his antecedent. So
No,
knowing him very well.
I know his antecedent. I don't know him well because Go carry on anyway.
Okay, so how sure are you that he will position the economy of this nation
Because of
before
the people.
the end of
Okay,
his
finish.
first administration?
Well, in
How
this
sure? Because I
that's a
want to
good
hold you.
question.
I want to hold you responsible
Yeah,
at the
okay,
end of
that's
his
a
4
very
years.
good question, and I will answer you honestly. These first 4 years will be foundational years. The country has been messed up to the extent that we have to redo everything. Everything. So it won't be a rousing success of a term, but then we will have an indication where we are going because we will be on a solid ground. Terra firma. That's what he's trying to establish. And all the barriers, whether we call him a drug dealer, whether we call him a fraud or not, he is a man who knows where the bodies are buried. He knows.
So
Then if he didn't achieve that.
Sorry, have that last interjection and then let Baba flow. I don't want it to get out of control. But
I know, but you're saying that because I'm right behind you.
Hold on, Pansat. Let Ekene land this interjection.
Yeah, Baba, if he didn't achieve, I'm not praying that he will not achieve, but if he didn't, you being his ardent supporter, what would be your reaction in his next campaign?
Unfortunately, Ekene, I'll disappoint you. That is not an option. He will succeed.
All right, very good.
No, I'm not sure. There is the probability that he might not. Just like the way we carried Buhari. No, you have to be sincere on this. Baba, it's our nation.
I'm sincere to you. I'm not looking at any failure. I'm not looking at any failure.
That means you're not ready to take responsibility for him.
All right.
No, I'm taking.
You can't take responsibility for Tinubu now. How can he?
Let me interject for a second. Baba, hello to everybody. You said before you started talking about terra firma, you talked about prosperity. That we're gonna be having prosperity. Do you remember using that word, prosperity?
I say our country will prosper.
Our country will prosper, right? But
correct.
You know that's more than finances when you say that in that spirit, right?
Correct.
It's not just finance. Okay, so success, thriving, peace,
correct.
health, mutual support. That's what you.
Correct.
That's what you meant. And then,
correct.
But when you concluded, you said that this is going to get us to terra firma, farm ground. Do you understand the difference? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's no difference. I know what I'm saying.
Between firm ground and the prosperity in your mind.
When you stand on firm ground,
right?
Look at the parable of the two builders, I think, in the Bible.
Right.
One built his house on solid rock and the other on sand. You know what happened.
Okay, I just want to make sure that there's a difference between the two in our understanding. So now my question to you is this. He's above the 100-day mark of his administration, right? Time is going. Within a couple of years, then he'll be campaigning for a second term. That's the way these things work. It's a circle. That election that's coming up in 27, it's not going to start in 2027. They're going to start in about 100, 200 days, 300 days. So my question to you is that when the president comes in, the first 100 days in almost everywhere, that's the way it works. You're given time. I forgot what is that called when somebody
honeymoon period.
Honeymoon period. Yeah. So what would you now say? Let's look at your own judgment. Because the judgment is the problem. We're here to your judgment should reflect what we should be looking at. So based on what I just told you, what are the things right now that he's set in place that would then get us to that terra firma, right? Because 100 days is not a joke. That's when opposition just left you alone to do whatever you have to do, and then you set in your policy and start doing it. So, from your judgment, what from your own aperture, what do you see that he's doing now, aside from dancing on one bed singing at NASDAQ about his mandate, which is stand everywhere he goes. So what is it that he set in motion right now that would then get us to where we're going? Thank you.
All right, Baba, address that and then carry on with your narrative so that we can move the conversation round very quickly. Baba, back to you.
If you can handle Pansat, I think I'll be able to do that.
I think Pansat has the maturity to, carry on.
Okay, this is a journey of about 1,400 days, and we've just gone past 100. Do the maths. I mean, 100 days is nothing. I'm not a fan of 100 days. I think it's something so American. You get my point? But what I'm saying is, when I look at the team is put in place, I'm the first person to actually use the word urbanization a couple of days back. Yes, it's unsightly when you look at it, but then do a rethink and say, okay, who are these people fit for purpose? Most of them, I'm not saying all, most of them. And I take them one by one, particularly those I know their history of performance. And I score him 90%, particularly when he has drafted in people like Maman from Bayes University and the elder, that is older brother. Those are master stroke.
You're forgetting Cardoso too. And
no, I'm going to mention that's the economic team is solid. I prefer Mogalu, actually, an economist, but looking at Cardoso and looking at what he can do, I know definitely it's not just coming for the right. This is a man who has rejected Tinubu twice. He wanted to make him VP. Of course, he nominated him with, what's his name, the past VP. He nominated him, he refused his name to be put forward. He wanted him to be governor of Lagos instead of Fashola. He turned it down. And for this time, that is why I never even reckoned, his name never popped up in my head, because I just felt that he's tired about governance. But he came on board. And is going to do, and there will be synergy between him and the finance minister. And the finance minister, when you look at the finance minister, you look at the attorney general. When you look at the attorney general, you look at the journalist, you may say, who is in charge of mineral resources, and so on and so forth. He has put the right team in place. And if you observe, amongst the minister, there is a synergy going on. You find Ministry of Aviation talking to FCT minister, Minister of Transport talking to FCT minister, the young lady Edu talking to other ministers. Everything is falling into place. And I could see the vibrancy. I could visualize their passion. You understand, the yearning for success. Because they know, like we all know, there is suffering in the land as of today. There is no doubt about that. But then
he's giving himself the best chance to succeed.
This is what I'm saying, and I keep on repeating that those left behind, they better double their pace and come join this government, because 8 years was wasted. 8 good years was wasted. If that were to be a child and the parents are rich, that young baby would be in primary 3 in our country, or primary 4 by now. You get my point. He will be able to read and write. So it's a long time in a country's history, 8 years of that did virtually nothing. So we are repositioning
Baba, let me say something. So basically, I feel like you're saying, because I sense this tone when 2027 comes in, that there's going to be a tone of 4 years wasn't enough. I'm sensing that tone right now.
Oh, naturally. Well, what do you think? Naturally, 4 years can be enough to repair something.
Language of politics.
That's the language I'm sensing, but I don't.
Yeah, no, but that's the language of politics now.
What do you expect?
Oh God! Are we here? Are we back here?
No, it's natural.
But
I mean,
you
there
didn't
are
vote
people.
for him. Why are you
Let,
worried?
let, let,
You
let,
didn't
let
vote
Baba,
for the president.
let
Those
Baba
who
carry
voted
on.
for him should be the ones that will be worried.
Yeah, but that's somewhat of a naive question. On which planet will a government serve one term and say that's enough? They will always say they're still on complete something. 4 years is not enough. Return me. But Baba, back to you so we can move it
No,
around.
one man. The way I'm saying
let
that.
Baba carry on so we
All
can
right,
move it.
Baba, carry on. All
Yeah.
right.
Sorry, we'll get to you soon enough. Yeah.
The way I say it is just that because a lot of people don't know the damage that fuel subsidy has done to our country. It's a lot of idle money in people's hand. Idle money they made from fuel subsidy. A lot of people don't even understand what happened in that odious space. People made, I shiver to think the kind of money in people's hand. And these are not, how do I put them? They are people that are like, they move, stilts, they have stilts in, as their office. They are invisible. You don't see them. They made hell of a money without supplying anything. They just drop invoice and voila, they collect their money. And this money is not being put to use in our country. That is why that fuel subsidy has to go the moment it went. Even though Tinubu spoke extempore when he made that remark, but I look at it from the side of a metaphysical reasoning, that something put it in his mouth, in his head, whatever, and he said it, just because that has to end. But the challenge here is the arbitrage.
Sorry, Baba.
Yes,
Baba,
sir.
sorry. I didn't want to interject, but I just FYI, fuel subsidy.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, no, fuel subsidy is back. I just wanted to put that.
Well, in our calculation, yes, I will not deny it. You understand? But it's not something that we are that is being displayed. Or where I put my hope is that we've seen from Jonathan's time, oil rose, I think, if my memory serves me correctly, up to about 130 per barrels, and it crashed up to $34 during Buhari's time. There is no time. It's this yo-yo thing. The volatility of the oil market is well known. This might go up to 109. You understand? Even 120, it will get worse, but then it will reverse itself and hit rock bottom again. It's a cycle. You know that, Kulata. So that is where I put my hope. And whatever we do now, I will not call it subsidy. I will call it cushioning the effects because of the peculiar circumstances we find ourselves at this very moment. So that is going on. There is no denying that, actually. But the challenge here, I see, is the arbitrage. How to stabilize that market. Because we are in a country where there are people with billions of naira in the bank. Some of them even own the bank. And they've given order, whatever dollars come into this bank, just mop it up for me. And they are ready to put any price on it. These people have to be attacked one way or the other. And that's why I'm happy that people like Cardoso has come in. It is a fight. It's not even about a policy or anything. It is a fight. Nigeria is fighting with these oligarchs. We have oligarchs in Nigeria. We have oligarchs in Nigeria. It is a fight to finish with these people.
Is it a winnable fight?
It is winnable. Why do I say it's winnable? Tinubu knows these people. He knows the market. They are or they were his friends. Will he fail because of his friend? He's not going to do that.
How are you measuring winnable? Are you measuring winnable that is able to stop the hemorrhaging, Or are you measuring winnable that is able to recover some of the monies that these people help themselves to?
He will recover. Some, not all.
You think so?
Some, not all. Though Kulata is saying that those monies are gone. No, they are not gone. They know the deals that made those monies for them. Remember one thing. Look at O&O. Wale Tinubu in O&O with I've forgotten, with Boyo. They are Tinubu's boys. They are Tinubu's boys. They are in the market. So they know what.
Has it not sold that Oando, that wallet? I think I read somewhere just recently that I sold it.
No. They acquired Ajib Oil onshore holdings, which NNPC tried to dispute, but they push him back. They slap him back. Abakiari was saying that every holding, every oil well, every agreement, NNPC has a say in it, and they have the first order of refusal. And 3 days later, I had Abakiari singing a new tune. They must have talked to him and said, "My friend, stay out of that this thing." They just acquired that Ajib onshore holdings, and that is good. That, to me, is a very, very good sign, because the way we are going at the moment, what I suspect will happen is our natural gas holding, which reserve is bigger than that of crude oil, is what it will borrow from Babangida's financial book to get advance money. While they are building the pipe and everything, you will sell maybe 4 years in advance.
Baba, he already said that at the Lagos Business School, Lagos Business
Summit. The summit.
Yeah, the summit. He said that already. Yeah,
he said that already.
That it will forward sell and get the money now.
Of course, it's done all over the world. Babangida did it. The monies Babangida was spending that time was the advance sales he made for the national gas, when we discovered we had more than enough. Babangida, I think, sold about 10 years.
Baba.
Yes, sir. Yes,
sir. Let me one man allow me again, because you seem to be somebody who, like you said, you're familiar with Tinubu very well. So
I didn't say that.
Okay, don't worry about it. But what I wanted to ask you is that you would acknowledge, though, you would say that Tinubu lacks, compare him to Chief Obafemi Awolowo, he lacks intellectual accomplishments and philosophical discipline that people like our past leaders, such as Obafemi Awolowo. Do you agree that he does not have the intellectual accomplishments of people like that?
Accomplishments or acuity?
Accomplishments,
right.
or even both. You could, both.
Well,
because I have like hold on, I have 3 questions for you. So if it's yes, just say yes or no, and then I will sit back and wait for my turn. It's like I'm trying to grasp what will make a reasonable person such yourself.
Say again, I didn't hear that well.
I would like to know where your attachment to Tinubu, you say you're his supporter, right? And everybody has respect for you because your age and your patriotism to the country, right? So we've had other leaders in the past. So we keep saying that we're going down the drain. So we know Chief Obafemi Awolowo as a man of intellectual capacity, right? So now, in with your support for this man, well, I'm asking you, do you think he has the same intellectual accomplishments, philosophical discipline? Do you understand? Does he have that compared to, I'm going to use somebody that comes from his region that we're proud of, so that it doesn't, we'll take it away from compare him to Obi, right? Let's go southwest here. Somebody that's known all over the world to have that kind of capacity as a leader. So go ahead. That's the first question I have for you. Let's look deeper into why you support Tinubu. Give us a snappy answer on that. Do you think Tinubu has that intellectual accomplishment or acuity, like one man said?
Okay. When you talk about Chief Obafemi Awolowo and Tinubu, they belong to different era and different political system. Yes,
Baba.
sir. Yes.
Ekale. One man, can I seek your
GD, is that
indulgence,
you?
please? Yeah, that is Thomas.
Oh, Tommy.
Yeah, you call me Jide too. I'm Jide too.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe you are in spirit. One man, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Carry on.
One man, please, if you set a rules and goals, if will have better people follow the rules. You said everyone will have their say. Then with the second round, this is not time for question, one man. Please, if you don't mind, let's move forward, please. I am begging you, please. Please. If you set the rules, everybody they have their say all rounder, then the second phase, that will be question and answer or interjection. Please,
okay,
thank you.
one man, before you rule on that, if let's say he convinces you, then I would hope it to go after me, after the
yes, of course. So address what Pansat said.
Yes, like I was saying,
and then we follow as Thomas directed.
Different era and different political system, so they are not comparable.
Okay,
as far as I'm concerned. But for acuity,
please, I don't have a lot of time. They're trying to snap the time I have with you, so I really want to make it productive. So, given that the era is different, so you don't think he has it, right? Because it's a different era. So my next question,
in his own time with the presidential system, right, it's not doing badly.
Okay, so you know that Tinubu was what they call the national leader of the APC, right? Are you familiar with that title? The national leader of the APC.
Yeah, the president of any party is the leader of the party.
Yeah, take him to the question and then address it, and then continue with your delivery, and then I'll go on from you to Ekene. So land the question, Pansat, and then Baba address it, and then we move on.
All right, thank you. So, Baba, please help me. I'm going to combine the question I have because you see they don't have time for maybe 30 seconds. So, let me just wait my turn. But I'm saying my first question is the national leader of the APC. If you can explain that to us, right now, for me, as somebody who's you are smart, you know him very well, and I'm one of his critics that looks at his politics as born more out of personal self-preservation, double standards, and hypocrisy. Right, has vast riches. Of which the subject of speculation, we don't know where they'll come from. So could you go ahead and you do have the flavor of what I'm trying to get, and I wait for my turn. By the way, thanks for
yes, I understand. I mean, with every good there is bad, with every bad there is good. So even the obedience, as far as I'm concerned, they are serving a purpose. They are serving a purpose, because what's the use of a government without people like pecking at his heels at every given opportunity? It keeps you alert. It keeps you alert, and then you don't want to disappoint. So that group, they are serving a very good purpose as far as I'm concerned. It's only when they drive it to extremity that is where I get really disturbed. I get antsy one way or the other. But what I'm trying to say here is this is a man that is being misunderstood deliberately or not deliberately. Take, for instance, the issue of alpha beta, for instance, with which they started everything. There is nothing to it. Where morals is different from law, just as justice is different from a judgment. Because this is a registered company and it's a tax how do I put it, runner for any state that is interested for their services, and they are doing a very good job. Nobody is complaining. So these people tend to underrate him, and that is where his strength lies. When you underrate him, you think he can't do it or he cannot. Yes, sir.
All right.
Sorry. I'm not interjecting. I just want to say that Alpha Beta is more than tax consultancy. They're into so many areas. That's what I want.
I don't just want to go into, because I have very limited time. So I'm just trying to bring that in, because that is to say, look, there is law, there is morality, and all they are separate things entirely. You understand? Though there is a thin line that separates them. but we have to put things in their proper order, in their proper perspective. So what I'm saying, bottom line is, this man is going to succeed. Whether, I mean, he is somebody, he said he wanted the job. I mean, it's unusual for somebody to say, look, give it to me, I want it. And he's gotten it. So it's like a child that wants a Lego building blocks. And you just say, okay, take, let's see what you are going to build with it. So this is my take. Tinubu will not fail. You can take that to the bank. No matter the saboteurs, he's going to take them on. He's going to take them on. You can see what is happening at the CBN. Whoever thought he would come up with that. I mean, Emefiele is there, Bauer is there, and many other. It's until their case comes to the fore, nobody even know that they're being detained. These are the people with our monies in their pockets, and they have to vomit part of it. We don't say we want all. It's not possible to get all, but we'll get something to cushion the sufferings of our people. And let me tell you, people talk about suffering. As far as I'm concerned, suffering is part of growth, is part of development. Nigeria, we've been eating our dinner with our lunch. We should have to stop. So when the period of dinner comes, we want to open our mouth and suck in just oxygen. So we cannot go on the way in the trajectory we've been following. It's like we're just kind of wearing ourselves false gaps, dressing ourselves in false gaps. So we cannot pretend anymore. We are down to bare bones. We have to flesh it up. And fleshing it up will bring in more misery, because we've been eating and eating. Time to fast and fast well, so that we can get ourselves back when we start eating again. So this is my take, one man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. Still plenty of topics for you to go through, but like we said, we want to whiz through just so that people are not held just in perpetual abeyance. We'll take a micro pit stop with Thomas, and then we'll go to Ekene, then Kulata, then Ajande Koko, then Kulatas. But Thomas wants to have a quick word. Then we'll go to Ekene, Ajande Koko, and Kulata. Thomas.
Oh, good morning from Australia. Good evening, good afternoon. As Radio Biafra will always say.
Wherever you are.
Wherever you are. Yes, yeah. Yes. One man, since you nominated me as the co-host, I think my fans have been calling me. We don't hear from you anymore because now we have to moderate. But on this Hundeyin, I have to say something, if you don't mind, please. I was flabbergasted when you played that video. Throughout what David Hundeyin said on that video, there was no one iota of truth. Throughout. If you are obedient, you will not like what I'm saying now, and don't even interject me. I will not give you the chance. There are total lies.
That's me that you don't want to interject. I'm not going to interject.
Please.
You're talking to
Thank
me.
You.
I understand.
Mute yourself, please. Mute yourself. Thank you. Total lie from A to Z. Tinubu was convicted of heroin. That is total lie. He was this, he was that. That is total lie, one man, from the pit of hell. If you want to criticize this man, criticize him on something substantial that people can say, yes, this is true. It's just, sometimes I would just look at, one man, I'm not surprised. Some people are not Nigerians. For somebody in Nigeria, go on an international platform, spitting lies. Even what he said is true, I could have said fine, but it's total lie from the pit of hell. But I'm not surprised. The obedience, I know they are happy. Yes, they are speaking against Tinubu. I don't care about Tinubu. Tinubu has never been my candidate. I don't want him to be the president. But this is
that's a
our
lie.
reality.
That's a lie. You
My brother, can you mute
That's
yourself?
not an interjection. That's calling you out for lying. You are a lie.
So Tinubu wasn't my candidate. People know I campaigned for Adewale. But now this is your president. This is my president. If you like it or not, you can all transformer. Tinubu is your president. One man, let me keep my word to the when my session kick off. One man, I was disappointed on everybody that is going with this guy saying what he's saying is true. One man, let me rest my case.
I think Emeka was right. What David Hundeyin is doing is trying to bridge a space for seeking asylum. He's trying to create a narrative of victimhood so that he can seek an asylum in a cushy westernized sort of space. But let's go to Ekene. Ekene, you're up next. Megida Sanadezwa.
Yeah, well, man, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity given us to speak. We in Nigeria, you people are abroad enjoying yourself. So I greet you people. I greet everybody. I greet all the panelists, Baba, Adalikoko, Ramos, and everybody. So if you are listening to us, like and share for the good of this platform. So I'm not going to go into David Hundeyin's space just for certain reason. I'm not the kind of person that criticizes or say something on what I'm not sure about. I'll wait for his for the final verdict. Maybe the time they say they gave him October and all that. Even the certificate issue, I will not speak on those issues till the right time. I think this is not the right time for me to speak. When the right time comes, I will speak about it so that I will have something to say. So I will not say something that tomorrow it will come against me. That's how I do my things. So coming to what the question I asked Baba before I go into the main issue I want to talk about. For me, Baba, I respect you so much because of your intelligence and all that. But I would say that I'm not fully satisfied that you cannot take responsibility for the man you campaign for. Yeah, if you are campaigning for somebody and you are not fully ready to take responsibility for that person, then why campaigning for that person? Just like I said before.
Because failure is not an option. It's not something I think about.
Failure is not an option, but you must be ready to take responsibility. Whatever comes out, you are one of his supporters. And that is why, and that is how the country will move forward. Because what we are doing now, just like giving him a chance to prove his worth. Just show us what you can do. For me as a Nigerian, I have an expectation, especially in the economy aspect. Dollar just hit 1,055 naira today. It's not a good thing for our economy. So these things will continue to go on if we don't have good thinkers on the table. And the reason is that there is scarcity of that dollar. They say there's don't know where to see dollar to sell. So if you are talking about dollar has just hit 1,000 naira, 1,005 naira as of today. So I'm still imagining, I'm still praying. I'm not praying that government should fail, but I'm praying that they will have solutions to all our problems so that the economy will move forward. But when I'm not seeing that, I think I have the right, my mind should be shaking. Are you sure this is going to work? I pray it works, but when it's not working, I need to ask some questions. I need to hold some people accountable. I will hold you accountable. I hold even one man. Everybody here that supported APC, I hold him accountable. It's my right to do so.
But I don't support APC. I don't support APC.
One man supported Nigeria. I didn't support it.
No, okay, don't worry. I know where they live. Now arrest, I go arrest all of them.
So it's all ridiculous. So nobody should run away. But I'm praying that the man succeed, because just seeing the situation, it's just that the reason I asked the question is seeing the situation on ground now. I'm not really happy. I'm not really happy, to tell you the facts, because it's all about the well-being of Nigerians. I don't know his plan of going abroad and all that, but I'm feeling that the right thing is not being done in our space right at the moment. A lot of insecurities. Security men were slaughtered in Imo State just a few days ago. About 8 of them, their vehicles set ablaze. The governor don't have anything to do.
Nine.
So it's not a good story. And none of our governors or security or the federal level is doing anything. Even if it is, if you're going to give us state police, do it. There is nothing on ground to say that this is what they are doing to make sure that this insecurity stop. The other day I read about a story in Niger State now. 36 local government has been taken over by bandits. They corner this local government, they collect taxes from them, and they are not the villagers now accepted them as their revenue collectors. So the government have no space in that area. If you want to do any business, if you want to go into farm, you come and pay your revenue to them. In a space where we have a president. So in Zamfara State, youth couples were kidnapped. Today, no story whether they have released them or not. A lot of things. It's good that the investors will come, but we have to create a very good environment so that when they come, the investment will be very productive. So let it not be that the world is just laughing at us, that we go there, we make a speech, very nice speech. I commend him because I never knew that the man is sound, but he impressed me with his eloquence today. He's nice. But if I can remember the way Buhari traveled around the world during his tenure, I think that all these Europeans, they would have come into Nigeria and they transformed this country for us. But I cannot remember any of his travel that brought in any positive impact in this country. Every day he's on the run, he's on the travel. Every day he's on the travel. You cannot tell me that he's not having engagement with all those guys. But up to today, I cannot lay my hand and say, this travel that you traveled for 8 years, this is the positive impact of it in our economy. So I don't want that to continue. It's rather we sit back and solve our problems. This is just like nothing. There is no solution to all the things that is going on. The inflation, everything. If we leave it, I don't know what will happen. If this dollar of 18 continue to slide every day by day, today 1,005 naira, what will happen by December next year? And what we need now exactly to make sure that all these things stop, it's all about creating more productivity. He made a nice speech the other day that he's going to support, I don't know whether it's how many billions that he's going to give to some productive, to support production in that speech that he made during
was it 50 billion naira to medium-sized enterprises? That one.
Yeah, all those things. But I'm not seeing anything now since that speech was made. By now, I would have been seeing some.
A lot of these things is not said today and then it happens tomorrow. It still has to undergo some sort of a lot of these things that is doing, The earliest one to gestate, to germinate, will probably be 6 months. Nigerians will have to go through a pain period. It's just inevitable. There's no way around it. Nigerians will have to go through a pain period.
One of my point is that it's very urgent. It's very urgent. A lot of Nigerians cannot bear it anymore. A lot. You don't know what, if I tell you what is happening, even you that you think that you can afford to eat, if you go out on the street, you would people they will be holding you on your clothes. If you before you from Alaba to my house, the beggars you will meet on the street before you enter your house. It's not something to write home about. Just if you decide to be giving them 200 naira, maybe in the morning going to market, in the evening coming back to market, you decide to be giving them 200 naira, you will not have anything left in your own pocket. That is the situation. Even in front of my own house, just for you to come down and buy something, you will see somebody hold you, Baba, buy food for me. Well, that is not how we are going to. These things are getting in my head. It's getting in my head. I wish, because what I need is what the country need now is just to buy. If you can, the food stuff is on a high side. To even drink garri is very expensive. So all these things, if the common man cannot afford it, maybe with 500 naira or 300 naira. We are not doing well. At least those common food that maybe a common man can say, I want to drink garri. But now to even drink garri is very expensive.
That's the one thing that I thought they should have done. A lot of that, at least some of that subsidy, they should have moved it into food. Because food has to be subsidized. People cannot starve. Not in a country like Nigeria, so they should have a strategy for that. That is, that should be happening now.
Yeah, they should have. Okay, just look at it. One man, the labor union that is. I don't know whether it's tomorrow that they are giving the last day for their strike, nationwide strike. I don't know what is happening with them. But since they set up committee for that labor, there is no seriousness in the side of the government. No seriousness. No serious engagement. Even if you are going to give them 1 year, let there be an agreement, written agreement. Tell them we cannot do anything for now. The economy is somehow. Please, labor, give us 1 year to meet up your demand. Then we know that the government is reasonable. But you are just turning the labor, turning them upside down. Come today, come tomorrow, come today, come tomorrow. Tomorrow, if they go out in the street to protest, you say that they are cleaning the economy. But I feel for those guys who will survive. How many of those workers can survive with that amount of minimum wage and all that? Transportation, going to work with this high cost of transportation. How much will remain at the end of the month for them to use to feed their family? We need to feel for them. We need to speak for them. This is not a time for frivolence and others. So that is why I asked Baba that question. It's not that I don't want the man to succeed. But seeing what is going on today, there is some fear in me. Because if Obi would have been the person on this seat now, doing this thing now, there is no way I will not rubbish his image. So that I will start now to make sure that he didn't come for the second time. Just like I'm doing on the part of Soludo now. I'm trying to make sure that the man will not come back for second time in my state. He has just rubbished my state. I campaign for him. But I will not campaign for him again for the second time. So that is how we should do. no chance to give himself. At least there will be some positive change within some few days of his governance. I'm not getting it. I'm not seeing the feelings. Nobody's feeling the if maybe abroad you people might be feeling it because your $1,000 now is more than 1 million naira. So you might be happy about it.
I'll tell you how we are feeling it. Let me just give you an example. You know, I send money. We all send money home, but you know, there are persons that maybe every 6 months they'll say, oh yeah, do you have a little bit of, you know, just that little, maybe just occasionally. But these sort of people now, I've had to budget them because at least twice a month they will send some harrowing story that you have to send something. So I've had to budget them. I've budgeted about 2 additional people that I never thought I would budget. So we are feeling it too. You know the abroad is the replacement for the fuel subsidy. That's what's happened. You know, because we are now the fuel subsidy. Yeah.
Maybe you mean that you people are the one paying the palliative for government?
We are the palliative now. I think everybody here will tell you that.
How many of your friends, people that is in abroad now, that have made unnecessary enemies? Because I know a lot of us here that have made unnecessary enemies because they most likely blocked an old friend because he doesn't want that friend to ask him for money. A lot of us here has done it. So I mean,
you know the way these things are turned is that sometimes when somebody sends you a message saying, "Oh, how are you? How is the family?" and all that, you are just in anticipation that within 3 sequences of that conversation, they're going to come after you for money. Often,
it's often instances. That's how it is. That's why I said most of me. I can say that I've done it.
The best strategy, especially if it's all these random WhatsApp or Facebook people that you not talk to in like 13 years or more, is just to ignore. Just don't respond.
Then they will resent you, won't they?
Who gives a shit? Sorry.
Yeah.
So
a little bit of colata in our lives.
So one man, if you people can also remember me in the palliative, I will accept the way things are now. But you see, I'm just not feeling okay. I'm just not happy. I'm just not happy about because I need this country to grow very fast. I need a quick solution, if you might ask me. I need somebody that will just put this country on the right track. So it doesn't matter who he is. So if the Mr. Tinubu can do it, I don't have any problem with it. All I want is a good country. So, but if my expectation continues to fail me, there is no need to question my commitment or my lack of commitment in the government. So that lack of commitment is because I'm not getting the feeling I want to get. If I get the feeling, why won't I commit? It's my nation. I want it to succeed. So I will hold everybody here accountable. If at the end, my expectation is not met.
I'm exempt from that. I'm here, but don't hold me accountable.
I'm exempt too. I'm not. I don't know to talk for Tinubu. Tinubu can, he can sink or swim by himself.
No problem. I'm just watching and praying. I think things go well. I pray things go well. But for me, one man, I'm not getting it. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing the commitment at all. I must be sincere with everybody. Anybody can speak any grammar you want to speak. You can talk anything you want to talk. Government is all about commitment to the people, being sincere. So I'm not seeing that commitment. So one man, let me just go to this tribunal today in Kano State and round up. You see, this is the reason. I don't know everything about Nigeria is politics. You made this. The most funny part of this judgment is that those judges were not even around to give that judgment.
They did it by Zoom, didn't they? They did it
by Zoom. In which country does that happen? What are we doing to this country? You did it by Zoom.
Can I calm down now?
It happens in America every time.
They do it in America too now. Calm down.
Okay, when they do it here, no wahala, no wahala. No wahala, no wahala. If that is approved, no problem.
Kilo de, what do you mean happens in? Do you know what? Kolata, are you the one that said this? A governorship election, and they are contesting it, and you are saying it happens in where? Which year?
They deliver judgment virtually in America in any kind of litigation.
Which city? Tell me the city first.
In any kind of litigation. Check.
Did you hear me? I know they deliver judgment virtually. I'm talking about when there's governorship election in America.
Who cares?
Which
Judgment
city?
What does it matter?
They hardly go to court for gubernatorial elections in America. They hardly go. Even until recently, from Al Gore period, that's when we started hearing about litigation and things like that. Handover has always been very smooth, mostly.
Whether they do it or not, no problem. But the kind of security that was in Kano State today, even to my greatest surprise, the police the IG of the state came out to put 24 hours coffin this evening when those Kwankwasia was about to, because I had people close their shop, everybody have to run because the place is becoming somehow ungovernable. So the man is it the duty of the policeman to put a coffin in the state or the state governor? He has just messed. They have just messed on the altar. They left the whole place to be running katakata, and they have to put a coffin, 24 hours coffin, when they know they have already messed on the altar. And when we see all these things and we praise it and all that, it is what baffles me. This is the highest of it. Let them stop playing with Nigerians, especially all these our judiciaries. You cannot tell me that most of them are not bought. Many of them are bought. They have been bought over. Nobody can swear here and say all these judgments they are giving up and down, all these unnecessary judgments they are giving up and down, that most of them are not bought over. You cannot swear on their behalf, because before you can defend somebody, you should be able to swear on that person's behalf. If you cannot swear on that person's behalf, then why defending that person? That what he's doing is right.
Can that judgment be right without it being bought?
That judgment cannot be right without it being bought.
Why?
Why? Look, what kind of judgment is that? You know the popularity of that guy in that state before the election. You know what happened? You just deducted about 160,000 votes from nowhere and declared the APC winner. This guy have been robbed in 2019. We know how it happened. And he still come back again. And they want to rob him again with the tribunal. Nobody, that judgment is bought over. And there is nothing to say about it. And then the most ridiculous thing about it is that the state IG of police came up to put 24 hours coffin. Is it this? I'm still asking, maybe I'm not enlightened in that aspect. Is it the duty of the policeman to come and put that 24 hours coffin?
Yes, now
because
the police is in charge of law and order, and if he feels that there's going to be a breakdown of law and order, then of course he has to do that. That's his job.
Okay, that's his job. No problem. We'll see where all these things will lead to. But for me, I don't desire a state where we have a one-party system. That is what is playing out. APC need to have a very strong opposition so that they will sit up. If they don't sit up, other people can take over government from them. So anybody disputing that fact is not being sincere to Nigerians. APC need to have a very strong opposition. What they do is just to buy all the opposition, this and that, to make the state, the country to be a one-party system, so that they can do what they like. It's not normal. It's not normal. I'm not happy. One man. And I had the news that some headline that they are planning impeachment of the Senate president. I don't know how true is that, but I'll be watching that space.
Yeah, no, that story. I think it came and went a couple of days ago, but I'm not sure that it has any legs. But Kenneth, let's go on from you. Let's go on to Ajanle Koko and take his submission. So, Ajanle Koko, you're up next. Ajanle Koko.
Thank you.
Yeah. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. We'd like to speak on Tinubu's visit to United Nations and NASDAQ in New York. Well, Tinubu had a very successful outing, and he made us proud.
There were 9 people in his audience at the United Nations. 9. So I hope you watched the tape.
Yeah, I saw them on Nigeria Watch doing all of that in their usual. It was quite comical. If you want comedy, watch that space. It's just so funny.
So he made us proud as people. Even I can hear from Ekene. Ekene said that he listened to his speech to United Nations, and he was very, very proud of him. So I believe Pansat is proud of that speech it delivered. Is that true, Pansat?
Yeah, the speech was good. The speech itself was good.
All right, good. So,
my goodness, can you repeat that, Pansat? Just for the benefit of the audience. I don't think they heard you clearly.
Yeah, that was a very, very good speech, and it was Pan-Africanism too. So, and he laid out his position very well and clearly to the whole world that Nigeria is open for business. And it's just keep on repeating this thing. Nigeria is open for business. It shows that this man really wants us to get out of this economic mess that we found ourselves. And they want to do everything to convince international investors, particularly from the Western world, to come to Nigeria and invest in our economy. So it's marketing the country well, and and it marketed African well as well. It challenged the West of their shenanigan politics they play in Africa, and it specifically mentioned that of Congo, that even with their presence with United Nations forces in Congo, the Western world are still looting the resources there. War still going on. The killing of people still going on. People are suffering. It's part of the fact that that country is the most blessed country on earth in terms of natural resources. Which natural resources that is not available in that country? So he positioned Nigeria well alongside Africa, and he was calling for their partnership, that on the way forward, businesses with the West should be based on partnership and cooperation. So I think I really commend his speech, and even he touched on the Niger problem. He said he didn't mention that he want to pursue military action, but rather diplomatic action. He said they are engaging with the military junta so that they can return to democratic rule. as soon as possible. That is wonderful speech. Wonderful speech. Fantastic. You know? So, and
Aja, can I interject for a second?
Go ahead.
For 1 second. I mean, you said it's a wonderful speech, right? But let's not get carried away. He doesn't possess the gift of oratory. He never had. There's no charm or capacity.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's never been it speaks in staccatos, you know, like
Right.
some, and then he suddenly dips into some rather difficult to fathom, and then it pivots back up. It's not an orator. Yeah, it can make a long speech, I suspect, you know.
Right, and to my point I'm making is that since even if he had the gift of the gap there and he talks very well, I wouldn't have given him the credit. Maybe the speech writer. So I'm not gonna blame him if it's lackluster as far as the way he condensed long narratives and be able to charm those people there. So I yield back to you. I'm just saying that I won't criticize him for that on this speech. I thought it was a good speech, right? But don't get carried away now by what the last sentences you made. Now being precise, right? So I hope that was your last praise of the speech. It's a good speech, written very well, but he didn't hit it out of the park. For example, he didn't condense long narratives, and besides, you only had about 9 people there. Now the prior speaker had a packed room. I know that you also watched the presentation by Najab. Thank you very much.
It's not a pop concert, so it doesn't. He's speaking to a global audience. He's speaking to the cameras, not people gathered in the room.
And that's Nigeria, though. Nigeria, Nigeria.
Yeah, what is Nigeria? It's a world event. You are a third world African country. Nobody is waiting in bated breath to hear what Nigeria thinks.
Nigeria is a very strategic, very important country, especially these days when we have natural gas, the reserves we have, our oil, our people. Who, if you go to United Kingdom or the United States, our people are just like the Indians maybe 4 years ago, they're getting into position, right, to lead the world. It's some of this, I don't know how we could shed the partisanship, right? I'm not accusing you, one man, of that for right now. I think you in your moderation today, you're doing a fabulous job, right? So, but what we have to do is to know who we are. We don't let people describe us. We have bad leadership, but we're Nigeria. If Nigeria is speaking with the opportunities that are available, like you said, Tinubu wants to bring businesses back home. He went to NASDAQ and all that. Those people will be there because they want to get to him, talk to his representatives. He has he doesn't have legitimacy. That's what the problem is. They're avoiding him like the plague.
Right? All right, brilliant. So he met Biden. They invite him to NASDAQ. But back to your John Lefoko.
So well presented speech, very unique, very fantastic. Even at the point, there was a round of applause for him. So, and even today, Arise News commended. They really commended him for that.
I'm sure it wasn't Rufai Hussein that commended him. It would have been
all of them. All of them. Even about the lady among them, Rufai, all of them said this is a very, very fantastic speech. So, and look, this man, for that speech, he has shown to the world that, look, Nigeria is back. Nigeria is back to take its rightful place, its leadership place in Africa. And he told them Nigeria is the biggest economy. How does that sound to investors? When the largest economy in Africa speaks, the investors around the world listen. So in the United Nations, it was able to position us well. It projected us well alongside African countries, and he laid it out well that, look, Nigerian leadership that have been missing for quite a while now, particularly for 8 years that we had Buhari. He is back. Nigeria is taking its rightful leadership place. And people around the world, leadership around the world need to connect with the right channel, which is Nigeria. So Nigerian leadership is back. So
Okay,
the last time we had
Aja Lekuku, would you then trade Tinubu now for Showore? In essence, the election is going to the Supreme Court. There's a chance they cancel it and rerun the election. So please answer this question before they stop me, right? Because I'm interjecting a lot. What I'm saying to you is that if the Supreme Court cancels that election and then rerun the election, what you know now and what you're saying now, would you then support Tinubu in place of Showore? Thank you. Please address it very carefully. Thank you.
Let me tell you, the election is never going to be cancelled. So don't let that question. There's
you can
that is not going to
answer it.
happen.
Hold on, Ajande Koko. You can answer it as a rhetorical question.
Let me tell you, I'm still for Showore anytime, any day, because we stand for a philosophy that Nigeria should be taken out from the hand of politicians in entirety. Like Obi, like Tinubu, Atiku, we, the Showores, stand for new leadership that can redirect that country and prepare that country for better tomorrow. That is what we stand for. But a lot of you, particularly the obedient, that doesn't really know what you're doing, standing for politicians. So you can continue to support, a road to nowhere, a road to nowhere. That is what Obi represent and Atiku them. So their leader. Yeah.
Wait, what does Obi have to do with my question? You're being non-responsive. Please, one man.
I have answered you.
That again.
The road to nowhere.
Let Ajande Koko carry on so I can get to you quicker. Yeah, carry on, Ajande Koko.
So Obi and Atiku, they are just a road to nowhere. So let's forget about them. Their leader today is Tinubu. Whether they like it or not, they're gonna fall in line. At the time, they're gonna fall in line. It's a matter of time. You can see Tinubu plugging out some of their backbone. Ali Baba Ahmed, who was a spokesperson, who was a PDP political strategy.
Is that Ali Baba Ahmed and the 40 thieves? Is that Ali Baba Ahmed and the 40 thieves? You mean Akim Baba Ahmed?
Akim Baba Ahmed, Ali Baba.
Ali Baba and the 40 thieves. Maybe that's a Freudian slip. Ali Baba and the 40 thieves.
Akim Baba Ahmed, he has been taken away. Look, the education minister is what is the vice president of Obi?
Yusuf Ali Baba.
That was the vice chancellor of Dati University in Abuja. You think Dati University? Have you heard from Dati recently? Has he been speaking? You think it's not Dati that nominated that guy to go and serve in the government? Look, you guys just stop deceiving yourself and don't follow.
Do you want to hear my theory of why that the Baba Ahmed, why you should be worried about that? If you
don't worry about
that. Let's get to you.
Don't worry about it. So Tinubu is he has positioned Nigeria again at international stage that Nigerian leadership is back, and you need to deal with the right leader. If you are looking for opportunity, for business, for investment, Nigeria is available. So, and you mentioned the challenges that we are facing in terms of security across Africa. And he did not exonerate the West from, supporting one side or the other in this insecurity that we are facing in Africa. So, and on environment, what is this? Global warming. this guy once again demonstrated a leadership.
He's looking to profit from that global warming space. Because yes, it's looking to profit from it. Yes,
It demonstrated the leadership once again. What he said in Kano before the election, that look, we are not going to allow ourselves to be blamed for not participating in the destruction of ozone layer. He reiterated it again in his speech that look, we cannot be blamed. We can't share part of the blame, and then we can use whatever we have, to develop. We got to use what we have to develop ourselves. So it really presented African position well alongside that of Nigeria, and it just stated it clearly that Nigeria is back and we are open for business. So the last person that did it, that positioned Nigeria well, that was in the lead, is the leader of Africa at the last time that we can remember, that we all know, is Obasanjo. Jonathan, that one was just bad where he couldn't do anything. And this Buhari, that one is just Dundee United. He doesn't even know. He wasn't in the tune of what is going on around him, rather than talking of how you got to position Nigeria at the international stage. So Tinubu got it right at United Nations. I think we all got to be proud of him. I am proud of him for the Pan-Africanism that he pushed to the world in his speech at United Nations. And coming to NAFDAC, look, he said it simple and direct to the point, direct to the investors. When I was saying here the other day that, look, it's going to be a big deal. Some people say, oh, it's not going to anybody go there to ring bell. This is not just anybody. This is, I can't remember any African leader that been there in the recent time that was allowed there to ring bell. I cannot remember. But this will go viral around the world. Investors will see this. And once again, he has pushed Nigeria further to investors around the world that, look, we are here. We are ready to talk with you. And he mentioned a particular point that he made that investors want to hear is that, look, your investment will be well welcome, and we will make sure that your remittance will be easy to effect. It's going to be easy for you to effect, to remit your money back home, your profit back home. That is what investors want to know. And it's coming from the horse's mouth. The president of the country assuring investors that, look, your money security will be guaranteed in Nigeria, and you can remit. We will make sure that your money will be remitted back home at any time that you want to do it. Look, let me tell you, do you think the trial of Emefiele, do you think it's just for his corruption? No. It's to give that assurance to the investor that, look at what we are doing to criminal. We are carrying out sanitization of the system for you to guarantee the security of your money. Bring your money. That is what it's showing about this trial of Emefiele. It's signaling to investors around the world. This guy that has run the monetary place poorly and corruptly, we not letting him go easy. Look at what we're doing. We are going to punish anybody that failed to run our monetary space well. So, look, he's doing his job strategically and is pursuing. We should all pray that everything work out, because when it work out, it's good for everybody. Look at Ekene. Can you listen to what Ekene is saying? think Ekene is joking?
Ajaleko, have we lost you?
It's probably a good time for me to come in for my turn then.
Why will you come in, Pasat? What do you mean?
Ajaleko, we seem to have lost you. Yeah, we seem to have lost you. So we go to Kulata and then after Kulata, Pansat and then there. So Kulata, you're up next.
My system dropped.
All right, Ajaleko goes back. Yeah,
Oh man, don't worry. This is the way they do me. One day you go miss my voice. Very soon, in fact, you go miss my voice.
Sorry, there. So there, maybe hear from there's woman. So please, let me finish. So maybe Des can come out. Let me just round up one. So the trial of Emefiele, as I was saying, is to signal to investors that look at this guy that run our monetary space in such a corrupt way. Look at the way we are punishing him. We are sanitizing our system to guarantee the security of your money. That is what is signaled with the trial of Emefiele. And that is what investors want to see. They want to make sure that you are showing discipline with the way you run your system. And they're looking at people you put in a strategic place. While they're doing in the finance, they know him. He has worked with IMF before. He has worked with Chase before. They know him. Cardoso, they know him. When investors see people that are going to manage both the fiscal space and the monetary space, they know that, these are people of impeccable character, people that they trust. Yes, they can bring their investment because they believe those guys have their integrity to protect, and they will not rubbish. They don't want to rubbish their name because of the international connection and exposition that they have. So Tinubu is pursuing his goal strategically. We should pray that this guy succeed. When he succeed, every one of us will be happy. We will succeed as well. Ekene, you listen to Ekene, I can feel the pain that is coming from Efene. It's because right now in Nigeria, businesses are not going good because of the devaluation of the naira. Unending, this is looking unending devaluation. It's devaluing at the very fast pace. Businesses are suffering because purchasing power has been crushed. It's been completely crushed, except we want to lie to ourselves. I just came back some few weeks ago, and I know what I'm talking about. Businesses are suffering right now in Nigeria, and he's a businessman. He knows what he's losing. So we must pray for him to succeed, and he got to work well at home to see what he can do to help businesses at home and see what they can do about this dollar. I mean, they must guarantee the sufficient flow of this dollar in our system so that we can have stability in our economy. Otherwise, and that is why you see him going around the world appealing to investors to come and invest. When they bring that hard dollar in billions, then our economy can get back on the right track and be stable again. It is that dollar, because we are a consuming nation. It is that dollar that would imagine Nigeria is spending like $400 million every month. for importing of petrol. Just one product. Just one product. Just one product. So if we get our refinery back on track now, that money will be available to fund some other important sector. So, but so far, it's outing this time around to United Nations and NASDAQ, are better. I really commend what it's doing, and I hope that investors will respond positively, and by next year we start seeing, because we cannot see anything. We can't see anything now. It's going to be between next year and the next 2 years before we can start seeing some improvement. So we just hope that they will respond positively and our economy can get back on track. But so far so good. I think it's pursuing its job, is pursuing that its call for investors, is doing it well, and we pray for them to respond positively. Let me leave it there.
All right, brilliant, Ajale Koko.
Yeah,
So brilliant,
good speech. Very good speech, Ajale Koko. I disagree with you, but it's nice delivery. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Once we've done the rounds, we will open it up so we can have that usual back and forth. It's just I'm determined that people should not be waiting endlessly anymore. I'll go to Kulata next, and then with your permission, Pansan, let me swap you around for Desmond, who has been here. It doesn't take long, Desmond.
No
anyway.
problem. Yeah, that's okay.
All right, let's go to Kulata and then to you, Des. So Des, don't be angry. Kulata, you're up next. A lot of eulogizing about Tinubu is almost getting sickly. What are you making then? Just come free flow with it. Yeah.
Ajale Koko talking about Tinubu like that. I'm going to go throw up. Like,
it's unbelievable, isn't it?
It's unbelievable. Ajale Koko, come on, man. You got you jam.
We
have been beaten by the bug.
Ajale Koko, you
Look at this.
Look at that. You're giving like they call the answers come and give special eulogy. Like
don't be surprised. Pansat will speak like this in a few months' time.
Ajale Koko is now caught up with bull of conflicts and breaking conflicts.
Passat even applauded him for the speech that he delivered. Now, what are you talking about? If Passat can say, "Oh, it was a very good speech," what I mean.
Okay. Aja, you said it's like you're choosing between Showore and Tinubu, where we can't really tell who you prefer. It's like between.
I told you that Showore anytime, any day.
And who is a great communist out there? Who is the first?
I said Showore, and what do you want me? Do you want to put the word into my mouth? I said Showore is my man. But for what Tinubu have done that we have seen, he has done good for the speech he delivered at United Nations, and that NAFDAC, his presentation there. Let's just give it to him, Pansat.
I did. That's a low bar. That's just one thing. I gave him this. I said the speech was good, but that doesn't. When Nigeria, we can't start having that kind of standard as our leadership made a good speech at the United Nations, right? It's a good speech, but that's not to say then that the other things that you've been saying, like I said, you overpraised it, and then that took away the oomph in it, because you can't go between Showore, who is still against Tinubu today, right? So that's your principle, and the election is not over. That's a possibility. It's a chance.
Look, Showore as a Pan-Africanist will not listen to Tinubu the way he was projecting Africa, and will not commend him. I want to guarantee you that. Showore will commend him on the way he projected African interests. So, look, he did good. He did good. And let us give it. Maybe tomorrow he might say something, he might do something that, that might appear to me as wrong, and I will say it here. So, but today, come on, man, Pansat, that was a very good speech. Fantastic, a very unique, and one of the best that was delivered in that gathering.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Aja, did you notice that he's
Adam
looking
Smith
very
and
healthy?
Karl Marx, who do you
I'm
prefer?
very healthy.
Are they both good?
Very healthy.
Smith, wait a minute, Ajan Lokoko. Adam Smith is a capitalist, right? And then Karl Marx is a communist. So if you come out and you're having this interplay between Showore and Tinubu, right? It's like somebody's coming out and say, "Look, Adam Smith is the man," but I also like Karl Marx, right? It's like, what gives him?
Lazard, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Let Kulata talk.
All right, back
So, well, I mean, I'm not a man for speeches like, I'm sorry to kind of pour cold water on the whole thing. Speeches are written. It was a well-crafted speech. The delivery was good. I think the only thing was I'm just kind of like knocking my head, like when they were doing campaign, the way the obedience were describing this man, I was fearing that, man, God, please let Tinubu just avoid the UN appearance. Because the way, hand the shake, lend the shake. I'm not gonna lie, that thing kind of like affected the way I was thinking that even if this man becomes president, can he go to the UN to give speech? It's gonna be frail. Because he was looking frail that time. So the only thing I would say is physicality.
The obedience space, they are very. I'm not quite sure I've seen a propaganda space that is as effective as the obedience. It's a well-oiled machine in terms
Honestly,
of propaganda.
you know the mental image I used to have, like, will this guy get through a speech in UN? Will he fall down? Does he have this? Does he have it? So now, I mean, coming to what I was thinking just a few months ago to what I can see now, I mean, God don't let anybody, obedience, they're kind of like a cancer. Is when you unleash them to you, they're a cancer. So everybody has said many things about the speech. I don't want to belabor the speech. I want to move on into tangibles. So I did confirm from my suspicion that Nigeria was going to be buying petrol from Dangote in dollars. So my suspicion was correct. The only thing that will give them competition if there's no sabotage is the NNPC refineries. I mean, God help them if they say they want to sell the petrol in dollars. They're not in any free trade zone. So if NNPC gets up and running, if nobody sabotages it on behalf of some investors, then we have a competition in our hands. Hopefully, that will keep Dangote prices in check because they're selling the same product. Hopefully, they should be selling the same product. The same off takers will take from them, the marketers. So I think if NNPC is functioning, then maybe that will kind of like rein in some of Dangote's.
Kakuta, can I ask a question here? Now, is he buying the crude in dollars?
Both.
He will sell to marketers in dollars?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, because of the free trade zone. I did not think about that free trade zone before, but when the thing became apparent, like, okay, okay.
Well, this guy took, they gave him loan, right, on a very cheap interest, right, to build that refinery. And this is
It's not that America doesn't end there. They're also going to be giving him discounted crude to refine. So you know what that means, right?
Oh, they're giving him discounted crude.
Yeah, they're going to be giving him discounted.
And then he will sell. Oh, God.
And you know what that means, yeah. So let's not.
Sorry, Kulata. What was that phrase that Wole Soyinka used in South Africa?
Bajwe. Well, I mean, Nigeria economy is so bad that anybody that has balls to actually invest in the country, you'll get all this free stuff given at you because, yeah, I mean, is either someone is stealing your money with what's it called, subsidy, or government is also giving you subsidy in production. But this one, at least we can call it production subsidy. So it's one up over the one we have. So, well, why am I mean, it just confirmed my suspicion, but hey, it's not that bad. At least we're not Ghana. I've been saying it here many, many times, especially when that Vin guy or Vine or whatever his name is comes here to come and imprison Ghana. That Ghana is bankrupt. Ghana is bankrupt. They're going to start turning power off in Ghana. They're owing like $1.5 billion to the power company. So all that life, Ghana they've been living beyond their means. So for us here that come to bash Nigeria, Nigeria is the worst, Nigeria is the this, is the blah, 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 blah. Go to Ghana, you never see them now.
But Kulata, Ghana has been bankrupt in the last 1 year.
ṣé pé ó máa sá padà wá sí nàìjíríà ló ń sọ.
Lágbára Ọlọ́run. So all that Ghana must go, it will start from again. I don't know. We bounce between Ghana and Nigeria. But I mean, it's just the thing. I want people
Kulata, don't worry. Ọmọ lílé méjì ni. So he's welcome back to Nigeria. Vin, you are welcome back to Nigeria.
Oh, my herd cows are in Nigeria. Anyway, he's not here, so let me not yab him. If he's there, I can yab him directly. So it's just like you also need to appreciate what our president is doing by putting. I'm cutting across multiple stories because I'm going to build now. But you should appreciate what our president is doing in terms of like giving us a sound fiscal footing. With the forex and the subsidy, even though they are not perfect, we started subsidizing again because crude oil prices is about to become $100. Honestly, if they sell it in Nigeria, it's going to be like 1,000 naira per liter. No, it's going to kill people. So I think there's probably like some 300 to 400 naira, per liter subsidy currently going on. Otherwise, people will just flat out die. But it's better than if we were trying to sell it at 160. And for the forex, we still don't have inflows of foreign exchange. We need to pay this $3 billion that we owe this crackhead oil commodity traders that are doing our oil swaps. I think that will end in October. I'm thinking our fiscal picture will start getting some shades of light in 6 months. In 6 months, it's not going to be great, but at least you'll start seeing that, okay, maybe there's light behind the tunnel, because right now things are really, really messed up, especially since we're not really earning any dollars. So 1,000 naira dollar, that will probably come in the next week or two. $1 to
Kulata, is there anything that can be done in the immediacy to ameliorate this suffering that we hear individually and Kenya comes to report all the time? It's not embellishing anything. People are just going through just so much. Is there anything that can be done, especially in terms of food? People should not, have to starve.
In terms of food, I mean, how much strategic grains do we have? I think, haven't they released or something? And they're also like, you have to go through this suffering. I don't think there's any sort of thing like if they open the borders so you can bring cheap food across the border. If they release, I don't know. I believe I read somewhere that they release strategic grain reserves. What more can be done? So the suffering, the food, there's the food inflation, there's the external inflation, there's the implicit inflation by Buhari printing trillions of naira. So the government is even limited into kind of like fiscal tools to help the situation. Like you can't release more money than the tons of money floating in the economy. That's even the palliative goals. If they had to kind of like rein it in because they can't dump 5 billion naira like that in the economy that's already flooded with more money chasing after fewer goods. The solution outwards is not, I don't think we can't use a monetary tool because interest rate is high. Okay, you bump it up higher and higher and higher. At the end of the day, people can't borrow. The economy is still flushed with money. So that productivity, which is not is not a monetary tool, is what will help us out of this. And when we say productivity is we need to produce more. Insecurity needs to be resolved. And if the number one insecurity is still that freaking crude oil that they're lifting and cutting away anyhow, that's immediate. That could immediately like, at least cushion the effort. Like, assuming we could start be selling 1.8 million barrels a day, like when Jonathan was selling 2.1 million. Look at the crude. Crude is like $100. I mean, what was our budget benchmark? We should be happy if we can do that. So that insecurity in the creeks, that should be number one highest priority right now. I don't even know why. And it's not just the insecurity alone, even the infrastructure for the oil, especially the one onshore, is jacked up. So there needs to be reinvestment into that, because even if you chase all the people that are bunkering away, they've done so much damage and they're not maintaining all that. So,
Olata, a quick one there. Is it not okay that the JTF currently in the creek, securing the creek, can't they redeploy them and bring new set of guys?
but even the JTF currently working in the creek, those are the ones that have even been able to show small results. Because before the JTF, they had the Navy there. That's when the thing like went way down. So if you replace the JTF, then there's also gonna be sabotage, because the JTF are by his own guys, and those Niger Delta guys, like they cut the deals amongst themselves. So it's, I don't know. It's not just, I don't think it's just the stealing. It's also the destruction. Because okay, if they steal, they have to damage something for you to be able to steal. Even for the low level thief, the high level thief, they've created infrastructure to actually pipe stuff away. But the low level ones are like sabotaging those infrastructure, and then there's no reinvestment into those infrastructure. So an area where you're supposed to be able to get like massive outflow, you're probably not getting much out of it, apart from the ones that will be able to replenish what those guys are bunkering and selling and all that stuff. That's the low level thieves. The high level ones, they have massive infrastructure that are lifting stuff, even way offshore. So we're kind of like effed, honestly speaking, unless
we can use technology to monitor that.
Yeah, but it's not just the monitoring, it's also we need to fix the stuff that's been damaged.
Okay.
A lot of stuff has been damaged that hasn't been fixed. So to ramp up, to even if you curtail the thieving, we need some time to fix stuff to get those volume back. And we don't have.
Coletta, you know what? These small time ones, they are not the problem. They are the real big fish. They are the ones with the oil well. You understand? There is no way you have a centrifugal pump when you are pumping and there is the pressure drops. You will know that something is amiss within the pipeline. And when a pipe is running, once you punch a hole, the jet of crude oil that will emanate from there could kill people in their dozens. So they are complicit. They are the real people. We call it topping. It's the topping that is the problem.
The big boys have their own pipeline infrastructure. Those were actually created by oil workers, like professional oil workers.
People.
Yeah.
Carry on, my brother.
But the small ones are doing damage to small infrastructure. So it may be, I don't know. I did not do petroleum engineering, unfortunately. I did rewire back in college decades ago. I don't even remember anything. But I know, yeah, it has to do with pressure and cool. But there are many other things that they damage that's not being fixed. So even if you chase them away or you blow them up, you still need to go back and fix those things. So the time to do that, I don't even know if they're doing that. So that's why we're kind of like stuck in a rut. So our best bet is to attract more investment for more deep water, deep water lifting. That's what people really want to do. Nobody wants to come near anything onshore because of all this destruction. So that, to save our currency, to save all that stuff, yeah, we need dollars coming in. If NLP comes online, if we can get dollars coming in, at least let's prevent more dollars coming out. We know Dangote is not going to save us from that front, apart from if he sells more than if he exports more. At the end of the day, Dangote's dollar transaction is a disappointment. But if the NNPC comes in and it's significantly low, at least that will save us dollars that we're spending to go import stuff. So I give Tinubu 6 months for us to start seeing light. Nice speech. We have an educated president that knows accounting and obviously knows economics. He's picked a nice team. But we still need time. All this thing will take time. For Ekene to stop complaining, it's going to be more than 6 months.
You know that's going to be the barometer of test, because somebody like Ekene, he's a balanced sort of a guy. So we will use Ekene's complaints as a barometer to test Tinubu's performance. Because
Ekene is a litmus
I agree.
Yeah.
Ekene. For all of us on this platform, I'm not that affected. I mean, you are not affected. Ekene is directly there. And Ekene is not one of those crazy obedience. He's a very steady guy. He's going to tell you what it is. It's not like this. Ekene, keep us informed as things are going. But I'm going to be honest with you. You may not feel anything for over a year, to be honest. Let me just be candid with you. Maybe in 6 months we'll start getting some direction, especially when we clear all this backlog of all the money that we're owing. There's so much dollars that has been spoken for that needs to be settled really before we get anything. And I know about those crude swap people, $3 billion. Then the airlines. And I mean, for me, that is not even working in Nigeria. Just stuff I come across. I know there's a bunch of dollars tied down. We need to pay those or start paying those, and then we need to also replenish our own chest. I mean, out of all the so-called reserve we have, how much is spoken for? Maybe it's like, I'm not sure if it's $3 billion that we have that is ours, and the rest is borrowed.
This for a moment. If Buhari had a third term, what do you think would have happened to the country?
Please, one man, don't think it. Don't think it.
I'm not thinking in this situation we're in now, which it got us to. If we had 4 more years,
you will be worse than Ghana.
We'll be like Ghana. Honestly,
the country will break up now.
That's exactly what we have.
You know
that.
We just be like Ghana.
We had it. So please,
cannibalization will start taking place.
Listen to me. I'm not going to be here much longer. The point is that we have Buhari's third term. This is APC. It's not a one-man show.
This is not a Buhari third term. Please, there's some fundamental things. If we need to speak, let's be intellectually honest.
Come on.
Hopefully, you're gonna get to me very soon. I mean, you said you're gonna.
We'll get to you. Take your time. Take your time to frame your thoughts correctly. But we need to be intellectually honest.
I didn't want to interject to you so that you can be finished and done, because that game of sitting on the train.
I'll come and beat you up in what's it called? Beverly Hills next month.
So I'm expecting
I'm
you.
Coming.
So what I'm saying is that you're doing.
Are you going to Beverly Hills?
He said,
"No, I'm going there.
Leave your wallet at home so that Pansat can buy the drinks."
You know, Baba is the only one that has come out here, and then another lad yesterday come and say, "Look, I support Tinubu." And that's it. That's the way to be. You can't.
No, this is not about supporting Tinubu. You have to look at what's been a departure from Buhari days. A clear departure from Buhari days.
I'd like to have a debate with you, so one man can settle.
No, there's nothing to debate. It's a matter of fact
that Tinubu is Buhari's third term. They cut a deal, okay? The Northerners and the Southwesterners cut a deal. I'm talking about the elites. And they
that's neither here nor there. That's demographic.
Hold on, let me land. They merged their parties together. So I'm not criticizing, I'm just stating as a matter of fact. They merged their parties together, and Buhari is supposed to do 8, and then Tinubu will do another 8. That's why he says Emiloka, right? So and they give him free range now to do exactly what Buhari did, which is appoint his people, right?
What you said does not have anything to do with
Buhari didn't remove subsidy.
Hold on, please. Buhari, as a matter of fact, is the one who removed subsidy. It's just that. Let me land. I'm the kind of person that when I'm talking,
it's not your space. So why not relatively take it over?
All right, Pansat, we got to this stage steadily, so let's carry on steadily. But carry on,
but you could see the anxiety because it's my turn, so it's never gonna end. So let me yield back since it's my turn. See if he's gonna do what he said.
Okay, Pansat, you don't finish. Okay, here's the thing. There's a clear departure from Buhari because Tinubu can also have been a punk and just punked out on fuel subsidy and continue the subsidy at the rate we were subsidizing. I do admit the subsidy continues because
then
I
he'll
mean,
be different, right? What you said, if he did that,
wait
then he'll be
now,
different.
you
He
allow
didn't
me
do
make
that.
I land first, bros? He could have punked out and borrowed more money to continue the subsidy so as not to piss people off. But it was decisive enough to say, okay, well, since it's no longer budgeted for, I'm announcing it now. So that's one thing. The next thing is it did not maintain some fake exchange rates that we could not,
Sustain.
Sustain. Come on, we're borrowing money to even sustain that rate just for people to take that money and go and sell it in the market and be doing all sorts of stuff. So those two fundamental areas are significant and decisive departure from what's it called. The only reason is not
But
that
you said he
apparent.
gave it to
Wait,
that.
you're going to
Okay, now
allow
hold on.
me. You're going to allow me.
I'm only saying one phrase. I'm not.
Once you're hearing something that doesn't follow your echo chamber, then you start yelling.
He said it.
So
He gave it
here's
to
the thing.
He did not end.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Pansat, here's the thing. The only reason why, it's not that apparent to you is because Tinubu has not created his own budget. We're still running Buhari's budget.
Exactly.
We'll run Buhari's budget till the end of the year. When Tinubu creates his own budget, you'll see a massive and clear departure. In as far as decisiveness is concerned, he's already segued from the route Buhari was taking us. And I can say for sure.
Status quo.
And I can say for sure.
For right
that
now,
once
hold on.
No, I'm not. I'm going to continue with my thought process, and you're going to keep quiet.
Until he creates that,
one man, please.
All right, Pansat. If it's not allowing the interjection, then
I'm not allowing the interjection.
Yeah,
I'm a fair guy. I let people interject, but you're excessive.
All right.
At the rate, what I'm going to say is Tinubu is only going to carry out what Buhari has done that he is contractually obligated to do, meaning he cannot break contract. But any new initiative of him is going to be his own signature. So I expect a lot more PPP for infrastructure rather than borrowing for infrastructure. But the stuff that we're already involved in that we very borrow for, you can't break those contracts. Everybody that has a decent
power, okay,
you cannot break contracts willy-nilly.
That's not true.
So no, you can't.
It's not true. It's not true.
You cannot.
Our Constitution recognizes executive power. He could come in.
Executive power doesn't mean you should break contracts. They will take you to arbitration. You lose money. Everybody knows that.
You hold on. Normally,
I'm not holding up, Ansat. You've interjected enough. I need to leave for dinner.
All right. All right, carry on. Yeah.
So you cannot, like any sane person or any person that's not jaded cannot say that this is the same trajectory with Buhari's government. We have a president that had no clue what a balance sheet is or what or what recurring. Buhari had zero clues. All he did was appoint people and everybody go and do whatever you want. So
okay, would you say it's similar but not exact? It's similar.
They're not similar. They're not exact. They're nothing. The only thing similar to them is they come from the same party. That's all. So there's nothing similar between. They had stylistically, vision, planning, execution, resourcing. They're different in every ramification. So, Pastor, you know how to kill people's thought. I was going to segue to something else before I leave.
Did you want to segue to the Kano elections?
Oh yeah, thank you.
Now they have no governor anymore.
Yeah, I came to Yab Jafar. Like I hope Jafar is watching.
It's been hiding. I've been texting him, but it's been hiding.
Jafar, if you're listening, just send a message because I want to laugh at you. So, now, the only thing I'm going to say about that space is that is how you contest an election. You don't go around playing with people's emotions playing with people's emotions, setting wrong expectation, carrying unnecessary akara boxes all over the court and saying you're fighting an election. They went there with specifics. They counted ballots that this amount of ballots had no stamp. How can they be valid? And it's true. Like I give you specifics, react to it. And the judge looked at it like, okay, are these supposed to be valid ballots if there are no stamps? No, they're not supposed to be, except if your Benny knows better. but the judge has ruled. And they counted, they said, okay, then based on that, they discounted the 160 something thousand votes, yanked it away from NNMP. And after yanking it away, the difference is now 36,000 in favor of APC. Fair deal. So if they go to Supreme Court, because I think they're going to appeal it, they're going to ask for the proof too. The proof is in the ballot. Show the record. Stop messing around saying this 25%, or you did not go to secondary school, or you going. I mean, nonsense. This is someone that.
So are you saying, Kulata, that rather than saying all eyes on the judiciary, they simply put together a watertight case, which the tribunal could not refute? So rather than going around shouting all eyes on the judiciary.
Oh, you're shouting, disturbing the peace. You should be saying all eyes on arithmetic. Is arithmetic, subtraction, addition,
All those
subtraction.
collateral, all those ones, technicality. All those there's no stamp, there's no stamp, there's stamp. Listen, I see why those judges actually went on Zoom to announce that judgment, because they know Kanu cannot. Kwankwasi can't take that rubbish. They go lynch them for that court. I'm telling you the truth. That's why they went to Zoom and
So you are
announced that rubbish.
connecting somehow. This is what you obedience do. You just
No. It's just the truth, because they know that what they were going to announce was wrong, and I know Kanu people would not even tolerate that rubbish.
Speak for yourself. It is your truth. It is a total non sequitur, whether they went to Zoom or they did it from their bathroom or they did it in law court wearing those dirty wigs. It's neither here nor there.
Okay, thank you. Kulata, you're done, right? It should be my turn.
I am not done. When I'm done, I'll say I'm done. Or one man says I'm done. So the technicality, what you call technicality, if there's no stamp on a vote, is it a valid vote? That is what the electoral law answers, and that was pretty clear. So that was voter stuffing, and the court caught on the voter stuffing, and they removed. And they ruled against the guy. So next time, maybe perhaps 2027, when Obi tries his luck again, and I'm sure he's going to even do worse than he's done, he should learn to accept defeat, or if he really has a valid case, put your money where your mouth is and stop wasting people's time. One man, I need to jump. I have some.
All right, brilliant. Have fun, Kulata. So that's Kulata. He's off to do more interesting things like a fine restaurant somewhere. So who are we going to next? I want to go to Des, but I fear that I fear that Pansat will blow up the place if I.
He already spoke. Did he?
I haven't spoken. But one man, you know me now. 2 minutes, I'm done.
It doesn't take too long. So let's go to Des, because we have to just surrender when you take over.
I have to go to dinner very shortly, 6:39 in our time.
Pansat, I will finish like pretty soon, because I want to hear from you.
Very well. Okay, go ahead, Des.
All right. Go on, Des.
Yeah. Let's talk about Tinubu trying to travel the whole, even go to Pacific Ocean. Very soon, go Atlantic Ocean, go do one or two things there. Trying to find some sort of legitimacy. I don't even know what all this shenanigans is all about. We have a fundamental problem in Nigeria, one man, because what I see is basically someone going out there and talking, and it's been going on for this is more than 100 days, and you're just there traveling and talking. We have a big issue in our country. I mean, if you're actually sincere that you want to do something for Nigeria, like a lot of people say, start from the insecurity. I mean, you haven't made one single policy, not even one, something that is so fundamental in the growth of a country. You haven't made one single policy to actually defeat that thing. And you're traveling the whole world thinking that investors will just, hey, come and buy my gari, and your gari is all sandy. That person will come and buy it. Does it even make sense? Hey, come and buy my clothes, and your clothes you never even clean open shop, and you think how does it even make sense? People are here praising he made a very good speech or this one. What is this? What is go? Is that how we're going to be? Is that what we're going to be seeing for the next 4 years? Is that what we're going to be seeing? I mean, we have an issue. Go to the north. You first said you came in. I'm like, okay, you're doing good. You try to what did he say? The seeds. How many billion naira worth of seeds that he's trying to distribute to the farmers? My friend that is a farmer, he never saw anything. And you're just spreading fake news. You're doing this, you're doing that. Nobody's seeing nothing. The seed you are bringing is basically to cushion the effect of food. Nobody saw anything. Even if you say, okay, how many trailers of seeds that you're distributing there? The northerners that are supposed to be farming and the south, some of the southerners, places in the south, they don't have this. Insecurity is bad. How are they gonna go to that farm? Nothing. I don't even know what to say, one man. We are not seeing clearly. I think we are too blinded with our love for this man. We are not actually seeing clearly. One man, I can say that I'm a foreign investor, and if I can't even go to Nigeria and do anything tangible, except something corrupt. Finish. That's the only business that works in Nigeria. I told you what I'm trying to do is a corrupt business, but it works. It gives a lot of money. You can't see someone that is trying
But
to do something.
a lot of people are doing legit business, and
Did I say it's
a
not
lot of
legit business? I just say it's sort of a.
you say you can only go there and do corruption. That's what he said. You just said that.
It's not corrupt business. That's how I don't want to say. One man knows what I'm talking about. But this is the kind of stuff that gives money, and it just works because it's something that is a little bit bad. I'm just saying this: foreign investors that you're going to woo are not going to come to a Nigeria that has no rule of law, that have no electricity, that has no security. I mean, we have nothing, and you are trying to seduce people to come. Come
But
on, stop.
don't forget, we just have a $7 billion investor last week with the gas company. Do you follow the space?
$7
Are they
billion
not for?
investment. Where?
Yeah, are they not from foreign with the
I don't.
NNPC? Don't you see the news? You don't see the news. I know Nigerians
NNPC is
don't.
NNPC a foreign. I don't get
No,
what you're
with a
saying.
foreign investor, they sign a MOU with NFPC.
We didn't. One man didn't bring that news to us. I
It's
don't know where you're
online.
getting your news. One man.
It's
One man.
online. I
If it's
can send
online,
it
I'm
to one man.
sure. I'm sure one man will bring it to us. But one man
Yes,
never
it's
said
online.
anything. But I'm
One man was not
saying.
online that day.
I know one man now. Anything good comes
Okay,
out
let
of
me send it to
Tinubu, one man
one
will
man.
bring
One
it.
man will share it to you now.
Um.
One man will share it to you now. 1 minute.
Um. So what I'm saying in effect is let's open our eyes. It's very simple. And I don't want to take much time, like I said, to give Passat. Going to the petition for the Labour Party and Labour Party and PDP. I mean, like I said, I wish Ebony was here. Um when they made that first judgment, I was just, does these judges know what they are doing? Because they were basically shooting themselves in the leg. Because I followed that Labour Party's hearing, a lot, and I know the evidence they provided that those they are from whatever ECA or whatever was there. All of them were packed there, and if you listen, they were like, "This is our first ground. We want a rerun and all that stuff, all that 25%. But if you can't see that this election is false to order a rerun, then all this evidence that you see in your face, count it. If you're not counting it, then you see the actual
No,
true person
Atiku
that
said he
won.
wants a runoff.
Yes, and Obi said the same thing.
No, Obi
And he
said
said
rerun.
No,
There
rerun,
is
yes.
difference between
Obi
rerun
wants
and
a
runoff.
yes.
A rerun. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A rerun. And if you can't award a rerun, then this evidence I'm bringing in front of you, count it, then announce me the winner of the election. So when you're saying that they're going to Supreme Court to make a different argument, it's actually not a different argument. It's just basically intertwined with what they already said before. One man, I yield for my friend
No,
Pastor.
there's
Pastor, you can continue, please.
Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. You're up next. Well done for doing that, Des. So
Yes,
you're
thank
up next, Pansat. So do you want me to run you through the headlines, or do you want to free flow?
Let me free flow, and then if I need a little prompt, I could always ask indulgence to do that for us, right?
All right, let's hear from you.
Yeah. First, to keep the house in order, it'd be a nice thing when you have some of our people here, like Kulata, who's an educated man, to take a note when he comes in here, right? So that he can jettison mental reservation and anything that would do with evasion, as far as telling the truth. Do you understand what I mean? Let him take a note.
But what about you? Are you taking that oath too?
I don't have to, because if
you know we have a date.
me,
You know this platform has a deity from the southeast. It's called Undugurudu. So you have to but carry on. Yeah.
But one man, the point I'm making in jest right here is that mental equivocation, mental reservation. When somebody you know the truth. That's why I don't have a lot of friends. That's why people don't like me when I come in here. Is because I'm telling you the truth. It's not a nice thing to be doing. If people come in here and we're talking and everything is obedient or this, even when we're far into this thing. So that was one area that I wanted to caution those who some of us who have studied things. We're smart, like Kulata is smart, is into taxes and things like that, right? Come in here, use that for the people. Then the next one, it's anybody who's gonna be a co-host. I'm not directing this to any particular person. Anybody who's gonna be a co-host have to know that for somebody to be a good host, if let's say you just don't want to emulate one man who has a lot of minions who follow his style, it's not easy to follow him because he has a gap of English language and things like that.
Is this what you were doing to Nigeria just earlier on, trying to bully him out of? I actually tried to come in to defend him, but my speaker would not work.
Then I saw you came in. Yeah, you came in, and they wouldn't let me talk, so I got upset and I left. But
you were bullying him and bullying him. Is that what you want to hear?
No, I'm saying that having natural curiosity is in interacting with everybody in the panel, because a host is very, very important. It's not your opinion that is going on there, right? The ability to remain impartial, open, and unbiased, albeit flexible. You have to have flexibility. Strong verbal skills, like I said, is important, but you just can't command somebody to go ahead and get a strong verbal skills.
Is it possible to be unbiased in politics?
It's not possible to be unbiased, but that's not the role you're playing. Now, if you want to give your opinion, you can, obviously, right? You have to create comfort for people who are there and trust, right? Now, this is not frivolous. Now, I'm saying this, and the reason why I'm not mentioning any names so that it's not personalized. That goes for all of us. If you're gonna host any show for Nigerians, one man earlier in your show, there were Nigerians entangling with South Africans, and they were talking. Then you get to see that I'm talking about. You have Nigerians, some Southwesterners, some Igbos, and then you have South Africans talking to them, outclassing them. Right? I think I overheard Des at one point trying to say, this xenophobia you're talking about it's pretty much what we do in Lagos, for example.
Yes, but it didn't get the memo. It was even anyway, because I was watching the session. He was still trying to do. We were doing Nigeria versus South Africa, and usually when Nigerians go against a foreign space, we usually go as one unit, and then after we defeat them, we go back to our fight. But
I didn't get the memo.
He was still trying to do Agbado with South Africans.
Here's a question for you, like for me, right? South Africans and Yorubas who are closer to me or Ghana. Ask me if you ask me, South Africans are my people. Yeah, they're ignorantly killing our people over there, right? So that's why we have to set it up right. You cannot. South Africans are our people. We help them to defeat an evil government, and because of that, they have a lot of problems. It's not for Nigerians to go there and keep beating them over the head with that. It's like Black Americans in the United States. Do you know what these people went through? These South Africans went through a whole lot. Yeah, we helped them. Fela sang songs, other African artists from Haiti, Jamaica, Nigeria. We helped them.
Sorry, 1 second. 1 second, Pansat. Prince Daddy, are you there, Prince?
Yes, I'm here, woman. Yeah.
So sorry, I need to take about 3 to 5 minutes. I don't think Thomas is quite ready. Can you hold the space steady whilst I'm just about 35 minutes?
Oh, sure. Yeah, thanks.
All right, brilliant. Back to you, Pansat.
Okay, very good. So let me tell you, the people in the Southwest, you have to know the way you're treating Igbos and other people from the South Side who come to your space, our former capital. What you're doing, like to me, as far as I'm concerned, South African is more my people than people in the Southwest. A Ghanaian is more my people than Fulanese in the North, for example. Those are my people over there. So I say that to say it's awkward when you're watching it, the interplay. And don't take what you've been doing in Nigeria to the international level.
Pansat, you said South Africa are more of your people than Yorubas.
I tell you the truth, absolutely. They are.
Pansat don't know where Lagos is on Nigerian map. It's not been there.
In the context that they're just Africans, right? Listen to me.
So Yorubas are not Africans.
No, they have migrated. They're not. They are not. Yorubas are half Muslims and half Christians. Let me land. Right?
Pansat, you are not serious.
These Muslims believe that they're Arabs. Okay, right?
Yoruba are half Arab, half African, right?
Yeah. If you stray away,
Baba,
I mean, they just don't mind this guy. I mean, come on.
Right? If this point is not made very well,
Pansat is a comedian, man.
Hold on.
Exactly. Extraordinary.
Let him Pansat light on that point. Let him land.
The point I'm making, you go and watch it because it's very prevalent now. For example, on One Man Show, and the other kid there, what is his name? To Niger, he does a lot of it. Here we are. We help South Africans quite all right, but do you go rubbing that in their faces? These people don't know the difference between Southwesterners and Southeasterners, right? They don't know anything, but they do know the difference between Fulanese and us. They don't have Islamic problems, so they're progressing. But
they are not progressing.
No,
they are under the rule of thumb.
No, hold on, please. The juggernaut that's got them by the throat is not an easy thing to discard. Okay, these wars. We need a patriotic African that could emerge. Obama should have played that role. He didn't, right? Because he's a Muslim.
We rescued them, but they turned against us. That's why they are suffering.
Somebody, they have been given some latitude, okay, but they went through a lot. It's going to take generations, if not centuries, for them to fully recover. So it's embarrassing to see our Nigerians, especially the kids that are here, right?
They're not getting the point. They are 4-1, 4 black to 1 white.
It doesn't matter. It's like Nigeria. What do you think is our problem? Are we free? We're not free.
I'm free. I'm a Nigerian. I'm very, very free.
You're not free, Baba. Hold on, please. We're not free. If we're free, we'll be. You don't know the resources we have in that country.
I know.
This my brother Ikene just told you the beggars he encounters. There's nobody. I see Nigerians going. They're talking like kids. These guys, they have infrastructure. They're saying, "Oh, the white people built it for you," and embarrassing Nigerians. But anyway, let me go to my main point because I just want to say that in case some of them are listening to me, do not go to these South Africans and keep exposing your narrow-mindedness and foolishness, clannishness. Those are our people. Yeah, they're doing the wrong thing by killing some of our people over there. You could make your point.
Quickly. So, 1 second. Do you think there's a generational gap between the South Africans, these young ones, and the young Nigerians?
Yeah, absolutely. You see, the Nigerians you have going on those platforms is not representative of Nigerians. As you could see, Des, who went over there, and he didn't really see the difference between South Africa and Nigeria, because we have a problem in the United States with Black Americans, in Nigeria, and then in South Africa with xenophobia, in Nigeria with tribalism and regionalism and religious bullshit, right? So they got us, right? Once now, like Baba or whoever spoke, when we go out there, like John Lekoko, when we go out there, we should first defeat the enemy, and then we can come home and fight. We should go as a united front, right? Yeah, but look, we have a common enemy. Those people went through trauma. If you know what apartheid system was, at that time they had 26 million blacks and 5 million whites. But do you think it's just those boas there? No, these guys have nuclear weapons on ground. Who do you think gave it to them? These guys, you go to Johannesburg, it's better than Beverly Hills. Some of their cities are incomparable to anything in Africa. That's true, because they're stealing our wealth. You're supposed to be upset about that. You go and you're beating up grown men, telling them that your men are taking their women, and that is supposed to be what you're talking about.
Last time I
Why should they
checked,
let you take their women without getting upset?
last time I checked,
unfortunately, you were not here when we talked about this. At least about 2 months ago, it was robust. People who know the history lay it out like it was, and it is right now.
Okay, well, like I said to you again,
Pansas,
yeah.
Last time I checked, the people you are calling your people, go and check. The highest people they kill from Nigeria, they are
Igbos. That's right.
Yes, but they are your people.
But it does
Killing
not
your
change.
people, it does not mean what?
Yeah, listen to me. That's the thing. Whenever anything happens, say in America,
The majority people that kill is Igbo.
hold on. I heard the point. I know that, right? Anywhere
You know that, but they are your people. They don't even see you as their people. Are you joking?
As they see them as my people. So please don't interrupt me for that.
But they don't see you as your people. They don't see you that way.
I'm a Pan-Africanist, right?
They don't see you that way. They don't see you that way.
Who's talking? Who's
please?
Let Pastor continue, please. Sorry.
Yeah. So, by the way, this I haven't started. I want the host to know that I'm just making this house cleaning things. I would like to revise and extend my remarks, and actually to consume as much time as I may require.
No, Pastor, you only have about 8 minutes, so for the next person to come on. So go ahead, please.
All right. So, like I was saying, okay, don't export that bullshit we have in Nigeria and making a fool out of yourselves with South Africans, even if they're wrong. Even if they're killing my people, the Southeasterners, they're not supposed to do that. And there are many ways to communicate that and be effective in taking care of that, right? So anywhere you go where there's a bunch of Nigerians, it's going to be Igbos that are going to be taking the brunt or the success of whatever, because there are more Igbos than all other tribes in Nigeria combined. That's by observation. Like you just said, in South Africa, you have a lot of Igbos there. You go to Ghana, there's a lot of Igbos there. Come to America, a lot of Igbos here. Guess what? Why? Why is that? So now going to my presentation here about Tinubu, that's who I want to talk about. The elections come and gone. Tinubu is a known phenomenon from the end of the Third Republic. He was in there for at least 92 to 93, sometime like that, as a senator, right? And finally emerged as a governor in Lagos. So now I'm just going to cut through. Speed it up, and he was creative over there in having Lama, LAWMA, Last Mile, Lamata, all kinds of things, and he innovate, bring some positive legacies there. But there's no doubt that his negatives outshine his positive things that he's done, right? He does rise to the occasion, especially in adversity sometimes. And he knows that money buys him a lot of power. He lacks democracy. Everything that he's done, he uses propaganda as his main tool. I hear a lot of people talking about obedience, propaganda. Tinubu is the devil of propaganda, right? In internal administration in any party that he's been involved with, selection is replaced with election. As we know that it should be former vice president that should actually have run for office. He's already trained as a spare tire as a vice president. But he selected himself to go instead of Osinbajo. We know that is a fact. Decency to him is sacrilegious.
Because that was the agreement. No, that was the agreement.
Please, is that Emeka? Emeka, please hold your horses. Decency is sacrilegious, like I said. Transparency and accountability are anthemic. Anthemic. Transparency with him and accountability, that's nothing like that. As you know, when I said selection, in his 40-year-old daughter was selected to be a representative of traders. She's not even a trader. He just simply pronounced that woman to be the President General of Market Women and Traders in Lagos by decree, and effectively making it a hereditary position, and so many other things that we know that.
The grandmother was the Yaloja of Lagos, and this lady practically underwent tutelage under the grandmother.
So it's hereditary, like I said, right?
So the the executive of the market transfer power to the granddaughter. That's exactly what happened. Whether it was manipulated or not,
no, but that's
but it went through a process.
Hereditary, right? I know you know the meaning of that one. I didn't want to define it. It's hereditary. When I say that from the grandmother.
What's wrong with that?
A lot with democracy in that country. That is the
in marketplaces
everywhere. Everywhere. If you find Oyibo calm, right? You go to the Igbo land, when any decision is to be made, people are brought together and they raise their hand. And they say,
that's Igbo land.
Pardon? That's Igbo land.
That's Igbo land.
Well,
that's what they do in other places is different.
It's Africa, but our constitution makes it very clear what form of government we have. So don't make those kind of arguments. Don't. We're democracy. We're not a monarchy. We have a
constitution inside the marketplace.
I can run my home as I please.
You can run your home as
on the principle of communism, on the principle of monarchy, on the principle of theology, on the principle of democracy. I can run my home. It's my space.
You know, this is what I meant when I said that mental reservation. You and I'm gonna add you now to this with the Colata. You ought to take a note when you come in here, right? If you remember,
no, not Kulata. Baba is speaking.
I know. I'm telling two of you should take a note because I believe you're an educated man and you're learned, and you know I've seen you recount histories, right? So you're not a dunce. So when you come here and you're trying to equivocate between what kind of government we have and saying you're going to run your household. Now, let me give you an example what mental reservation and purpose of evasion would be.
Moderator, how many minutes is left for pass out?
Oh, good interjection. I was about to come off. Is that Mecca?
Hey, so he's wasted his time. Good.
Pansat, you have about 2 minutes, and I'd love you to wrap up with the reason why you think you prefer the South Africans over the Yorubas or the Southwesterners. Go ahead. 2 minutes, please.
I'll make you a deal. I'll use my 2 minutes for what I want to use it for, and then you give me an additional 2 minutes to address that. Right? Is that a fair?
It won't happen.
4 minutes total. Is that good? I can do that. I'll use my time for what I
you just have 2 minutes, please.
And then I'll answer the host.
Prince Daddy, don't fall into that trap.
Please go ahead.
1 minute for each. Use 1 minute for both.
Same time, Pansat. Go ahead, Pansat. 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. You know, Baba, I wanted to tell you that in the Bible, right? A good example of equivocation is Abraham was married to Sarah. It happens that Sarah is also his half sister, and a very gorgeous woman, very beautiful. So fearing that he's traveling, people would covet his beautiful wife, and as a result, kill him to take her. So he counseled her to agree with him when they would say anything, trying to take her. She's my sister, so she will agree with him. And it happened in 2 occasions, because when he went to Pharaoh in Egypt, it's told in Genesis chapter 12, verse 11 to 13. You should look that up. And then secondly, with Abimelech in Genesis 20 and 12 on this equivocation. So Abraham later explained to Abimelech that Sarah was indeed his sister, as they shared the same father. Although
have I mistakenly walked into a Bible study? What's going on? What's going on?
Okay, so no, I was trying to have Baba live up to his potential.
Thank you, Prince. By the way, yeah, carry on.
Live up to his potential. But anyway,
he has 1 minute left. One man.
Yeah, with that 1 minute, I'm going to address my friend, who I don't even know why he claims as a Yoruba guy. I don't think he's a Yoruba guy. I want to see his DNA test.
Who is that?
Prince Daddy.
Prince Daddy.
He's an American, isn't he?
Yeah, he's actually an Igbo man, if you want to ask me. But let me
hold on right there. Not often do I agree with you, but I'm going to put Prince Daddy's image up now, and it does look strikingly like an Igbo man. It does it not?
Oh, no, you're a bad guy. You resemble my friend Inka.
He looks more like a guy from a bush area.
Criminal face now. You know they see that criminal face. Criminal Yoruba face.
You don't have to go down in that direction.
With those glasses.
Okay,
I'm kidding, bro. Don't worry about it.
1 man, 30 seconds more for Pansa.
Yeah,
hold on now. What's with you? Are you the timekeeper? I don't understand.
One man got my Bible story short, so I'm a
carry on with your narration. I interjected you. Carry on.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So I'm saying that Prince Daddy, who's very smart here, very educated, has all the facts, right, and rules fairly, except, and that's very strange when you're talking about Tinubu. Then he falters. He becomes irrational. So when you ask me, why do I consider South Africans our people? They are our people. These are black people. These are Africans, indigenous Africans.
Anyone that kills a Nigerian, it's not my friend, it's not my brother.
Okay. I understand that. Nobody should kill anybody. Anybody that kills a stranger is not my brother, it's not my friend. Right? So it's the killing. It's the qualifying thing there. I don't want anybody killed. But South Africans, maybe it's because a lot of these kids here, they're younger. And Baba, you should know that South Africans who worked very hard to free them, right? From the same thing that's holding us.
We even suffered for it.
And we suffer for it, and they don't even know, right? To tell you how fair I am. I listen to them and their hubris. But we're bigger than that. We're a continent under siege. We're people that are endangered all over the world. Africans. They were smarter than these people. It's because of white racism that we're all in the plight we are when you go from Haiti. Haiti, our people. I used to have a Haitian girlfriend. It's an Igbo doctor. Pretty much. She is more African than me.
What's the most exotic you've ever dated, Pansat?
If I tell you that, I have to kill you, right?
I've dated an Indian back in my day, but I'll carry on.
Beautiful. I mean, Indian. I mean, there's one particular.
That's probably my most exotic. Yeah.
The most beautiful, aside from Nigerians, obviously, Indian women.
You have not encountered a Tahitian.
They have a lot of class, but anyway. Good luck to
anybody. What are you guys talking about? Ethiopian ladies are the most beautiful in the world.
They're African.
I don't understand.
I have to agree with you, actually.
Indians are very exotic, and they I mean, if you want a good.
So there's Ethiopian ladies are beautiful than Igbo ladies.
They're way too. If I'm getting married now, Ethiopian, I'm telling you, Ethiopians are too beautiful.
Part of the world.
No, but they guard their women jealously, though. That's the thing. I don't think they let people date their women, do they?
They do. They do.
Yeah,
There are so many in Dubai.
Primordial feelings, but if somebody loves you, right, not even God can stop them, right?
Look at
So,
that.
so
Honor killing and all that. You don't know these people.
yeah. To conclude, Prince, right? What the role you have to play? I'm begging you from today is to be a Pan-Africanist and to make enemies like I'm making, right? Tell people like this Emeka here when he brings his foolish propaganda. You know, yesterday I battled him for hours. He wouldn't let me talk. He was abusing me, he's insulting me. But when we talk, people already know the persona. They know all of us. So sometimes you're gonna see a conflict from when I'm on this show or when I'm on Dr. Damage's show or on my own doing whatever I'm doing. It's like there's a conflict. There's no conflict. The point is that
even when you're stood in front of a mirror, there's a conflict.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So I conclude by saying, so that question you asked me is rhetorical because you actually, listening to you, I know you know what I'm even saying more than I do. And you yearn for what I'm wishing for more than I do. But it has to be modular, break by break. So if today one person here faces this thing, becomes a good ambassador for Nigeria, when you go out there with these South Africans, please do not insult them and bash them and tell them the truth, which is true. To say, hey, look, you guys, you don't have the testicular thing there to fight these white people, or you were vanquished in the past. You don't have the same mental acumen as Nigerians and things. That's just not true. It's not necessary. So all these people, especially people from the Southwest now, that forum, we're doing the same thing they're accusing Igbos of doing. And I was watching it, and it's just incredible. And then the Igbo is supposed to, who does that, is holding them back and say, don't do this to South Africans. You're the one they're accusing of doing the same thing. So stop doing it back home yourself. And then those who the accusers, stop doing it in the international scene. Why are you dividing us from South Africans? These are our people. More than the Fulanese, who don't even think they're Africans, and they're retarding our growth. We're going to have to connect with all our people and put at arm's length. It's like this Kaduna kind of judgment, right? What do you expect? These people are not relentless. They're never going to give up there. They did the same thing to this governor, the last election, like somebody pointed out. They're never going to stop.
Are you going to round up? Are you going to round up?
So I'll say that to say, one man, I thank you for your show, your channel. I'll be listening from outside. I'll go ahead and here's my date already for my dinner. Hey, baby doll. Babe, how are you?
Woman, over to you.
No,
Okay,
that
I'm on
sounds,
the show. Let me get off on the show.
That sounds like I could hear Adam's tempo. What's it called in that voice? Are you sure? Are you sure? Pansat, man, be careful, oh, be careful out there. But there it is. Over to you, Prince. Prince, you're up next. Adam's apple is Pansat's date.
But wait, one man, you made a statement that conflicts. I mean, you made a statement that that this is how politics works. When I said that, is it the plan? Because I feel like it's a plan that you're actually trying to dress the ground for 2027. You know, this there's gonna be a sentiment that he's gonna need 4 more years to do it, to do whatever he's gonna do. Is that the level or the ground you're trying to play right now? Because when you say
it's not the level. Are you new to politics?
no, this is I'm not new to this. Is you're talking about Nigerian politics? It doesn't happen elsewhere.
It doesn't happen elsewhere.
In America, there's nothing like you need another extra 4 years
to complete the
whatever.
work that
Why is Trump coming back then?
We don't have that sentiment in him. Trump would never campaign on that ground. Never.
Look, let me tell you
That's why
this.
he's already campaigning on now.
Let me tell you this.
How?
The campaign for a second
He has a
term
lot of undone things.
unfinished business. That's the narrative of a second. You surely you know that. Surely.
I'm saying even I have never heard Maybe someone like Obama, when in his second term, he never said anything like that in his whole speech.
Maybe you didn't pay attention.
I paid attention one more. You can clip the video and show me though. I stand to be corrected. Trump might say it because that man is very unpredictable. But the American space that I monitored, I never see someone saying, I need to finish whatever I started. They always campaign with what they are trying to do in what they're gonna do in the next 4 years, basically. Not I need to finish what I've started and all that shit. Like you see in Nigerian space all the time. And
No,
most of
during
the time,
Obama's time, there was this catchphrase or catch call: 4 more years, 4 more years, 4 more years. Remember?
yes, now, yeah, but it wasn't 4 more years to finish what they all those kind of things. You know what I'm trying to say. In American space, it's not the same as Nigeria. Like every governor does it every time. They finish 4 years and they have this sentiment of, he hasn't done well. But even if America does it,
So
they have
you don't
done
want them
well
to repeat class.
no, they have
You
done
don't
well
want them to
before you
repeat
start
class.
saying I don't want them to
Allow them
repeat
to
class.
repeat class now.
But but the thing in Nigeria is that you see someone that hasn't done well in the 4 years, and they have this sentiment, that 4 years is not enough now. But other spaces, that 4 years they used it to do something significant before you say, okay, give me extra 4 years. But Nigeria is totally different. You see someone, you never do anything for 4 years. You just say,
All right, let's go on to Prince. But yes, as far as I am aware, the campaign theme for a second term, pretty much globally, is usually unfinished business. But Prince, you're up next. So Prince Daddy, you're up next. So as I said, do you want to free flow or do you want me to talk you through the headlines? Prince Daddy.
Well, let's see. I heard it earlier when you opened the show. Tinubu at the UN, right? So Angelico is all over his speech and his performance. So, and I do agree. But to try to, as they say in Nigeria, right, to demarket him because there were 9 people in attendance, it's not a good reason. Just like you said, it's a global stage for presentation. Really, it's the audience, the people that are watching at home around the world. That's what matters. But even in the headlines here in the U.S., people are talking about Biden's case also, that there were no attendees when it was giving his speech. Same thing here. But that's not the point here. The point for Tinubu was, of course, to make his presentation and point out like critical things about his agenda or what he thinks about Nigeria and the global economy. And again, him understanding business now, is his job as the chief, if you can say that, the chief salesperson of Nigeria, is to promote Nigeria in every way possible. And he's doing that from India to the US, going to NASDAQ. He knows his job. But I mean, and I like what the pressure that people like Akene and maybe Des and other people like Pansap putting on Tinubu and his administration, that hey, they want the man to perform magic in like 100 days or less, which is fine. I like that expectation. But if anyone is serious about what it takes to bring a country or an economy like Nigeria back to anything that resembles normalcy, it takes time. And that's why everybody campaigns in the US and around the world for the second term. That's what they talk about. Well, unfinished business. Bush did it. Clinton did it. Obama definitely did it. So the notion or the argument that nobody else does is not true. It's not factual. So yeah, Tinubu is doing the right things. Go ahead.
No. I was going to take you to another headline, but carry on with your thoughts.
Oh yeah, I was going to say he's doing the right things. Talking to investors, trying to bring people investment back to Nigeria and of course we have other problems from security to other issues we have in that country. But keep in mind, not everywhere in Nigeria is under siege by terrorists or bandits or banditry. That's not the case. There are many places in Nigeria that can attract a lot of our foreign investments, and they can do a lot of great things for the country. Great.
All right. I want to play you this clip, Prince, and then, sorry, did somebody want to interject? All right. Let me play you this clip. This clip, I see it as one of the fallouts of globalization. But let me play you it, and then you tell me what you make of it.
Everyone, hello. So, Kabai, hello, Nanda Mare, hello, Ejo. When to Balagana, Latin, Ejo, in a track as you want. Breaking it, at law, sort of lot to see, hello, human rights, hello, police station.
Sorry, I want to reload this so it starts from the beginning. Hold on. Let's.
Shagam, so, Mr. Koiki, Ejo. Ẹ̀yin náà ni a lè pè tẹ́pẹ́ tó lè ràn án lọ́wọ́ pẹ̀lú nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní bíbẹ̀. So a lot of things àwọn èèyàn ń face ní Nàìjíríà, especially everywhere ní Nàìjíríà, especially Ṣàgámù yìí, lọ́tà ń face so pọ̀. So woman yìí ó ní àjọ ń ṣiṣẹ́ tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ nínú company wọn àti China yẹn ni wọ́n wá pàdé ara wọn bẹ̀. From there kó di pé ọmọ yìí wáyé. So kò pẹ́ kò jìnnà síra wọn wọ́n ní pé bóyá òun ò lè fẹ́ eléyìí mọ́ woman yìí kóun ò fẹ́ mọ́ bọ̀ kó ta ọmọ fóun something like that inú mọ́ àjọ fà sọ́kò fà lọ tó sì lọ sí police station lọ sí everywhere but the same thing náà sì sọ pé tó bá ti pé 19 years China ní ẹ̀tọ́ láti lè gbọ́ ọmọ so àwọn nǹkan tán ní kó China ẹ̀ ṣe kò ṣe ó ti bribe àwọn that wà ní court bá lọ sí court human rights wá everybody wá so ṣe kíni tó yẹ kán ṣe àṣọmọ as Africa àti Nàìjíríà gan wọn ṣe so kíni yẹn dẹ̀ ń ohun àfẹ́tẹ̀ so ibi tó manage tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ owó bẹ̀rẹ̀ ti di owó lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ so ibi tó manage sí wọn àti bí àǹtí ẹ̀ náà táwọn tó wà ní ẹgbẹ̀rẹ̀ tó manage tó ẹ̀ jọ.
So talk us through that, Prince. Prince.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now. Carry on.
Okay. I think you're trying to blame it on globalization. Well, sure, but I can tell you this is nothing new, really.
Sorry, sorry, Prince. Before you carry on, for the benefit of our non-Yoruba speakers, can you just give a brief synopsis of the storyline and then give us your commentaries?
Yeah, I think the story behind this the video that this young lady had a child with a Chinese expatriate, right? And I guess they had a real relationship, but the Chinese man decided to go back to China, his home country, and decided to sever the relationship between him and the young lady. But in doing so, he offered to buy the baby or pay the young lady off so he can take the baby back to China, and the young lady refused. And I think in the process they may have gone to the courts, and the argument there, or the point there, is that he was able to bribe his way in the court system to not be held accountable for the welfare of the baby. I think that's the gist of it, if I'm right, woman.
Yes, you are right, and I think we are going to be seeing this increasingly in Nigeria. So Indian babies by expatriates, I think we are already seeing that in especially in places like Lagos. Chinese babies with expatriates who will come, make the money, have their fun, clear off, and then we'll see stories like this. So is this not the fallout of that now global village?
Well, I won't blame it on globalization or global village. It's all about anytime you have an influx of foreigners in any particular area, this kind of things about to happen. This happened a lot in Vietnam, actually, a lot. a lot of American soldiers, they had babies in Vietnam that never came back home with them. Some of them eventually did, but what do you expect? So it did happen. Having Chinese in Nigeria, all across, it's not, of course, it's not unique to Nigeria. I've heard this kind of story also in Tanzania and all across Africa, I believe. So as long as the Chinese people are coming to do business and they bring in the money, we should expect all these things to happen. Yeah, this is the natural reality of what we should expect. It could have been, of course, in Nigeria, also across Africa. I mean, there are many Indians from India, of course, East India, that had a relationship or children with Africans or Nigerians. The Palestinians, or the Lebanese rather, they did too. So this is fairly common. I mean, what is the difference between this and African Americans, or Black people, and American white people? So it's all. Anyway, we have this the confluence of two dynamically different group of people mingling. This kind of things about to happen. Yeah. So, but if this story is true, I mean, at least the Chinese man, I mean, I'm glad yeah, he actually offered to want to take the baby to China. That's if he plans to do it and take care of the baby, and not to do some other dubious thing with the baby. That would have been okay.
Can I interject?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Simba.
Okay. I don't think he's new, and I don't think we need to be surprised by this kind of thing. It's been happening for years. I have cousins. My stepmother is a Ghanaian. I have two stepmother. One is a Ghanaian, one is a Togolese. And that one happens even in the 50s, in the late 40s, early 50s, when Nigerians migrated to Ghana and those areas of West Africa. So it's not, even I have cousins that married Ghanaians, that married Britons, even in Ghana, when they were in Ghana. So to me, it's not a new thing. Even when Nigeria went to Liberia and Sierra Leone, our Nigerian soldiers, when they went there for peacekeeping, we have a lot of Nigerians now that are married to Sierra Leoneans and Liberians. So the only unfortunate things about this one is the Chinese man that is now asking the woman to sell the baby to him.
No, I think that might have been an unfortunate use of words by that. I think he was going to pay the woman off and take the child rather than yes.
But woman, no woman will do that unless that woman is insane. How can you let off your child for the sake of money? Do you know what that man is going to do with the child?
Look after, so bring him up now. Drink him. He's not going to cook him and eat. He's not going to cook him and eat him now. I mean, what can they do?
So who's going to take care of the baby? Who's going to the woman? Why are you doing this? Is it rational?
Oh my Lord, body part, Omoyani.
Madam. So yeah, I think that's the most unfortunate. And I praise the woman, because if we can still spin the narrative and say maybe because of poverty, that's why she did what she did that. But I mean, for her to stand and say, no, I'm not going to sell my baby to you. If you are not interested, you can go. I think we should commend the woman. She's a good mother.
Yes, and I totally agree with that. I mean, being that young and turning down any amount of money to keep her baby, it's really highly commendable, really. Yeah, she's done well. Yeah, my only fear would be for the Chinese man to take the baby to China and do some crazy thing with the baby. You never know what his intentions were. So, but yeah, she did very well.
All right. Do you want to go to Kano State, or is there somewhere else that you especially want to speak to?
Kano State. What is going on in Kano? It's yeah.
Yeah, the tribunal attacks the governor, and we are either
Yeah.
looking at a rerun or they hand it over to APC. So they've actually called a curfew in Kano because you know how they can get there. But what are you then making then of winner takes all, Tinubu style?
Yeah, when I heard that, I was cracking up. I'm like, really? How did they do that magic? That was kind of magical, if you ask me. Yeah, but I was thinking, they did not win by 1 million votes. Or like, no, that was Kwankwaso that did. But even that, I mean, the governor, I think he won decisively, if I'm not mistaken. But they're just trying to play some hanky panky. I think.
They canceled 165,000 votes in order to nullify his
Of course, they're going to cancel. They're going to cancel.
165,000.
Of course, they're going to cancel as many votes as they need to defeat him. So that's exactly what they did. I'm not sure why this all came about. I think it's internal politics in Kano. It has nothing to do with Tinubu. I would say, because it can be that I'm not going to say, but it can be that careless. Let's put it that way. To want to take over every part of the country or every state. It's just playing a dangerous game. Leave Kano to the Kano people. Let them play that politics. Either way. I mean, NNPC. What is it? NNPC, right? What is it called? NNPP. Yeah, NNPP. They are kind of a floating party. They can go either way. The only thing Tinubu needs to do is to court their leadership, as it did with Kwankwaso now, and I think they suspended him. And so they're not really on solid footing, so to speak, right now. So there's no need for Tinubu to try to rock the boat by trying to bend their arms backward to take over Kano. No, Lagos is there for you. Let's just keep Lagos for next time. Let Kano play its own politics and let it be. That is fine. I was watching briefly on Rice earlier today, and we were talking about the flood in Lagos, and also they showed a video. Was it you that showed it? A video of Spain flooded also.
Oh yeah, somebody sent it to me of the is it the train station in Spain? Somebody sent it to me that was subsumed with water. Is that the one?
Yes, that's the one. Yeah, highly. Yeah, it was like flooded, and the reason I brought it up was because I think it was Ayo on the show said what happened in Lagos was flooding. I'm not sure exactly how she ended up describing it, but she said what happened in Madrid, Spain was global warming.
Oh, you mean they are on Rise TV?
Yeah, on Rise TV, yeah.
What are you making of her? I'm still not sure what to make of her.
She's Rufai's lapdog.
Yeah.
She's getting better. I tell you that. I used to make comments on their show on YouTube, but she's getting much better. She's young. I don't know how she, but she looks pretty young. Her analysis, just like sometimes like really primary analysis, but she's getting better. She's learning, and of course today, as usual, what you call him, Mr. Rufai, actually lecture us about the Marshall thing and this and that. He likes to bloviate a lot, and it was quite interesting how the same topic Dr. Abati took over, and it gave a more a finer analysis in context of what Tinubu's was part of Tinubu's speech they were trying to analyze. But anyways, that's one thing that caught my attention.
Daddy Prince, is she looking prettier now, or what do you think?
I agree with you.
Who's looking prettier? Who's looking prettier?
You mean she's looking prettier now?
I agree with you.
Ẹ̀yin náà ṣe ọmọbìnrin tó dáa. Ẹ̀yin náà ọmọbìnrin tó dáa.
He has two eyes now. He has two eyes.
Ẹnìkan tó lẹ lójú, àwa náà lójú o.
Let me ask you this: who and to Prince, and then anyone can chime in. Who is prettier? That's Ayo or OG? I'm going OG, by the way.
No, Ayo. I prefer Ayo to Oji. Oji
Because she's younger. Is it because she's younger?
Yeah.
OG
Yeah, I like her.
is using cosmetics. It's a cosmetic beauty. Ayo is natural beauty.
No, you know, Audrey has high cheekbones with women, and then she has a statuesque body. You know, she used to be a model. You know, so
she has the stature.
And that's how she looks somewhat chubby, doesn't she? Really, a bit, maybe that extra portion of pounded yam sometimes.
Yeah, only I will end discuss that.
Yeah, she's married. She's married. One man, she's married.
Don't worry, she's still there to be looked at. We are not toasting her now.
But I guess around that topic, somebody was falling head over heels for Ethiopian ladies. You know, we are all guys mostly right now on this platform. This is a stark difference between somebody looking pretty and somebody being attractive. The Ethiopians may look pretty. Yes, they're good to look at, but they're not really attractive at all. Not compared to Igbo girls or
What are you
Nigerian.
even talking about? What do you mean pretty and attractive? Wait till they talk.
Pretty
and attractive. What's the difference?
You can be beautiful to look at. You can be
when
attractive.
Sabi English. What's the difference?
well, I didn't know I had to explain that. I thought you just know that.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know English. Just explain.
Can I explain? Can I explain to him?
Yeah, I beg. Go ahead.
Explain to me, Simba. Attractive and pretty. I beg. Explain.
Okay, let me. Okay, let me ask you a question. This: what are you looking for in a woman? The back side, the front side.
What do you mean? A pretty girl is an attractive. If someone is pretty, that means you attract.
You can look at the face. You can look at the face. No, excuse me. When you look at a woman, if you look at her face, she can be looking pretty. But if she doesn't have all the characteristics I'm talking about, a woman cannot be pretty, might not be pretty.
No, they have everything now. They have those stuffs now. That's what I'm saying. They have the Ikebe. They have the
modern Nigerian Igbo girls. I don't think so.
I'm Igbo now, so I'm supposed to know what my people look like.
No. They are more like OG. They are more like OG.
Yoruba girls drive him crazy. Yoruba girls drive him crazy.
I could explain the difference to you, Des, but probably
no, I know what they are driving at, one man. Don't say that I don't. I really
Yoruba
do.
Girls, they drive you crazy with all those things you mentioned, right?
You know,
I know what they're driving at, one man.
Pretty is aesthetics, and attractive is allure. So that's.
I know what they're driving at. I know. I'm basically saying, in my own experience or my own view, I find them. I kind of find them really attractive, to be honest. I find them the Ethiopians. I find them very pretty and attractive too, because they basically, like you use that word. You use that word. Their beauty. I've dated one actually. No, I've dated one actually. Their beauty kind of lures you. Do you get? They have this face and this body. They have, in fact, everything is good. To be honest, the one I dated anyway.
It's a Cleopatra thing, isn't it?
I'm telling you, woman. Like you said, to you they are the most pretty. Do you get? So I don't know whether you don't find them.
I think that cusp, Ethiopia especially, and then some Eritreans, and I wouldn't say the Somalians.
Let me tell you, woman. What Pinzadi said, I think I totally agree with Pinzadi. Those ones, the Ethiopians, the Somalians, the Eritreans, they look alike. They are like half Arabs. They look alike. So, but if you go to Kenya, they find more Kenya, the Ugandans more attractive than these people that we are talking about.
Oh, the Ugandans, yeah. Ugandans, yes, absolutely.
You
What do
don't
you
think
mean
they are too
Ugandans?
you don't think they are too dark, the Ugandans. You don't think
Ugandans
they're
are
too
too
dark?
dark now. Rachel that I dated, not be only fat.
I'm not saying I'm
I
not saying pretty. I say
Only
attractive. I
fat,
say
fat
attractive.
as she gets,
I thought South
nothing
Africans
else.
are attractive with their body.
Hey, Des, you
The,
did
the
this,
South
you did
Africans,
this
oh
Rachel right
yes, the
now.
South Africans also.
You did this Rachel,
Rachel,
okay.
I get so toxic. I don't like her at all. Um, but
which girl? Ayo.
one Ugandan girl I dated,
All right.
that was
Okay.
last year. I don't see Ugandans as they're not facially pretty, to be honest. I
They
mean,
have a nice body.
considering they have a nice body. That's what I say. The only big Ikebe where she gets. Apart from that, I don't see any
All
any
right.
other.
Okay, one man. Next topic.
Yeah,
If I got a couple more minutes.
yeah, we have Zita here, so don't let's get to let's
There is
let me
Zita, there's Liz Z,
yeah, well, we have Zita
and a
on
host
this
of others
in
listening.
the studio, so she will tell us off if we go too far. So this
Leech
more
as you all.
like Baba, like you were not look at that Baba,
I don't have eyes. So.
yeah. The day that rascality ends in a man, then might as well just dig a hole and put himself in there, but the more bad. So now they blame. This more bad thing. I'm not sure if you're following it or not, Prince Daddy. But this more bad thing, if it's not handled delicately, it has the potential to spiral onto the streets. Candle lights all over the space in Ekiti, Lagos, everywhere. People demanding justice for this guy. Rumors that they've gone to burn down Naramali's house, which turns out to be fake news. But the whole place is charged up to the point that Sanwo-Olu has to send his deputy to go and console and assuage and give reassurances to this young man's parents. So this more bad narrative, what are you making of it? I don't know that space. I didn't even know he existed though until all of these things. But Prince Daddy, you are hip and about town. Talk us through talk us through Mobad.
Yeah, I'm just like you. No, I didn't. Well, actually, I think I heard about him on your show. Then I did never heard his music before, and my wife was like, I think she was googling his song and playing on the songs. And like, I didn't even know this song. I didn't even know this guy. But anyways, to the shenanigans going on in Nigeria, this young people will find any excuse to want to protest or create chaos. I mean, that's what they do. I mean, why would you want to go to war over Mobad? Nobody knew this guy. How many people know him or knew him?
I
So
knew him.
I was, yeah, hip people like you, yeah, you're a hip man, you know him. But trust me, I never knew this guy. I never saw his picture before until recently. They started talking about him. But yeah, these guys who create whatever trouble they want to create, but the thing is, I was watching that show. It's called The View, the Mariah show, The View. They had that police guy, Hundeyin guy. I think you played this video earlier, talking about what they're planning to do and how the investigation is going with Mobile thing. But I don't know what to make of it, but they can only go as far as they based on the information they get, because they're trying to delve into the deep horrors of the music industry. They talk about cultism, they talk about their contract. It's a messy place. Yeah, I mean, it's as messy as the Americans' music industry. This contract issues and cultism and all kind of fetish things that they do and rituals. It's a real thing. And trust me, the Nigerian police security don't have the time nor the resources to pursue that thing. So I'm not sure what they're going to do.
They've invited the DSS. They invited the DSS to come and.
No. I'm sorry. It's not that the Nigerian don't have the resources and time to invest in it. A lot of times in Nigeria, it's usually things gets done when it makes too much noise, and I've noticed in Nigeria, unless it was a police officer, their own fellow police officer that gets hurt or something, all the resources, enough resources are poured in to find the culprits. But when it comes to civilians, it tends to be a lot slower, and unless people start making noise, then you see them acting or reacting to the
Yeah,
situation.
I see a point, but I think you know that based on that population, we do not have enough resources, manpower, or the actual funding itself. It's just a fact. You can't deny. Of course, they're always slow. If it's a common guy, not popular celebrity, no, of course, no, they're slow in doing anything.
Prince Daddy, what resources do you need to actually investigate the death of this guy?
Well, if you look at what they are talking about, what they want to go into talking about their contracts. If they're going to be paying, if his family are going to be getting royalties. They want to talk about cultism in the music industry. Even the FBI would take them a long time, years to get to the bottom of it. We don't have the resources. I mean, they can only go after if they're able to catch the person that killed him or planned his death. Then that would be the end of the story. But these other things that people are getting excited about is not going to happen.
The evidence is there.
Prince Daddy, how are you? Good evening, my brother.
How you doing, Thomas? Yeah, good.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. And you?
I'm good, man.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yes. I sorry for barging in place. About this guy that had a sudden death.
Mobile.
Mobad, yeah. May God grant his soul his perfect rest. But what do you think? I heard some audios from people that have been upcoming artists.
Is it the Yabo Joe something that you're talking about?
No, that one, Muhammad. I heard some couple of audios about upcoming artists that give their testimony that if you want to belong or you want to blow, you have to be a member of parties. Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, maybe you go with the Buccaneers. You know them. Don't let me mention name because we are online. You know them.
Mm-hmm.
That Davido has their own clique. What they call it, Naramali has their own clique. Olamide, they have their own clique. So if you want to blow as an upcoming artist, you have to join one of those artists. Do you believe that? Because that is what is going on with this guy. They said they tried to lure him to one of these their shenanigans. I don't want to mention, so that we will not be promoting them. The guy refused. That is why they are after him. That is the story all about the country.
I don't believe the Curtis part. I don't believe that. I find that hard to even believe. I mean, if you look at the record label of
is that Jim?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think the question was to Prince Daddy, but this is Jim S. who's joining us for the first time. But let Prince Daddy tackle that. Then I'll come to you to introduce yourself to the platform.
Okay, sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah. I don't know. Again, this guy to me, I didn't know him before his death, quite frankly. And but I believe for sure there's cultism because this musicians back home, everything they do is modeled after the Western, especially the American model of doing things, right? The music industry. So, and that in itself, there's so much. You can call it cultism or whatever. They have them here in the U.S. also. It could be, especially in the rap game, there's gang and things like that. So I believe, though I don't know factually, that there's cultism or some kind of a gang thing involved with all these guys. Yeah, I believe so. But with this guy specifically, I don't know much about him. I wish him and his family well. Hopefully they get to the bottom of it. But to my point about the resources, they can only do as much as based on information that they have. They can't go beyond that. They can't go chasing after this David Doe and the Badu or whatever they call them, YNBNL. It's just too much stuff. We don't have that money. We don't have the resources, and it's better we save our time and resources on the common people to resolve the issues.
So you've not listened to Zazu and all of that, Prince Daddy. You're missing out.
No. I think Exactly.
But one man,
What's his name?
if you
What's
have
his
been
name?
if you have been following the music of these guys, you will suspect something because I used to. He's a good singer, but if you be following his music, it's like it's all about death, death, death,
Is
and
it this Mobad?
exactly. And
So
if you look at if you
hold on, Simba, did you know him before this incident?
yes,
All right.
yes.
Okay.
So, and the wife was also saying that the guy has been living in fear, always in fear. He was actually promoted by Naira Marley. He was one of the Malian guys. Him and Zazu and all those. So, Naira Marley has actually been accused as part because he left Naira Marley record label in 2022, and that was when the problem started. And so, but the issue is that the family, his own families also, they are part of the people that they are accusing as part of the culprit in his death.
They are fighting over property at the moment, aren't they?
Even the father, especially the father, because even the nature, the way they buried the guy hurriedly at midnight is also is so I think they said they wanted to exhume the body. They wanted
he's not
to
a
exhume the
Muslim.
body.
I heard
don't know.
they basically didn't even get a better casket for him. He was bigger than the casket. They just stuffed him in this casket.
Yes. You don't even Muslims don't bury at night.
You know
You understand?
Simba, the police said they are going to exhume his body for.
They already have.
I think they were planning for it 2 days ago. 2 days ago.
They already have exhumed. They have already exhumed the body.
So they wanted to do the autopsy.
They never exhumed the body.
I heard they have. I don't know. You know, say Nigerian news. You could just have this one, hear that one.
They just calling. They just started inviting people for interrogation about questioning them.
I think what is actually happening in that industry, as Pinzadi said,
Yeah.
You know what happened in the early 90s in America during the time of the Tupac, Notorious B.I.G. and co.
Yeah.
I think that is what is happening in
You know about that one too. I thought you were an alpha. What does the Muslim faith have to say about all of this? Your what are gang banging? What's all this?
One man, am I not a human being? So I think if you remember, there was a young guy. Okay.
Simba is the local champion in Ilorin, so you will know about all these things here.
Yeah, there was another guy that died mysteriously in a young guy like that. Maybe you may not know. They call him that Green. He was even younger. This one was just this one is 27 years.
Nobody like that Green.
Yes. So it's been happening. This is not the first time we are experiencing. And if you look at that industry is actually very toxic. It's just like Nollywood also. The Nigerian music industry is very toxic.
They're running like
mafia,
like the rap gangs, the gangster rapper here in the U.S. Because if you go from one label to another, it's like a problem. If that's one of the problems that they're facing with that Mobad, yeah, that's part of it. They're running like a cult gang. It's a messy place. I mean, you don't want to mention the drugs. By the way, someone mentioned also there could be drugs involved. All kind of things. All kind of things can be involved in it. Nobody knows. No, we're just talking. But anyways,
my biggest issue.
One man, please.
Yeah. Okay. Go on.
One man, please. Please, Daddy mentioned something now, and let me land, please. Please, Daddy, you are not out of the scope. Even there is a story going on that they sent this guy to go and deliver this thing. Another people hijack that thing. Now they are asking them for their own stuff. You don't. I don't need to mention. You know what I mean. That is why they are after him. So there are many
version of stories already surrounding this guy. Many versions about this deed that maybe been tracked.
Even
You know what I
even
mean?
some are even suggesting that it was poisoned, that they gave him something to drink.
Yeah, that's why they exhumed his body. But let me play you. Let me play you this clip, Prince Daddy. You know, for every situation, people milk it for cloud. So this is Yabodo, who almost certainly did not even know that that guy existed, and here she is now leading a protest. Watch this, Prince. Look at this one in the long. Is this one? Is she catwalking or protesting? The one in the blue jeans. Just watch. Is she doing a catwalk or is she protesting? I'm not sure, but
But that's not a Bayabo now.
Oh, hold on, Simba.
City. City people, that's what saying. You're saying, man.
Like justice from my bag. Did you get the picture?
Yes, we did.
So there it is, Prince Daddy. Did you get a picture? So very quickly, they've turned the guy's death to clout chasing.
Yeah, I see that, you know. Hopefully they truly mean well trying to get to the bottom of what is going on. But, you know, again, this is really, I mean, of course, somebody's dead. Now we feel sorry for the family, but it's to me, it looks like a much deeper stuff. We don't know what is going on, quite frankly. So many stories out there. We don't know. The guy himself may not be that clean in this industry, you know, not because anybody deserves to be killed, but or to be pied, right? But at the same time, you know, is hopefully the police do something. They get to the bottom of it and catch the people involved in this thing. Yeah, I wish them.
All right, brilliant. I think Prince broke off there, but brilliant. So let's go from Prince. I think we can see him on the screen, but we can't hear him anymore. Let's go from Prince then to Zita, who hopefully has not fallen asleep on us. Zita, surely you don't give any truck to this sort of mobile sort of thing. You're more of a Mozart and Vivaldi, aren't you, Zita? After all that build-up, Zita. Are you there, Zita? All right.
I don't think so, Wama. I don't think so.
Yeah, she's gone to bed probably.
Didn't they say Larry ran to Kenya?
Who ran to Kenya?
Larry, whatever the name is, the guy, the business.
Oh, is it the one, the Elegushi, the one from the Elegushi family?
Yeah, they said Larry.
That they are disowning now.
The one they said that Larry, you know, when
is his manager now. Larry is his manager.
Sammy Larry.
Sam Larry.
The bond is out.
Is the manager to Mobile.
They say he ran to Kenya or something like that, and he deactivated his account.
He activated his account from Kenya.
Oh, he activated it back on from Kenya.
So why did he run? What?
So if he's running, he should be a suspect.
What led to that guy's death? How did he die? I'm not even sure that I know the story.
Well, I think from what I've been hearing from people, they say that he might have for him leaving the record label, you know, kind of, you know, robbed the record label off in a bad way. And ever since then, I'm not sure. Anybody can correct me. I'm not completely sure of the full story, but this is what I've heard. him leaving the record label, I feel like he might be the one making more money coming to the record label. I might be wrong about that, but him leaving robbed the record label. He according to they said that he owe money or whatever the record label, so they're coming for him with a contract. Uh, I'm not sure how true that is, but ever since then he has been bullied. I remember watching on social media when he was saying, screaming, bleeding, saying that guys, the manners that are coming for him. If anything happens to him, just know that they're the one responsible for his death. All that kind of stuff. He's been posting that video.
Yeah, but what happened to him? How did he die?
Uh, when the news first broke out, I heard they say it was juju, whatever they used to do him, and then he was rushed to the hospital, and then the nurses didn't do nothing. They just let
Did
him.
they not say that he was misinjected? That they injected him by some auxiliary nurse or something? Injected him.
One man. Let me tell you this. Before his demise, the guy has been having some psychological problem. In fact, they've been proposing that it has to be taken to a psychiatric home. You understand what I'm saying? It's not as if he was mad, but he has been absent-minded. He forgets things very easily, and all those things. So, but because he's from a very poor.
Is that an effect of drugs?
Yes.
Yes. Some people are saying, but the families are, especially the wife, is denying that yes, he takes drugs, but it's not a drug addict and all those things. And so they said he should be taken to Arrow. And Arrow in Nigeria is stigmatized. And being a celebrity, he doesn't want to go to any psychiatric home for treatment because it will be in the news that he's mad. You understand? So he refused. So he has been taking home medication. Some people have been prescribing some drugs, like what happened to Michael Jackson. So it's been being treated at home by some people, which they don't know. So probably it's one of those things that he has taken that actually causes death. And some people are also speculating that he was given some things that he died in a hospital. It's not as if he was stabbed to death.
No, he was bullied. He's bullied.
No, there's no data about that. There's no. Maybe it's the bully. Is that fear? They've been running up and down. Maybe that was what also contributed to. When you are bullied, people they take a lot of things to suppress those kind of emotion, and so to me, you can't. So and that is why doing an autopsy is very key in actually unraveling what actually led to his death.
He looked fine to me in his interviews. I've been seeing. It don't look like like even here in America, when somebody is on drugs, you can tell. It can reflect on the interviews. I mean, most of the interviews I've seen him, showed up in, it doesn't look like he has a mental issue or whatever. He spoke very eloquently, so I don't see where the drug part him being added came in.
Like I talk, I beg.
Yeah, before you talk, Abeg, let me see if Zita is there one more time. Zita, are you there? All right. You talk about Des. Just give me a microsecond. Let me bail out. Hand over to Thomas. Before I do that, only Ayo brought his wallet to the stream today, so that's Ayo right there, and that's Okweton TV, Okweton Global Media, and AB. So thank you to those. Let me bring Thomas in. Thomas, acknowledge. Thomas.
Yes, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy.
Daddy, thank you, Daddy. All right, let me bring Thomas in as I bail out. Thank you, gentlemen and lady. So we'll reconvene tomorrow to carry on as we were, but here it is. Brace yourself. The military administration.
I think I'm going to talk, Thomas.
Hold on, please. Guys, with permission, This guy is so sensitive. If you, with your permission, guys, if you don't mind, maybe we should move away from this guy topic. What do you
Let
suggest?
me
Yeah.
let me first go to the street before we move on, because someone is
Yeah.
saying that he doesn't know the guy. I think the prince or something. Maybe this will refresh your memory. Major Konomi, even if na Germany, Emi Ghetto, no Sajina Moto, my grace in na auto. So
Uh,
if
uh,
you if you don't hear this song, then you know the guy. Eh? I know be Yoruba, I'm on, I don't touch our mother on our language. But anyhow, Sha, na very yeah, you know the guy. You know the guy,
Des,
my
that was
brother.
good, Des. That was good, man. But still, I don't remember.
You don't
Prince
know the
Daddy,
song?
Des, do you know is when the guy died? I know him. Never.
But you know the song now. You've heard the
No,
song
no, I
before,
know they
right?
listening to that one. The guy is a local champion.
do you know when he died, his music was number 3 in the U.S. Billboard, and he does
Really?
not even have a yeah, he doesn't even have an album, and
Is it because he died or he's
No,
been there
I don't know if because
before?
he died or
he have
whatever,
one.
but
He have one album. He have one album. He have one
Yeah,
album.
it's those kind of people that the Naira Marley kind of shadowed him. So when he sings more like Naira Marley. So you hear his
yeah,
song, and you're thinking that it might be Naira Marley. You won't really know who is, because
yeah, it's
all
true.
Naira Marley's song, you say
Malian,
Marian Record, Marian. You say you think it's
Malian.
Marian Naira Marley is singing, but it's actually him. That's the problem the guy had. So a lot of people didn't know him facially, but I guarantee a lot of people know his song. That's what I'm saying. But this space, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Nigeria is full of cultism, to be
But the
honest.
thing is that it's not even the thing is that Naira Marley in the UK has always been in the game. So
Yes,
he has a bad record in the UK. Then he left the UK because he has a bad record. Then now he's in Nigeria to start afresh. That's the
yes.
that's the thing that's annoying. With all this,
Y-
just because he rubbed shoulder with the governor of Lagos State, now he's having a status. That's the thing that's blowing me.
No, no, no.
Yes.
It doesn't have anything with
But my
governor. No,
brothers,
please don't let us tag
if
it to the governor.
yeah,
Anyone
You,
can take a picture with the governor.
you
Anybody
know,
can
you
take a picture
know,
with the governor.
this thing,
The
this
guy is
thing
the
with
ambassador for what? Nigeria for just drug something. What is
You
that?
know
The
how
guy
many
is
people? You
imagine.
know how many people take picture with Peter Obi? After tomorrow, now we
it,
can tag him that
it does not.
anything.
The guy
No,
is
let us
the
stop
guy
it.
is an ambassador for the drug. Bro, how can a criminal in another country left the country to be an ambassador of drug for Nigeria? So you leave everybody there who's qualified. You choose somebody who have a bad
No, no,
record.
Jim, hold on. What you are doing is actually not right. Naira Marley in Nigeria has a lot of influence on Nigerian youth.
Leave
The
that.
way he dress, just
They will
wait,
tell you
hold
that
on.
too. Mm.
The way he dress, they know that it takes it takes a lot of drugs and all those things. But what they are trying to do is that you cannot. It's the FDLE that actually use Naira Marley to discourage Nigerian youth from taking drugs and the effect of drugs. If you are not the one that have taken drug before, you cannot actually be a face value for such thing.
It's
So if
risky
somebody that
behavior.
promoted it,
See, what I think happened to this guy is the extremist of Nigerian cultism. That's what I think happened to him. Because if you watch what happened, is more like they went ahead and started beating him when he's doing something. I mean, some people that have been into some kind of fraternity, Apache, all of them, you would know that they wouldn't actually let you leave. You don't. They would make it. It's more like a rule. You can't leave. Like like a brotherhood. So you don't leave. You're not allowed to leave. But some people have done it, have left it, and nothing happened. So there's this extremist, and I think Naira Marley and their record label is one of them. And I mean, Bonner Boy. I think Bonner Boy is a is he Aye? I think Burna Boy is Aye or something. So
But Burna Boy had left Nigeria now. It's no longer doing anything in Nigeria.
no, it's
No,
still
he lives in
Aye. It doesn't
Nigeria.
matter.
Not in Nigeria. He lives in
It,
Nigeria.
it doesn't matter. But
He just made a stupid statement.
there is some sort of
This. It's somebody that is normal. I'm sorry for saying this. So I know you guys like all this your hip hop. Somebody that is normal will be listening to Naira Marley song. What's I don't get it. No, somebody that is normal in the head. You can't be normal and listen to all those songs.
I don't know. I don't even know what he says, because the Yoruba fool am. So I don't know. Waiting, I know
My
say
brother.
I enjoy the vibe. Like
No,
this guy with they sing with
my
Yoruba.
brother. If you have listened to that guy, you are not normal. You are not normal. You remember Macaroni normally saw it. You are not normal. What is? Some people will say Naira Marley is a role model. What is the role? What is? I detest the guy. There is nothing good about the guy.
No, Thomas,
Nothing.
you are, excuse me, you don't know what is going on all over the world. You understand? It's not peculiar to Nigeria. It's a global thing. The so-called Gen Z generation, that is what they are. That's who they are. And those are the things that they actually adore. These people are their role model. The young generation.
Is he his role model again? No, he's not one of the most hated Nigerians.
No, we're talking about Naira Marley. Are you not the one that started that discussion?
No, I'm saying now that Mohbad is dead now, and under his watch. So now he's the most hated person in Nigeria. So now his career.
That is what you see in the as a celebrity. Is something can bring you up, and easily another thing can just bring you down. So it's what is expected. And that does not mean that after when this one died down, it cannot also go up again. So now life continue.
He has to return back to UK.
Simba, what can you sing one line of song of this guy that can motivate any normal human being?
Imole. The guy called himself Imole. Light.
No. I'm
Imole.
not talking about this. No. I'm talking about Naira Marley. I'm not talking about the guy.
Okay, I'm talking about Mohbad. Okay.
The guy God Almighty. Oh my God! The music video. Go and
let me tell you one thing. Thomas, let me tell you this one for free. One of my Indian friends just came back from India 3 days ago. So on Saturday we went out together, and the guy was telling me. I said I was in India. The guy said, India. That in fact he cannot. If you continue telling me what is happening in India now, that he cannot finish. That the young guys there, they are to drugs. That even fighting, gangster. That if you say any little thing like this, they have knife, they can just stab you, kill you. And I said, that one happened in India also. He said, yes. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I don't know how we can curb these things about our so-called Gen Z generation. It is a failed generation as far as I'm concerned. It's a failed generation. But they don't realize that.
Simba, do you check the news today about
why insulting us?
Ogun State governor says he's going to implement death sentence for cutting. For you to know that it's already going beyond the expectation now.
I don't know. See, there's nothing. Let me say this from my own view. There's not a lot of things wrong with cultists. I mean, they call it cultists, but there's not a lot of things wrong with it. I mean, the concept of it is more like a club. That was the concept. People being in sort of a brotherhood that later help each other in one way or the other. That is what it's meant to be.
Sorry to interject. No, I think you have to distinguish between cultism and being
I'm telling you what is.
Frat and cultism are two different things.
Now, frat is supposed to be called fraternity, yeah. But Nigerian in such a way, the only problem is people use numbers to create chaos. They be like, I have the number, so I'm gonna oppress whoever I want to oppress because I have a brotherhood behind me. But it wasn't what it was meant to be. So that is just the problem that Nigeria is having. They over. So people that understand this, they're still cultists up till now. They're still in fraternity, call it Buccaneer, Aye, Tutu, wherever you want to call it. They're still there and they are still basically blood. There's nothing wrong with that in my own perspective. It's just the extremists that make it.
Are you normal?
No,
What
Thomas.
what am I saying?
Is Madam Zita? Thomas, is
It's
Madam
just
Zita available now? Madam
I
Zita, are you
don't think
available
so.
now?
I don't think
what
so. If
She's
I don't
in
think
the
I'm
comment
saying.
section. She's
is
around now.
Are you
unmuting.
guys looking for me?
We are looking
Yes,
for
we've
you
been
all
looking
over
for
the
you.
Europe. Oh.
In fact, we have called police and everybody to be searching for you.
Oh, baby, I was
Yes, we
drinking
will call
whiskey.
the DSS.
I was having my early morning whiskey. So,
How are you, my sister? How have you
I
been?
day, how that day?
We did. Body day inside cloth. How is your side? Good?
Good. We are just
We thank
watching.
yes. There are some couple of news stories I need you to talk to. Do you know about this? What we are discussing? This guy that just lost his life on suddenly is yeah. Do you know anything about? I don't. I know you will not know anything about this thing.
I don't know anything about him, but I know that I usually tell my younger brother to download some good Nigerian music for me. And
Yeah.
then when he does that, I will delete some that I don't like. But I think I like his song. That was how I didn't even know he was a Nigerian anyway. So I was asking my brother. He told me, I like his song Peace. I like that song. It doesn't really make any sense, but I just like the way he started it. I mean, it just, but there is one thing I
Madam Sister,
noticed
you
about.
no no you threw me off guard now. You finish all that I'm saying. It doesn't make sense. So
Yeah,
why people listening to song that doesn't make sense?
no,
It
wait.
doesn't make.
Let me tell you something, Thomas.
Maybe
You
because
see,
I'm a born again Christian. That's what I'm talking like this.
you
Maybe.
know born anything, just wait first. You that used to eat kangaroo pepper soup, please just don't go there. Born again for where? Anyway, Thomas, to be
Born
honest,
against. Maybe they born against.
born against everything. Anyway, to be honest with you, the world we are in is a phase. As they said, time and chance. They have a chance now, and they have taken the time to make rubbish all over the world. The music is not like you don't expect what that was played years ago that made a lot of sense, was born out of emotion, stories, inspiring, motivating. You don't expect those things, those kind of music these days. If you play that kind of music, you're not gonna sell. It's all these bogoro bogoro bagra bagra bogoro bogoro that is for them. So that's what is selling for them. But then most of them is just the drums, very danceable songs. No
The melody,
voice,
no
no
lyrics,
voice.
zero.
They don't have good voices. Their rhymes are not good, but the musics are danceable. But there is something I noticed about this boy. Among all the Nigerian artists, let me say this now. That guy has a voice. I don't know if you have listened to his music. He has a voice. Some of them are making so much money, Nigerian musicians, but they don't have a voice. Some of them have the voice of a toad. The voice, I mean the tone. is not there. But they sing. Very danceable music. People enjoy them, people celebrate them, they make billions. But that boy is among the few Nigerian musicians that have a voice. I mean, the tone of his voice, if he was allowed, he would have made a good name because he has a voice. But I like his
Zita, the guy could have been our own R. Kelly.
ah,
I thought it could have been our own R. Kelly in Nigeria.
there's a way his voice is. Just somebody, just if you relax,
Very,
listen to
very
his
unique.
voice. I'm
Very
not saying the
unique.
music.
Yeah. Based and unique. Yeah.
Yes, he has a very unique voice. He has a very unique voice. Not only that his voice is unique, among the Nigerian musicians, is very few that has a voice. And I don't know how to explain it. He has a voice, a tone.
Madam Sita, do you know when I stopped listening to Nigeria hip hop? Yes. When have you heard a guy called Nice?
I don't even, my brother just downloaded. I don't even know.
Okay, nice.
Yes.
Nice is no longer reigning. Nice is no
Yes.
longer reigning.
Yes.
The guy
Those
is
ones
down
that,
now.
yeah, those ones that
General
Two
Thomas.
Face.
Hello,
I finished
everyone.
with Two Face. Hello, yeah, Rose.
General Thomas, like
Yeah.
what Madam Zita is saying, it shows that Madam Zita really has a good taste for music. Because
Yeah, I
even though
do.
she doesn't understand what the lyrics, but she enjoys the music. Thomas, you need to go and listen to Mohbad's music. It's very soothing. It's very calming. He has a
He has
beautiful
a
voice.
voice.
He
That's
has
the only
a
thing I can say. I don't know how to put it.
he has a touching voice. He has this power. It's not his music is not noise making. It's real music. So you need to go listen to his songs, and then you will know that
Rosie,
this
is
was
it
a
because he
legend.
died? That's why we are talking like
No,
this,
no,
or
no, no.
No, no,
This
no.
guy this guy was a legend. It was like a hidden gem, a hidden
Me,
jewel that
I listened to his music before he died. It's one of
that
even
guy
it's on
is
my playlist.
awesome. Is
yeah?
Madam
Let's
Zita,
let's
you
go back
really
to
have
Madam Sita.
If you people don't mind, I can play one of
No,
his music for you
no,
just
it's
for
gonna be
two
parrot.
No,
seconds of
no,
Parrot.
and then
because
listening.
of
even
No, 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 no.
if you
Parrot.
listen to his lyrics,
You can't work with me.
because
his
of the
lyrics,
pirate
you know he
copyright, we
Yeah.
can't
writes
do that.
you know he writes those songs himself.
Mm.
Ah,
That's the reason why they don't want him. They chase him away anytime because the guy has too much confidence on himself. After Namali send him out, he produced more than 15 music by himself without no
Wow,
any label
with
support.
another
Yes.
record label.
No, no, no. Without no body support. Without no any label
on
support.
his own.
On his own.
Wow,
That's why they are,
wow.
he's making videos, trying to push himself up. That's why they are using Namali to threaten him everywhere the guy go. They frustrate that guy live until
I
when he
don't
die.
And the guy
That's the
I
is
fact.
don't
from a
think
very humble background. Very
I
humble
That's
don't
the fact.
think
background.
You
I
know, the
don't
He came
problem
think
from a very humble background.
there's a problem that Nigerian entertainment as a whole has. This is not just in music. Comedy is like that. Even some movie Nollywood useless how much they even pay them very small, but they still do all that shenanigans. We have a very fundamental problem in our entertainment industry. Now who know? Now who they inside could tell you? I've had situation that people that wanted to go to maybe Big Brother or whatever to become famous, they have to tell them
Hey,
to do all manner of things, like engage them to some gay stupid shit. You see someone that is not gay, you have to basically sleep with a man, or allow a man to sleep with you before you can get to where you want to get.
But it's not
uh
only in Nigeria now. Even Hollywood. It's not only in Nigeria.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not in not
Yeah,
Hollywood,
I
so
mean,
I can't really say for
even if you
Hollywood.
research in Hollywood, that's their foundation. You want a role, they succumb you to a lot of things to just break your spirit, break you down.
Thomas.
Uh, Madam Sita, I've prepared some questions for you. Let's just move on. This guy, let's go to politics. Yeah. May his soul
But
rest in
Thomas,
perfect
this is
peace.
a trending topic now. What's wrong with? I mean, this is
It's
something very
trending.
No,
trending.
because it's a little bit dead. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't. I
I mean,
find it
it's
a little
just a
bit.
very sad
Yeah,
story. I mean, just
It's a very
Thomas,
sad
people.
story.
no,
Yeah.
Thomas, let it flow. If people want to talk about it,
Oh yeah. Go on. Yeah. Yeah, Madam Sita. Yeah. Your
So
floor is yours.
what
The
I
floor is
was
yours.
just trying to add to that is that in every field, in everything today, in today's world, even before now, there is cartel for everything. Because most times somebody has the intel. It's either you are stealing his intel or you are buying his intel or you are borrowing his intel. There's been always a cartel, but the thing, or patent or whatever. But the thing is that when it becomes very disastrous like this one, it becomes, it will be very saddening. Like all the reasons people are giving why that boy died, it's not even the area I'm looking at it. That boy, if they allow him, he would have overshadowed a lot of them. Because most of them were not actually singers. They were actually noise makers. But their songs are danceable because African beat is really danceable. So they put the afro, they put the pop together, and you find yourself moving your body. But when you sit down to listen, try to listen to their tone, you find out that actually this person is not supposed to be a singer in the first place. But I will conclude by saying that Mohbad is a singer. He has a very unique voice.
Is it, Madam Zeta? You know that album that you talk about, the piece. You know that one actually has a 14 million view. 14 million
Yeah,
view
I
on
said it's
YouTube.
a good music. I like the way
14
I
million.
like the way he cuts it and then continue it again. I really like it. I like that music. In fact, it
Madam
was my
Sita, maybe I'll
favorite.
go and listen to his song. I've never listened to his song.
You
Maybe one,
you need to
never.
you need to do.
Try the
You need to do.
piece. You will like.
You need
There
to
is
do.
Yeah,
another
you need to
one.
go
Is it
listen to it.
La Shosho or something? But I like peace. I prefer
Oh my
peace.
God.
I think I
There was
have
the
two of his
one. There
tracks.
was one he confessed in down in one of his songs. He confessed that it was his parents sent him to polytechnic. Papa, I'm sorry that I didn't attend to school. The guy is just so good. The guy is
No, there's another one that reigns. Feel good. We call that one feel good. Feel good
feel good too.
is
Yes. Ask
feel
ask
good.
about me. Ask about me too. It's my thing.
Guys, you should like the one about backside now.
Yeah, yeah,
That's the one
Backside,
I was
yes, that backside. And you see, in fact, if you look at most of the people that you see on his music, they are young, maybe
young
teenagers, early
because
20s.
Naira
Yes.
Marley they chase the guy away. The guy will
Princess
walk
Rosie,
him
you
out.
watch backside. You want
I have to
backside?
watch it now. Why not?
So, Thomas, you are not out there. You are just on my Jesus in the world. So just go and
One,
enjoy your
one,
Jesus.
one man needs to go and listen. One man needs to go and listen to that backside.
Thomas, I like
Backside. Emma that Thomas
Teshimole.
long.
Let me tell Teshimole. Ṣèbọ́mọ Jésù ni wọ́n. Ṣèbọ́mọ Jésù ni wọ́n.
What about the
Gbẹ́sẹ̀ kó
Adura?
Teshimole.
What about the one about Adura? Thomas will like that one
Thomas, I
about
like
backside.
yẹn na.
Yeah, my better. Backside.
Thomas, go
Mr.
listen to the
Mr.
backside.
Churchill.
You will enjoy it.
Gbẹ́sẹ̀ kó
No.
Teshimole. Ṣèbọ́mọ Jésù ni wọ́n. Thomas. Ṣèbọ́mọ Jésù ni wọ́n. Thomas. Teshimole.
Baba Jali Koko, when Two-Face stopped singing, Two-Face, that's what I listen to. All those, this one, they are just
That's been long time. That's all
Yes,
the 19th century.
my
Thomas,
brother.
you need to go and listen
Because
to
early
Amy.
2000.
You need
yeah,
to go and listen
because
to Amy
it make a lot of
Omogeto.
sense. All this one they don't make any sense to me.
This one sings
Never.
better than Two Face. I'm telling you, you need to listen to his music.
The guy is good. Everybody love the guy. Even I don't know why they just frustrate that
Oh,
guy.
that boy was a
No,
legend.
no.
He was a
He's
legend.
Wow. I'm very sorry, guys. I'm very maybe anything hip hop Nigeria, they are total rubbish to me. Zero.
It's not photo rubbish. Nigeria is rainy.
No.
It's
Hip hop
rainy.
gets
They are
better.
rainy. Hip
You
hop,
never
Nigeria
listen to
hip hop
Asake?
is up there in
Nigeria
the
hip
world,
hop
not
was
Who
even
all
in
say
over the
who
Africa.
say
world.
photo rubbish?
Thomas, what are you
Who said
talking
that
about?
one? Who should say photo rubbish?
Now general now.
Thomas,
Now
not
general fit
Thomas
talk
now.
am. Now
Thomas,
general fit talk am.
watch your mouth. Don't try. Don't try
Thomas,
to.
My
do you know
brother.
the economic impact that
Uh-huh.
guys the economic impact that their
Employing.
music the music is making in our on our economy.
Yeah, the music industry. It's
The
boosting our
music. Do
economy.
you know how much? Do you know how much
Ajale
they're
Koko,
making?
I listen to Tope Alabi. That is what I listen to.
Forget
Tope
forget
Alabi.
that.
No.
On top of money, Gary. Eh?
Talk about Lebiwo, that Kama. That's Kama. Ṣebí Ajanuku ní bàbá ẹ̀. Èwo ni Tọ́pẹ́ Àlàbí?
Even then Total Abu no have a good reputation anymore.
Tọ́pẹ́ Àjàbí tó yẹ pé ó fọkàn kejì, ó yìí sọ pé virgin lòun. Abeg, let's go listen to better music, Jerry.
Let us go and listen to
You guys are now racist. So you are trying to racist me here.
What is racist? What are you talking about? We are talking about good music. I want people to be straightforward. How can you marry first husband,
Don't
have
try
a
and sound like
kid?
Burna Boy now, Thomas.
Yeah,
Don't try.
how can you marry a first husband, have a kid? You marry second husband, you said Obaenle, Virginia. What type of bull crap is that?
God, there's anything God cannot do that does not
I beg
exist.
God, don't lie on God. Though. We shouldn't lie on God. But promo long.
Guys, that's all right. Can move forward? Can we move forward? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Madam Sita, let's go back to politics. All this your
Can we say something before we move? Can we say something, please, before we move forward
yes,
concerning this guy? Yeah, you see, one thing I think what I got from everything that happened is that broken homes sometimes have a drastic effect on children, because this guy, you could see that he was very lonely. He didn't have like a mother figure to run to, a father, because the mother and father divorced, the father married another wife. In one of the songs you could hear that it says stepmother is not there for him, that his brothers are hungry. You could see a lot of pain and sorrow and
He's a
suffering
street
in his life.
guy. Prince is a street guy. He's just one of those guys.
Because there was no mother love, to hold him.
The guy live in street, but he's not a street guy. That's it.
He was left to fend for himself at a very tender age. He came from a broken home, so the family failed him. Even after death, the family is still failing him. So that's why
Princess Rosie,
when people are divorced, as long as kids are involved, the father and the mother needs to join hands together to raise the kids.
Exactly. In fact, it's going to be like an epidemic if care is not taken. Let me give you this for a free, Princess Rosie. If you are not raised by a man and a woman, especially let's say you have a son, and it's only a woman that raised that son, that guy will never know how to take care of another woman. And the same thing goes for a girl that is raised by. So the kids need to learn from both parents. You learn from your father how you can take care of. Yes, you learn from your father how you can take care of a woman, and the females will also. And the female will learn from their mother how a woman can take care of a man. But a child that does not raise on that kind of condition is just, even if he or she get married, that marriage is going to fail. And that's why you see people now celebrating single motherhood, baby mama, baby this, baby that. Baby. So it's just a calamity waiting.
My Simba, that side you go now is trending in Australia. If you never leave your husband in Australia, you are not a woman. Oh
But
my
even
God.
here in the US, it trends
Oh
here in
my
the US
God.
too, because it's like they encourage the black woman to kick the man out so she can go and live on welfare, and then the
Ah,
family is broken. So it's all over the
Madam
world.
Sita Rosie, the half of women in Victoria, Melbourne, they are single mother. The half of them
It's
here.
all over, even here in the
Oh
US.
my God.
Even here
I
in the
pray my wife
US.
will not leave me. Oh. All these
Oh,
people,
even here in the US.
they are wahala too much.
Hey, Sinbad, are you there? Sinbad.
Yes, Princess. I mean, Prince Daddy. Yes, I'm around.
Yeah, I was going to see. You mentioned earlier that a friend of yours came back from India, and the way the Indian kids are behaving mimics that of the Nigerian kids, right?
Yes.
Uh-huh. So if you see, so what is going on? If you look at it, the common denominator, if you look at America, India, and maybe Australia, even one man's home right then in Great Britain, see all these places, they have a common theme. The only big country now that does not have that kind of a trait is China, and there's a reason for that. See, you can find, all these things, all this maybe single motherhood, baby mama, drugs. You can find them in all these countries, but it's not as commonplace in China. Why? Because China blocks its door, so to speak. They control the internet, they control what comes into their country as much as possible, and that's why they don't have that problem. In this global economy, a lot of things are merging right now. That's why you can see a rich kid in America, for example, and a poor kid in Nigeria having the same kind of a mentality, in which this market is called psychography. They think alike, they think the same. What is the common denominator? They all get all the information they need, or they copy from the internet. The internet is the glue that binds them all together. Imagine single motherhood or baby mama in Africa. It's trending. It's getting bigger. People don't know that. It's getting to be, perhaps in the next few years, a big problem, because and we don't have that welfare system or that structure in place to help take care of these kids, and provide for them, even their mothers. So it's going to be a big problem on our neck in the near future that we can handle. But again,
Prince Daddy, let me shock you about what is going on here. You will see two women, three women sitting together. They will be telling the third one, when are you going to leave your husband to come and join us? What is going on here? Single mother. The half of my church, they are single mother. What is going on here?
What is going on is the erosion of culture and values. That's what is going on, because everybody now can go on the internet, and they can find their little group, or their enabling groups that encourages them and give them support and tell them what they're doing is normal. They normalize all these things that you're talking about. So as we are continuing to
Prince
embrace a lot
Daddy,
of things,
immediately they finish nursing, now their husband is gone. Immediately they finish nursing, they go pursue the husband house.
just like
What
that,
is going on?
just like that.
Just
No,
epidemic here, my brother. Epidemic.
yeah, yeah. It's
Oh,
see, if you, so there's all India, for example. India is an open country. There's a lot of as much as they have their own cultures and tradition and values, there's so much inflow of Western culture in their society. Yeah, also, and it's a big country with a large population. So They see all these things on the internet, on social media, what is going on, and they too, with less supervision, are likely to be doing all these things or pursuing this other avenue. So
If you
I
are
thought
not
I took.
if you are not talking, please can you mute yourself? There's so much
But
background is here.
Prince Daddy,
Yeah.
do you think that is actually due to the upbringing? Because if you know, let me tell you, an average wife today, woman in a man's house, the way that woman behave when you are around is different from the way she behave when you are not around. It means that if you have traveled long before, ask your children, just call them and let them give you a 48 hours record of the food that your wife will serve them in that 48 hours. You'll be amazed. You know, it's like they are making conscious effort to satisfy you when you are at home. But immediately you leave, they will go free. That is when you will see them giving bread, indomie, and all those things to your children. So it's like you are a body. They see you as a body. And that is why today, any opportunity they will get rid of you when they feel that they don't need you again. And that I think that's one of the major problems. We have women here, they can come and enlighten us about what is actually happening. Or is
But
it we
yeah,
as men that are actually feeling in our own capacity? They should
you
talk.
see,
Banazita is there, Princess Rosie is here.
yeah, I would like them to chime in, but what you're saying, see, gone are the days whereby you know, when there's a problem with a woman or in the family, they can rely on the immediate surrounding the community for support. Gone are those days,
Or family member.
or
That
family
is
members.
not the reason. That's not the reason. First of all, what is happening now, as I said before, in life, as the world is moving, there are times for everything. A phase is a kind of a phase. The world was trying to do a hybrid and is failing. Do you
Hybrid.
understand? Yeah, hybrid
Yeah,
of culture. You take small from here, you take from here, you jam them together. You are a Nigerian, you want to speak like a Briton while you are in Nigeria. You want to speak like an American. Parents pay heavy amount of money for accent reduction in Nigeria. And then you want to dress like these people. You watch all those things. The countries that have a lot of freedom, like United States, where that have very strong institutions for everything. In your little country where you are, you want to imitate them. So they are trying to hybrid everything, and the whole thing is crumbling. But I will always tell somebody that it's just a phase. The world is always doing a test run. When they do a test run or something, it will pass.
Madam Sita, I agree with you in totality. You see, sometimes I listen to Nigeria on TV. In Nigeria, they be speaking, if you want to do this, if you're gonna do this. I say, who taught these people all this gonna or wanna? Where did they learn it from? They taught wanna, gonna, how you want to do it. Who taught them?
Which TV are you watching that you're hearing this thing?
Huh?
Which TV are you watching
I
that you're
hear
hearing
it
this
on
thing?
Rise. I hear it on channel. I say, what? They were not taught wanna, gonna, all this thing in school. This is not our own English. I mean, we speak
Where
British.
do you think they got it from, Angelica? Where do you think they got it from?
They want to imitate American this thing now.
I wanna
Speak like American.
be.
I want to do this. If you don't want to do, you're gonna do. I say, oh, in Nigeria, what is
No,
wrong with
but
these people?
in Nigeria we can imitate. Does not mean that we
Why,
want to embrace that culture.
why are they trying to fake like they
No,
are in
no.
America? You
If
don't speak like speak Nigerian English, which is British English that we know that you are
no
taught
no
in
no no no
school.
no 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 wait British English too. If you go and say who taught it? Just because it's British English, what would you want a Nigerian to be doing in it?
Uh,
No. Speak your pidgin English.
So,
See,
Angelica, you prefer they speak Chinese, huh?
No. I want
I say you prefer to speak Chinese, huh?
No, not Chinese. I want them to speak in real British
speak
English.
speak pidgin English and the
British,
language.
Like
no
what?
We don't need no
British.
Like
British. We
what?
don't need no British English.
The British,
It's like
the British Queen's English that we are taught in school in
That is
Nigeria.
colonization.
That is
That's
yo. What is
colonization.
Ghana gonna do? What you
Okay.
want to do with
Okay.
Ghana?
What is
See,
NA? What is
I'm
NA?
sorry. I think we're losing
One,
focus here.
What is
Ajale
NA?
Coco,
you are
hold
not
on.
American
What is
I
NA?
think
society. Why are you
I think
speaking what
we're losing focus here.
What
What
is
about
NA?
what they are actually doing, the lifestyle that they're adopting? What about that? You're talking about the way they speak. I mean, that's okay. What about the lifestyle? Gone are the days whereby if you impregnate a woman, right? If you marry the woman or not, you have to go to the family house and do the right thing, do the ritual, the traditional things they need to do. But now in our society, I don't think that's not a thing anymore. That it's
No, no,
it's my
it's
baby
how you
mama.
want to marry. How
It's
you want to
just
marry?
is
What
the
kind of marriage? What
hybrid
kind of
when
useless
you
marriage is that? When the family are not involved? Are you guys crazy?
Yeah. Which
no
one?
the
Who's
family
No,
gonna
no,
be
no.
the
Hold on.
family
Who's
I
gonna
mean,
be
see,
there with them?
hold on. Make it. You
Who?
can explain a bit further. I mean, if you get a
Eh?
woman, I mean, it's happened
no.
before in
This
the
I
past.
have a
You get a
Are
woman
question.
they,
Do
pregnant.
you
One
know
second.
in
You
the
have a woman
African
pregnant.
society,
If you
if a woman
if you
gets
impregnate
Hold on,
somebody,
one
impregnated
one
outside marriage,
voice, one voice, please.
now
One
please can
voice,
you
please.
explain
Yeah.
yourself that in the olden days, if a woman gets impregnated outside marriage, even though the man doesn't want to marry her, he's still going to go do some things for the family?
yeah if you
yes,
want the
they
baby
don't do that.
if you want the baby
In the
yes
Yoruba society,
if you want the
Yes.
baby in the olden days
Oh, if you don't,
yes
okay, sorry. If you don't want the baby, don't do nothing.
you don't do nothing.
Oh, so the woman takes 100% responsibility for the baby.
Yeah, it
What
depends
culture
on
is
the
that? What
culture.
culture is that?
It
What culture?
depends on the culture. I think in my culture, when you get a woman pregnant out of wedlock,
Mm-hmm.
if you deny it, you don't do anything. Although even when they know it's your child, because they're not gonna go to DNA and all those stuffs.
Well,
But if you
at least they have
can
opportunity to do that, to
if
deny or
you
accept.
deny or accept. These are the two things, deny or accept. But in the olden days, way back, the parents of the girl might be so angry that they will go into oath swearing and things like that. But as civilization was coming closer, it's either you accept or deny. But if you want that child, look, you don't force a man to marry a woman, but you can force a man to take care of a child, to be
That's my point. That's my
responsible
point.
for his action. Okay? So if you want that child, you have to pay something to the parents of the girl, not actually the girl. You have to do some rituals, yes. More especially if you did, most men in my culture will take the woman and the child home without paying bride price or anything because they don't want to marry the woman.
Okay, Madam
What
Zita.
is
So,
that for? To
what is
take
different from
care
what
of
I
her
said?
pregnancy, take care of her when she have the baby. Maybe probably the woman will stay with them till the baby is of age, take her back home and still care for the baby till he's old enough to be taken away from the mother. But most times when they take the woman back to their house, another child will appear. It becomes a complicated issue. So, but you do if you want the child. Yes, you do.
Okay,
And
so
my culture is funny in the sense that if you don't, if another man come to marry that girl with the pregnancy, that child automatically, culturally, traditionally becomes his.
okay, Madam Zita,
but
tell
is
us
it possible for another man to marry
Madam
her
Zita,
with the
quickly
pregnancy?
tell us what percentage is that back then? What do you think? Is it 80% accept or is it only 20% accept?
In the first place, actually, it's usually a sacrilege. In my culture, in those days, for you to get pregnant out of wedlock. So it is followed to the latter. The man responsible will be so close to being caught that he will not have any choice rather than to say the truth. So the acceptance of the pregnancies about, let's say, 70%, because it's rare then. They don't really, girls don't really get pregnant in those days.
Exactly. So that's pretty high. That is good. To the point. I think we're pretty much talking about the same thing. That's pretty high. But in today's culture, the girls, even including the guy, of course, the guys, of course, they don't. It doesn't matter. She's pregnant. She can go and have the child by herself, and the man bears no responsibility. Nor do they even try to get the man to be involved. But before, there's an element of shame and this responsibility if you have a child, if you impregnate a woman. But things are changing gradually. Gradually, that's what I'm saying.
Because
And it's
women
not
are being empowered
okay, power.
naturally, spiritually, and physically. Women are not supposed to be over empowered. People should not get me wrong. Please, don't call me all manner of names. Let's be real for once. A woman is soft. That is her antecedent. I'm not saying there are women who are Lucifer's daughter. I'm not saying that. I'm
Madam,
not saying they don't have.
I
What
don't
I'm
want to
saying is that
interject
there
you.
is a particular antecedent
Madam
for a
Zita,
woman. Yeah.
you said women should not be empowered.
Over
You see,
empowered.
over empowered. So if they are over empowered, what is
Yeah.
going to happen? You can say it later. Continue what you are saying. I want to know what is going to happen to us or this world if women
A
are.
lot is gonna happen to you guys very soon. They're going to push this to the end.
Woman,
And
no,
it's
wale
going to
bagon.
bounce back. And when it bounces back, they might find an amendment.
Prince Daddy, you don't hear? They go blala you where. Madam Zita, continue, please.
So when you do that, they're supposed to be enabled because the word is woman. So it's supposed to be that too. She's the woe, then the man. Whereby you let her be the man is going to have problems. Now, women, their parents send them to school. They go to school in today's world. They get a job in a different country in a different town. They don't get to see their family or any member of their family for several years. They can get pregnant that period, have their child and take care of their child. First of all, the world is dislocating the family. And when you dislocate the family, what will be in between the farm and the middle is going to be rubbish. It's going to be rubble. That's the farm, the middle, they come together. When you separate them, it's going to be rubble at the middle. And that's exactly what is happening in the world. The families are being dislocated for reasons I don't know. I don't even know why families are being attacked. Because when I look left, I look right, I look all over the world, most governments, most institutions, most employers, they are attacking the family. Why would you say a woman that is a single mother should be given scholarship to go to school for everything? But if he has a husband, he won't. That's what most countries are doing. Why are they attacking the family? That's
But
something I've not been
but
able to
but
lay my
but
hands on.
but Madam Zita, you should know that the family is the most important foundation for raising up children, right? So now when the nuclear family is destroyed, you're going to have dysfunctional society. So that's why
Is
we
that
have
what
so
they
much
want?
chaos
They want
in
a
the
dysfunctional society.
That's why we have so
Well,
much chaos in the world today, because the unit, the strong unit that that foundation that the family would bring and to and enable children to grow in the right environment, it's disorganized. So
and
that
yes, and Manazita, they need a pipeline for the products, the children. See, what you're talking about here is all really enveloped in in sexuality, if I can say that. If you know what I'm saying, if you know what I think you know what I'm saying, it's part of
Yeah.
it. Okay, yeah, you get it. So it's part of it. See, i- if you break the family, it's like if you kill the shepherd, what is going to happen to the sheep? You know, if you break the family, a lot of things are bound to happen. A lot of things are bound to happen, and that's why a certain group of people now have access to children when they themselves cannot. Uh,
Bear a
uh,
child. Yeah.
you got it. Okay.
Yeah. But the thing actually is that I think it's more of an individual something than 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 the society. I know it's difficult. Sometimes I get scared, but if you don't want it, you don't want it. You still have to toe the lines of people who want it, who is doing the other one, instead of joining them. But I know that putting a lot of things in place to woo people into living family or thinking about family or having a nuclear family, they're doing a lot of things to destroy that husband, wife, children, another set, grandparents. I mean, they are doing a lot to destroy it. I just don't know why. What Prince said, you
Madam
are right.
Sita,
You said it's the sexuality,
Madam
but it's much,
Madam Sita,
much more than that.
Madam Sita, you are right. Some of Can you hear me?
I can hear you, I'm here.
Yes. Some of our female here, they knew if you leave your husband today, there's a pay from the government
Yeah.
to take. That is, it's crazy here, Madam Sita. It's
Yeah.
crazy,
Is
crazy.
it Thomas? Does that mean they are giving them incentive for divorce?
Yes,
Yes.
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 That is what is going on here, my brothers and
Yes,
sisters.
that's why you sign prenup here.
It's all over the world. It's not only any
Oh
place.
my, Madam Sister, if I knew if I leave my husband today, the kids will suffer. They will not be able to go to school. Some people will stay with their husband, but yeah, oh my God, simple,
You have a husband
simple
that
thing like this,
you
they
kept an
throw the husband away. They throw him
Thomas,
out.
you had a
Are you
husband.
saying that the love between the husband and wife is not enough to keep them together?
No, no, no. They forget what is love. Is love existing, my
Nowadays,
brother, my sister.
marriage is a business in
Can
the
you
US.
You
can
are falling.
can
Go
you
back the
attribute
fire love.
hold
Is
on,
that love? Is love existing?
can you
Are
attribute
you are
that
you trying to
can
be
you
like Tina Turner that say what's love got to do with this?
can you attribute that behavior to poverty?
No, no, it's not.
No, there's
It's
no
not.
Yeah.
poverty. Ajande Koko.
No, hold on. What I mean by poverty is that a lot of Nigerians came from that Nigerian mentality, that poverty, that oh, um, if I can make some dollars, little dollars here, and send it to Nigeria, it will turn to big money.
Ajande Koko.
Hold on now.
Ethiopian,
Hold on.
Kenya,
Hold
Guinean,
on.
the
No.
same thing.
Hold on. No. I want to agree with you, but I just want you to look at the other side. That okay, if the system, if the hold on, where is that from? Hello,
Where
who
is the nurse coming
who
from?
that?
Who is that?
Can, Can someone? Okay.
If you are not talking, can you mute yourself, please?
Okay.
Yeah.
So as you are saying that the system give them that assistance financially, morally, and just name it after divorce. So do you know that they will make so much money after divorce, and that money could do a lot of things for them back home? You understand what I'm saying? So it could be as a result of that mentality of poverty that a lot of us came with to hear that, oh, what can I do to make money? So if by divorcing your husband can be an avenue for you to make that money that can help you to do a lot of things back home, why not exploit it?
So,
But
so
it's only
where do we
peculiar.
leave
It's
the
only
family?
peculiar to
What
us.
of
It's only peculiar to the
family
blacks.
orientation? What
No,
of
no.
family orientation?
In the African
You
context
know,
that Ajako was talking about, just maybe a very few. There's no way you're going to be financially successful or independent if you are a single woman with children. I mean, no, it's going to be tough to have that financial independence unless the man is paying. Well, so if you go to divorce, if the man is paying for everything else, then you're going to have your own money to do whatever you want to do, whatever you want to do. But the way you go talking about it is that's not the case. If that's the thinking, no, that's not the case. But the issue actually is that it affects everyone. It doesn't matter if you're from Africa or from Australia or America. That's just the
no,
All
no.
of them
trend.
are
Even
doing it
That's the
in
trend.
general.
Nigerians with that mentality, that corrupt mindset that can do anything for money.
But
So
Babajaniku, they are not leaders now. Are they
eh?
not? Are they leaders? It's only leaders are corrupt in Nigeria now.
No, no, not only leaders. You are corrupt too. Yeah, one of the leaders are also corrupt. We so that mentality of let me do whatever I can do to make money. So it could be part of why they are doing this. They don't think about the future of the children. They're just thinking about today alone. Hey, look, if I should divorce today, I will be making more money. We all
But
came here because of that money.
but
You understand what I'm
Baba,
saying?
I don't think that's 100% correct in the
No, I'm not
sense
saying
that
100%. I'm just saying
okay,
it could be part of it. Some people
to
can do
me,
anything for money.
I
Yeah.
think like the traditional woman, traditional Nigerian woman wants a marriage to work out. That even if the man doesn't have enough, she's hustling on the side to assist the man. So I don't think they will come in, come abroad and decide, no, I don't need the man. Let me kick him out so that I can, because of poverty mentality, I want to make all the money and you know what I
So
mean?
what do you think is the process? Is the problem then, Mrs. Rose? What? So if you said that is not one
I,
of the problems,
I
so
It's
think
what do you think
hybrid
is the
of
problem?
culture.
I think
It's just hybrid of the
it's because
society. The
yeah, because
society.
sometimes our women when they get confused with some of these foreign cultures. They don't
No,
know.
it's not our women, Madam Rosie.
Okay,
It's
women generally.
everybody. It's all over the place. It has nothing to do with
It's both men
Nigerians.
and women. Men go we change and come overseas now.
Every
Yeah,
Most
because
women all over the world are doing this baby mama. Even the ones that are not getting anything out of it, like the ones in Nigeria, they still have babies and take care of the babies by themselves. I think it's a societal thing. Like most men these days don't even want to marry, but they want to have children. Yeah. So you see a lot of billionaires in Nigeria. They don't have a wife, but they have 4, 5 baby mamas. It's just the society we are in
Not
today.
the
But
billionaires that have wife, but just have a baby mama on the side.
no, some of them still have wife and have baby mama on the side. It's just the society because I don't know for those who are Christian. You remember the story of is it ballad. He said something that was a mistake became a way of life. There's a way they used to say it because that thing, collecting money for prophecy, it was from stage to stage. Then before you know it, it was like a mistake. It became a way of life. So when you don't frown at certain things, it's as if the evil wins. So it is what it is. Even some people are blaming the world for having values. When you listen to some people talk these days, you begin to wonder if the world has gone bananas. Then we say, why should you create a situation where man and woman will live in a house? Who told you to do that? Where did you get that one from? I mean, I listened to a lot of arguments on family. They will tell you that what is a woman, what is a man, and they ask you what is a family. They will have their own whatever, their own will I say
Definition.
definition. They will have their own definition, and when you want to correct them, they say, who gave you the definition you are using? That is somebody that created. A lot of things is going on in the world. They're trying to throw away the value, but then if you have one, just hold it.
So, Madam Zita,
Sometimes you stumble into some certain discussions or certain behaviors, you get shocked, but you have to hold yourself. That's what the society is saying today.
Madam
Everything,
Zita, me, I'm
yeah.
thinking that we are tending to be behaving like animals.
No, listen, let me tell you something, Simba. You see, maybe, probably, we that are discussing it now, we might not be alive when these things might be banned. There will be penalties for it. Maybe then, maybe in the next 200 years, something like United Nations will put a ban on people having children outside of wedlock. You never can tell. That's why I'm saying that you remember when you look at the story of slavery, how it started in Iraq and in Iran, and they started growing community, a whole town enslaving a particular community, use them as slaves, later dispose of them by killing them, and it became a trend. Before you know it, it went boom. It became a business, just as this is now like a business. Some girls even decide to get pregnant for a very wealthy guy so that the man will be paying her some money to take care of his kids. It's like a business. It's the insane. Life happens with chance and time. So maybe we might not be alive when there will be penalties for you doing these things that people are doing now. Remember the slave trade? Then you sell 200 people because of an umbrella. It doesn't really mean anything. Although some people like us will be somewhere grumbling, why would you be selling a human being? Just as we are discussing it now. But later it became something the whole world agreed that is wrong. Is man's inhumanity to his fellow man. Maybe, probably, children will get something like parents' inhumanity to children. Maybe in future we might be alive, we might not be alive. So I don't really like going into something that is widespread in the society. Discuss it from now till tomorrow, you're not going to make any change. You just be talking, just like a conversation. But it is what it is. Such things do sort themselves out. When they are overwhelmed by it, they're gonna do something about it. Just like they were overwhelmed by slavery. Just that.
Yeah, Madam Sita, that will take us back to politics in Nigeria. Before you run away, because I know you will soon run away. Your brother, your senior, maybe it's your junior or your senior brother, Peter Obi has filed 50. I will call it count charge. On the judgment of the tribunal court. So, what do you think? What is going on here?
Sorry, Thomas. Can you hear me, Thomas?
I can hear you.
Yes, Thomas. Yeah, have that conversation with Zita, but make your way very quickly to Ike. Ike is one of the more interesting voices within the emerging within the internet space. So really,
About what topic you would like to? Do you have any topic for him?
no, he will come in. He is a very solid sort of. He will come in as he pleases, but navigate to Ike after that conversation with you
Yeah,
see when you start to speak
yeah.
with him, but yeah, try and navigate to him.
No worries. Yeah, yeah.
So,
Madam Sister. Yeah,
Thomas,
you
you
have the
can
floor.
go to Ike, okay?
No, 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 no. You have to speak about your brother. No, 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 no. You are not
No,
running
you
away.
can go to Ike. I'm already running late.
You are running late.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all right.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Now, bye
You're
bye.
welcome, my sister.
The
Listen
data
from my
doesn't
side.
want to offend people before going to
Madam,
bed.
Madam
I go
Zita,
gear
bye.
man. Make them no, make them no, they don't go for you and for sleep.
Someone, you know, she's going to an obedient gathering, so you don't want to.
They go carry go, they follow her for sleep. You know one wahala.
You want when she go collect, where should they go, Abby?
Yeah. Let's hear from Ike as one man rightly said. So come in, my come in. You have the
Well,
floor.
yes, yes, yes. Thank you very much. I was listening to the conversation. Only
You haven't salute the general. You salute. You have to salute the general anytime you come in.
I is a bigger general than you. Thomas, you don't know. One man will tell you. For one man to tell you,
calm down.
that you should go straight to him. Doesn't that tell you that he's a bigger general than you?
Salute to the general. Salute to one man. Salute to the chat. You
Yeah, go
salute
on, my
to
brother.
Ajale
I'm just
Popo.
joking, Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So I was listening to the conversation. I caught about the last 30 minutes or so regarding the single mother situation. I wanted to just add one thing there, and then I can back up, or I'll shall we say, give the rest of my time back. But basically,
You have the floor. You have the floor.
okay. So many things were said coming from the social perspective, coming from even the individual morality perspective. I wanted to mention that it is a phenomenon that we notice to be most acute in the West, right? That the West is the most advanced in terms of this, and all these things were mentioned, right? So generally speaking, in Western educated, industrialized, rich, democratic societies, what we call liberal societies, the technology and the economy has been arranged such that an individual man is not needed in the home. Now, I say needed, they may be wanted still by a woman, right? After all, we are still human beings, we're still mammals, right? It may be wanted, but they are not needed. Why? Because whatever the protection slash provision, to put it in a shorthand format, just protect and provide, being the role of the man, has been outsourced to the state, to this particular in the arrangement of this, again, Western industrialized, rich, democratic societies, which you understand very well. The apparatus of the state can take care of things, even so much so that they're even incentivizing, they're taking over that provision role by dangling checks in front of women. So that is an incentive pulling them in a particular direction, but the incentive to stay has also been removed, right? And I'm talking about statistics now, I'm talking in general, in the sense that if you observe a group, there are millions of women, millions of women that would, let's say, in otherwise form families, are now in a situation where they don't quote unquote need, which is true because you don't actually need that man there. It's not like you're in a Maasai village where the men sleep outside, protect the community from the lions. Like, no, you have your firefighter, your policeman, you get your welfare check or your regular check from whatever company you're working for. And you can get all these other needs met, which might still be
And they
done
got
by
that dildo too. They got that dildos. So what the hell they need you for?
yeah, again, so it's a technological stage of society, okay? Technological, political, and there are choices involved in this as well, in terms of you have to arrange yourself in this particular way to there's this acronym that I use to remember. It's called WEIRD, right? So it's Western industrialized, educated, rich, democratic, right? Kind of encapsulates these types of societies that we know of, England, France, United States, and such, right? In these particular kinds of societies, men are not needed anymore, right? They can be substituted. And human beings, being what they are, want to eat our cake and have it. So you wouldn't expect that you would expect, right, that there will be a cohort of women starting to drift out because they want to eat their cake and have it. Why would you sit with this yeye Mike and listen to what he has to say, right? Rather than, yeah, why deal with this guy? After all, you don't really need him. So that stickiness is not there. And then you add aspects which have to do with marketing, right? Because marketing is all about creating subgroups.
But hi,
And
before you go on, so why do we throw why do we where do we leave the family orientation we have been taught from when we were growing up? That family should be together.
so so good point. Practically speaking, it doesn't work out. So in terms of this man not being needed, okay, is only from this simple protection provision, rather economic transactional phase or way of looking at things. However,
Okay.
psychologically, for the good of the children, the man is still actually needed. Okay, for the development, a two-parent stable household is still the best to raise children, and the studies are there for us to see, even without referring to just basic
Mike,
tradition.
Mike, allow me if I go further. See, um, all your submission well accepted, but before you can go further, really, we have to address the weakening of the institution of marriage first, and how did that come about um, alongside with feminism? See, the reason why all these things are happening, no, the foundation of it, and has to do with how people perceive what marriage is or what a family is. As long as you are able to change that narrative or that belief in the minds of people, just like any other institutions that are hijacked over time and they morph into something else, and people don't know what it stands for or the meaning, or their new definition becomes the standard. The family, the nuclear family, the family as we know it for the past maybe 20, 30 years, even longer actually, has been under attack for a very long time. So what is going on right now is quite deliberate if you look at it, and I hope you know that, because from what I just heard, what you just said, um, everything points back to, you can say, the liberal agenda on how or what a family is. Right in front of our eyes, we are seeing the redefinition of marriage. So, what more do you need to hold a family together if that foundation is broken or shaken?
It is rather difficult. I was pointing out to the fact that practically we can see that it is dysfunctional, that the results are dysfunctional. That can be an incentive for those whom are not at the tip of the spear in terms of uh, right now. I would say the tip of the spear, and this is not throwing any shade to anyone. In America, being the Black community in America, the African American community, are like the most advanced in terms of the destruction of the family. I'm not pointing to them saying that it was their fault. It makes sense that, given their circumstances, being right there in the belly of the beast, they will be the ones that's most affected by it. Yes, 100% women's emancipation, or the original imaginings of women's emancipation and other liberal agendas, breaking down certain structures which some people might seem to be stultifying and not liberating, and not allowing certain outliers within the society to express their outlierness, right? These things tend to go too far, especially when you mix it with capitalism. And I'm a capitalist. I'm just saying what is. It's not a question of derogating capitalism. The capitalist basically is here to sell things to you, okay? And the capitalist will take whatever little agenda is in the air and create a group and sell you an idea. So basically, if you take the Vogue magazine, okay, it's or let's we know Sex in the City, that show. Because all these things in media are all about marketing something to you, right? They're all about selling you something after all, right? Selling you something in between those commercials, selling you something in between those pages of the magazine. What do they show you in the magazine? They show you, oh, this single woman living a great life, right? This is the single lifestyle. Living Single was a sitcom in the 90s, right? That openly just disparaged the whole idea of A, men, B, marriage, and so on and so forth, in order to sell things to people. Okay. And so there's an incentive now for this capitalist person to continue to push certain and drive more divisions, because the more you can divide people, the more you can market into these particular subgroups, right? Let me create this subgroup and market to them, create this other subgroup, market to them, and so on. So again, you have certain aspects, such as the technological part, the wealth part, that make it such that men are not needed. You have, shall we say, philosophical and sociological movements having to do with emancipation. And then they get hijacked on top of that by the capitalist and their incentive to sell and market things and make it seem like all these things are great and it's awesome. It's like a multi-pronged attack, right? Even though it doesn't even need to be coordinated, okay? But it's a self-reinforcing cycle. But the results, if we look at this tip of the spear, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I say, but capitalism is usually a response to the marketplace. See, capitalism will also satisfy a family, okay, as we know it traditionally, and provide product and services to serve that family. So we can't really point to capitalism, so to speak, because it's there as a service provider. To me, that's the way I look at it. Again, it goes back to the institution of marriage or an institution of family, and 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 the redefinition of many things as we used to know them, how they are defined or accepted today. If you follow what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah, I follow you completely. And the reason I said that it's a self-reinforcing thing, like, so capitalism is an ingredient, right? In other words, capitalism sees an opportunity and grabs it, right? And says, okay, I'm going to sell this. In other words, without the capitalism aspect, you're not going to be selling and pushing certain things in magazines and so on and so forth and exacerbating it. It's not the most important aspect. But let me just perhaps a quick kind of a slight tangent here, because after all, we're talking about history and the unfolding of history. You see, history never has one particular, shall we say, catalyst. In other words, you can have the great man perspective, where you say it was Caesar, it was the generals and the kings that made X happen, right? Or you can have the technological perspective that says, no, it wasn't that. It was the development of this particular technology. That's why these people started trading with those people, blah, blah, blah. Some say, oh no, it was this natural disaster that caused it. And then there is the part of the quote unquote philosophers or writers or journalists that say, no, it was what Voltaire wrote. It was what this particular set of people wrote. That's what led to quote unquote the Enlightenment or whatever. But in truth, all these things happened at the same time, right? Somebody wrote something, the technology happened, and a general picked up something and rallied people. All these things will happen at the same time. And you can see many of these through lines. It tends to be, so you have to pick it up one at a time. People would disagree on what's more primary and what's more causal, right? But all these are different layers. Well, I'll put it down at that point, and I'll see what your reaction is.
All right, let me ask you this, man. Do you think individualism has a lot to do with, the promotion of individualism, which is widely spreading across the world? Do you think that has a lot to do with, the whole people not, getting married anymore? And also, I mean, in the sense that, back in the days, it's more culture, more collectivism, which is still in the most power in a place like Africa, but in rural part of Africa, where you live your life basically to prove something to the community. Whereas now you're not living your life to prove anything to anybody. So no one is, if the community wants, in a collective environment, people say, we're expecting you to, even within family, like back in the days, you're living your life to you're getting married to give birth to who's going to inherit something or take over something and pass down something and things like that, you know. But now no one is looking to inherit anything from anybody. You're well, you want to inherit one dusty one bedroom from, I mean, small land from your father when you're aspiring to buy 10 acres in another place somewhere else, you know. I mean, do you think that has a lot to do with these things? You know?
You see, there's so many things that come to mind. First of all, on that whole capitalist point, you see, and this is something that some African Americans point out, which is keeping the man in his house and the woman in a separate house, paying two rents, paying two car notes, and two light bill, blah blah blah. Is literally a doubling of the money that goes to whomever is collecting this money, right? And this is this is just a slight observation. It doesn't mean that I don't think anyone is smart enough to plan, oh, let's divide the family so that we can collect more money from them. But it is indeed an effect, right? So, but when it comes to the individualism aspect, yes, when you don't need the group anymore, and when the, shall we say, impersonal apparatus of the state, as I mentioned earlier, can satisfy certain needs, then yes, we will kind of go back to our selfish impulses as men and also as women. Okay. And again, if we go to the, the philosophy aspect or the institutional aspect that I'm sorry, I think Prince was mentioning, right, about, because I think Prince is emphasizing what I call, the philosophical aspect of the changes in history, like the things that people write and the things that people say, what goes down in postmodern theory and such and such. Yes, it definitely emphasizes individualism, because here's one way to look at it. In societies, there have always been outliers, right? So in Africa, there have always been gay people, I'm sure. I can't prove it, but I'm sure that there have always been. Okay. But it was never the center of the conversation, right? And outliers knew how to be outliers. So there are always outliers in many different dimensions. I just mentioned one, which is particularly stark and to kind of create a vivid picture. But you can be an outlier in many different ways. Some people are more individualistic than collectivist, but most people tend to be more collectivist. But basically, what happened in the West, right, with this postmodernist type of thinking over liberalization is outliers trying to force their way to as being the center of the bell curve. The bell curve comes to mind when I'm thinking of this thing, right? We all know the
Yeah,
bell curve.
the
Go ahead.
LGBT movement, all those things. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So
I know be
you,
the,
you
you know, yeah, yeah.
yeah, so it's one thing to be an outlier, right? It's another thing to say, look, I, the outlier, I now feel marginalized and I want to now overturn the bell curve, force myself to the center stage and make all kinds of noise in all kinds of ways, in whichever. And this particular move is necessarily individualistic because it's more granular, it's more this individual outlier thing. It's not by definition. By definition, the middle of the bell curve is more of a group type of thing. So one way to understand this kind of postmodern ideology is outliers that decided not to stay outliers quietly anymore and say, hey, because look, there have always been women, let's say, that maybe and they're not into marriage, a small percentage, let's say, because they maybe have they generally, shall we say, have more masculine traits or more masculine way of seeing the world, or maybe a more individualistic way. In the past, those women would just be there. They would, stay being
But
outliers.
now they want to be heard. Everybody wants to be heard, you know.
Exactly. And there's a push. There are incentives to be heard. You will be lifted up in social media. You will end up in the Bud Light commercials and so on and so forth, right? So it just brings all this, and it confuses many things. But at the end of the day, it is still dysfunctional because you cannot prescribe the outlier lifestyle to the masses. It doesn't work, right? Whether for many reasons that we can think of. So I don't know. That's if that addresses the point that you were talking about.
Yeah, but okay, yeah, but on the issue of outlier, obviously, I can't name any small ethnic group in Nigeria that wants to be the dominant ethnic group that controls all the resources and the power. That's far from reality, right? But it's possible, of course, if that outlier or that group is empowered, enabled, okay, they can make inroad to such endeavors. Um, when you talk about outliers, I mean, this small growth, like Mike mentioned, that growth, for example, where they didn't just come about overnight. Gradually, they were able to amass wealth, power, and resources. And that's why many people, outliers, many people are identifying with them now in today's world, even though by sexual orientation, they are not. But a lot of people are buying into the ideas and ideology of these people or this group. But in reality, they do not belong to that group. And many people that are actually, antithetical to this group in every way possible too, they sympathize with this group and they promote whatever they are selling. They promote whatever they are selling. So the issue of an outlier here, it's really it's something, I mean, yet to be understood, quite frankly, because some people have raised that question. How come a small percentage, a small group with such a small percentage have so much power and be able to direct the course of action of a larger group? And this group, if they raise their voice, they are being suppressed, canceled, and you know the rest.
It is a curious question, actually, about you see, there are many ways one can put it. One of the ways, when it comes to revolutions and revolutionary spirit, it is always mentioned that it is a small group of dedicated people that change history, right? It is, and it is always the case, right? Even though, because it's counterintuitive, it doesn't match our intuition. We think, oh, how about the literal mass and size of the majority? How can that be kind of subsumed by a minority? But empirically, through history, time and time again, we see that that's the case. And one example I like to give with this thing called the minority rule, right, is in the United States. Do you know that all soft drinks, let me not say all major ones, Coca-Cola, orange juice, all these things that you buy are kosher? I don't know whether it's a kosher, whatever, however they pronounce it. In other words, or kosher or halal, meaning they have gone through the particular types of rights or whatever, such that they are okay for the Yahoo boys. I know you are not supposed to say that word on YouTube, but we all know the group I'm talking about, right? So how can it be that a tiny percentage of these people in the United States have caused the entire, all these soft drink manufacturers and juice manufacturers, right, to change their way? And if you think about it from an economic standpoint or just from a practical standpoint, it makes sense. And this particular minority rule, the idea is a minority can control a great deal. Is it just easier for Coca-Cola to say, hey, let me just make everything kosher, rather than to go and start saying, okay, here's kosher Coke for the Jews, here's, and there's another type of Coke for the Gentiles, right? So this simple minority, and given the decision tree that this particular entity, being the manufacturer of products, have, they just decide to go one way or the other. Now, this might not explain all the peculiarities that we see with regards to companies, siding with, shall we say, the woke agenda, but there are other theories associated with that as well. So first of all, we've talked about the minority rule, and that indeed minorities do have a great sway in societies. The other aspect, okay, has to do perhaps with the fact that, let's say if you take the left, the Democratic Party, if we stay within the United States, or the left in general, and the left before, they were there to give you, bread and unions, and they were there to support you with actual tangible things, okay, and fighting for the underdog by actually giving him something. So now, though, as a result of some things, that which I consider to be the fact that they actually don't have anything to give anymore because growth has slowed down, the real wages of the masses, okay, of anyone below the 95% line has been stagnant since the 70s. Okay, real wages meaning, when you take into account the effects of inflation, has been stagnant. Growth has not actually been happening the way it was promised. We wrote checks, by we I mean out here in the West, in the United States, wrote checks that they cannot cash. But now, what does the left have to offer to the downtrodden, right? So I'm not going to give you a raise at your job, Mike, but I will tell you about diversity and inclusion, and I'm with you, and I'll give you all kinds of rainbow days, every different color every month, right? All that stuff. In other words, I'm going to start giving you this kind of psychological boost, which seems to work, rather than, or shall I say, because I actually don't have the bread and the meat and potatoes to give you anymore. These two things, again, this is a hypothesis, but these two facts are true. The growth has slowed down, and there has been this increase of, let me, administer to the spirit of the downtrodden by telling them that, I'm with them. I'll go to every outlier and everybody and tell them that I'm with them, when indeed I don't actually have anything to give them economically. That's another kind of theory as to why it's such a huge. But it's kind of conspiracy theories that, like, I don't know what you think about it.
Let me tell you how it works, and let me tell you how America does it. U.S. government. This is what they do. They look at United States society and they begin to ask themselves, okay, which way are we going? Culturally, right? Or socially. And the factor they emphasize on the most is how it will exacerbate or increase productivity or increase wealth and things like that. And what they do is they get a group of social scientists to conduct a study on how ways they think they will condition people to start thinking, how they think people should start thinking in order for them to achieve that particular aim. So what they do once they figure a way, and then what they start to do is start to use propaganda or media or programming and enforcement and movement just to condition the minds of the upcoming generation and the new, particularly the younger generation, because they know it's easier to change. I mean, you can't really change older people. So that's how it's always done. If I give you one example, like after World War II, when American economy began to become very robust, and America also, is a country of underpopulated people. They kill all the Indians, so they need to increase their population, and they knew that they needed to have a huge population increase. So they call a group of social scientists to come up with a way they can rapidly increase their population. And the social scientists, after all their studies, guess what they came up with? They say, hey, we have to do mass fornication. We have to find a way to make people, like young people, start having babies, like teenagers. And this is a fact. I'm telling you, go look it up. That's when the word dates came about, where they were encouraging people to just not wait till they get married, just hook up and have sex and make babies. And in fact, to the point where they were encouraging high school, like teenagers, to start making love early. And as a result, they ended up with it worked. The population increased. Man. Have you heard the term baby boomer generation?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how they came up with that baby boomer generation, where American population just massively exploded. Babies came in the millions. But down the line, what later on happening, that baby boomer generation became the junkie generation, the drug and the EPs, and it became a dysfunctional generation because most of those children were born out of wedlock, and a lot of them didn't know their fathers. If you go and talk to most baby boomers, they don't know their fathers. So they continue that same idea of, okay, which way? Let's rely on the social scientists to come up with a way forward. And now we're seeing this new idea that the social scientists have came up with that, okay, let's end gender. You can just pick your gender. I don't know where they're taking us this time, but and unfortunately, that's how America does it. And when America does something, the rest of the world just follows. The rest of the Western world, including Africans, we don't know what with the origin of why they start to push this thing that they're pushing. We don't know. There's just a group of some people they call social scientists. Scientists, they are not God. I mean, we did, America, they blame on their scientists for everything. Whenever they want to stop, you call scientists, hey, go give us your, go study and tell us what you think, which way. That's how they do things. And often the scientists, yeah, whatever they come up with down the line, sometimes you end up there's a negative, you know, consequence that comes with it. But that negative consequence, America may already put a measure in place to maybe to curb it, to deal with it. But we that are following them, do we have that? Do we have the same measure in place to curb the negative consequence down the line? Do we? In America, for example, the generation of those children, those out of wedlock children being born, of course, they have a means in place to, which is welfare, right? Welfare system. If these children are born, okay, we have a welfare system to make sure they don't go hungry. But in Africa, we just following them. We having bunch of on baby mamas now. Is there a welfare for those children? No. Like so, we follow countries. We don't know. We copy and paste. Both our political system is copy and paste. Our cultural direction, religion, copy and paste. Cultural direction, we copy and paste all these countries, but we don't know. Like, okay, if it's going to work for them, doesn't mean it's going to work for you. They already have a preparation for their disaster, the aftermath of this thing they are doing. But do you? No, you don't. So Africa, I don't know. You know, that's one thing we need to start.
So which way do you think Nigeria is going? Because
They
so
don't know.
far,
They're following the West. We are Malians now. The new generation are Malians. We don't know. Okay, social. This is a new social movement. Malians. You know. Okay. The consequence of the aftermath of that. These Malians. I mean, okay. Are we ready for the aftermath of this movement? America will study. Like, okay, what's going on here now? Okay, this thing. Like when hip hop started, the U.S. government knew that okay, this music here is going to turn a lot of African American children to start committing a lot of crime because the music promote a lot of crime. Guess what? The capitalists like, okay, when they become a lot of criminals on the street, how do we curb it? They started building a bunch of prisons, and they turned the prison into business. It became prison industrial complex, right? To the point where the prison owners are begging judges to give people more sentence because they need to make more money. So they already have these things in place, you know. And then the policing, they already structured the police in a way where, okay, once the crime increase, you have to pick those kids, you pick them up. So even though it's a disaster, it's disastrous for the black community, but they don't care. They already have measures in place to deal with that. But we follow things. We don't. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to interject real quick. So when it comes to the West, you know, this social engineering, I think that's what you're probably talking about in one way or another. Social engineering, for example, the rap music, for example, of course, the U.S. government did not invest in it. They did not bring it about. But nonetheless, they saw it as a tool that can help them fulfill their agenda, if you want to put it that way. Mass incarceration, sure, you know, and along the line, you know, they injected a lot of things into it, supported maybe some people that helped channel that rap music or that industry into a certain direction to produce the intended effect. When it comes to the scientists doing experiments, many times actually they actually perform the experiments in details and get the actual results. If it doesn't fit what they're trying to do, they present false information, okay, and they manage the outcome carefully to produce the result they want to, you know, they plan to get. These people, you know, that's one thing about the West. They are quite they pay attention to details and they know how to follow through to get what they want. It's only in Africa or in Nigeria that we don't believe in data or big data to control society. So we came to this point talking about family, you know, a family orientation or what it stands for. We're talking earlier about, you know, how a rich kid in America and a poor kid in Nigeria, for example, they have the same mentality because of the term this market has used. It's called cytography. I believe that's what it's called. And basically, they're thinking, they're thinking alike, even though they are from different, you know, financial background and culture, but they are able to think alike. And the common um, uh, thing that brings them together, of course, is the internet, the social media. Okay, and that's what they think, and they desire the same products and perhaps services also, even though they can't equally afford them. And that's why um, no, young kids. No, you want to go the Yahoo way, or kids trying to blow in Africa, this and that, because they design the same thing. Nowadays, they're not really trying to follow the normal process of growth, so to speak, to achieve what they want to achieve. They just want to get it done because that is what's being portrayed to them. And this is not new, by the way, but it's more prevalent in today's world. It's more prevalent to this world than before.
Hmm. Speaking of data, the divorce rate in Nigeria is reported as being less than 1%, 0.5%, which is very low,
For what?
which is a great,
For what?
pardon me, the divorce rate, 0.5% of marriages end in divorce, according to Google in Nigeria.
But that's not the problem anymore. The problem now is that they're not even getting married. They're just having
Mhm.
kids out of wedlock. I can guarantee you that, in terms percentage wise, I can almost probably guarantee that Nigerian statistic is getting close to that of the Western world of
Mhm.
people having children out of wedlock. And there's one thing to have children. We were talking earlier with Madame Zita earlier. There's one thing to have children out of wedlock, and another thing to just have the children and be disconnected totally, and don't care about what happens to the woman or the child. That's where we're going. That's the trajectory that we seem to be going right now as a society, and we cannot even sustain it. We don't have the institution. We don't have the resources to be able to maintain that. So, in other words, we should be expecting more chaos down the line. I mean, at least here in America, they have all kind of welfare programs to support the mother and the child. But we don't have that. We can't even get palliatives to the people that need them in Nigeria. How much more trying to have a bunch of kids all around that don't have support?
So speaking of that chaos, some people do say, and I'm curious what anyone in the panel thinks about it. That yes, the ultimate chaos will come in the form of an Islamic takeover, because again, you're talking about this juxtaposition of, on the one hand, the people whom have decided to take the outliers and put them in the center of things become more fragmented and individualistic and focusing on all these things which I've been mentioning, and then not raising, shall we say, healthy people psychologically because of the breakdown of the family. And on the other hand, you have, the Islamic structure. Say whatever you want about it, and
So
they
do
have
you
an
think the
yeah.
conglomeration of different ethnic groups into under this country called Nigeria in a sense, and where we did that, and we just brought the British, the Westernization, the Western ways as the national way, national culture or national, because Nigerian culture is Western culture. We have our individual ethnic cultures, but if you say what's Nigerian way, what's Nigerian culture, what's Nigerian way of life, it's more of British and American, to be honest. So maybe
Yeah.
that plays a lot of role in where we are going, where we don't know where we are going, you know. Because I mean, we can say our forefathers were social scientists. They created the cultures that we practice in our respective tribes was something designed. I mean, it was years and years of. It may not be designed by maybe by sitting down by. It's an evolution of way. I mean, it's a years and years, thousands of years of evolvement, that we evolved to that point where we say, oh, this is the way Yorubas do things. This is the way Benin land we do this. This is the way Igbo land we do this. It took years, thousands of years to come to where we do things. But all of a sudden, oh, that gotta go. We gotta be civilized. The British way is away because the British they are this, they look better, they are Igbo, So let's start adopting new ways and just abandon. To me, I'm not saying adopting new ideas is bad. It's not bad, but you don't throw away everything you own and replace it with something else. What you do, you look at something else and see what you can take from it and keep yours and look something yours that's bad for you that maybe you can now replace or take out. But you just don't abandon everything. Just dump it. Because now we have children where they are no longer don't even speak their language anymore, don't even know any their culture, everything about their ethnic culture is gone. They are just westernizing. I mean, you
But
have a generation
but
of
Mike,
boys, kids
but
are
Mike,
just Malians now. Malians.
but you have to find value in something to want to hold on to it. I mean, isn't that the case? We losing our language. Our children can't speak our languages anymore. I mean, it wasn't like it was forced upon us. It is deliberate decisions or lack of it that led to that. But before we go further on that, I'd like to address the issue. I think Mike Ike brought an issue of maybe is a Islamization of Nigeria. But you always mentioned the point about the outliers. See, one thing I realized also is that if you look back in history, outliers, even in our current world, outliers are like a tool that people with resources and power use also to direct or to change the course of history or for their own gains. Because again, an outlier without resources, without power, cannot be at the center of anything, can't do much unless it's placed there. A good example in our culture, in our country, would be like, in Nigeria, Boko Haram. We always talk about Boko Haram being this powerful entity that can destroy Nigeria and do this and that. No, I mean, we've heard stories about Boko Haram. They came about as a matter of support and the resources that they get from powerful people in power to use them for their own gain, maybe to destabilize the country, to take over the country, or for their own, secure natural resources. So there's always, I have this acronym, TANO, taking advantage of natural occurring events. You take whatever is available to you to gain power, strength, or to destabilize. And that's what outliers serve. Because, I mean, again, you cannot just come back in the days, time of Alexander the Great. These people are warriors. They can actually go to war and defeat their enemies. They had something to offer, because maybe they have a advancement in their weaponry than their enemies. So there's always an advantage to be used by an outlier or a smaller group of people to gain power, to gain power. Um, the sexualization of our society today, especially in the West, is not a happenstance. Some people are using it. Today we talk a lot about transgenderism, that and its likes and the ilk of those things that in the past, not too long ago, perhaps 20 years ago, 15 years ago, according to the book of American psychology, were considered a medical issue of mental state of mind, but not anymore. Those things have been deleted from those books, the medical books, and this lifestyles are being adopted and centralized in our society. Why? Because some people somehow, somewhere, they found this group of people or these outliers to be an effective tool.
Hmm. Um, one of the things I wanted to ask Mike something that pertains to one of the things that you mentioned, which is, you need to see value in something to hold on to it. So, Mike, you say people are not learning their language anymore, and tradition and this and that. And then here comes the question: well, what value is it? Okay, is the language is not feeding them? The language is not making cars. The language is not putting copper wires in the ground that puts electricity or whatever. They're not getting a. They are from the basic Maslow's hierarchy of needs perspective. The food, clothing, and shelter is from another man's language in another man's system, which, by the way, the local ones speaking, when they see the people speaking the language of following the traditions, are rather inept. I'm painting a perspective now, might not necessarily be true, right? But a perception that, hey, if I look to the left, I see traditional ways, and it's all ineptitude and squalor. And if I look to the right, I see these other ways, which indeed shows a way to a brighter future. It looks shiny. It looks nice. It looks better. So what's this thing you're telling me to hold on to? Yes, if I'm a if I'm a man of leisure or a scholarly person or someone like that who's already comfortable, yes, maybe I can take up a book and talk about history and talk about the past and learn different languages and be erudite in that way. But hey, I'm trying to survive here, and what has Yoruba done for me? What do you
Okay,
say to that, man?
okay. Here's where I can answer that. You see, one thing we have to learn to do is how to separate technological advancement from culture, right? This is what we do in Africa, and that's the mistake we made, and that the Chinese didn't make. Europeans were the first to become modernized in terms of technology and all these things, right? Advancement, technological advancements. And how do they do it? It's just a group of scientists. They do research and they figure out how to make this just individual. Their culture or tradition or religion has nothing to do with that. It's just a matter of guys that have passion for something and they went into research and some people put money behind them and they put money behind the research and they did it. So now when they came to other people, we saw what they produced through that process, through that idea. Wait, the Chinese saw it. The Chinese said, wow, these guys are able to make these things. And they say, wow, maybe we can do the same thing. And what the Chinese did was figure people among their own society, they can think, they have brain, they have talent, and they put money behind them, put them into lab to do research and figure out to make those things. Whereas the Africans are like, wow, these guys can make these things. It means that their culture is superior. That means their culture is what's making it. Looks like you yourself said it. Yoruba is not showing me how to, Yoruba is not making copper on the ground. Yoruba is not putting money in my pocket and things like that and that. And for your information, the only people that are actually making things in Nigeria, they are productive, they're actually doing things, are the ones that don't even speak English. The only thing we produce in Africa is agricultural goods. And most of the people you say, you hardly see anybody that's a farmer that you hardly see anybody that only speak English that's a farmer in Nigeria. That lost his culture, lost everything. Most of them live in the cities and they are useless. They are empty. With all their grammar and everything, they are empty. The only thing they adopt from the white man is the language and also to consume what he produced. If you're telling me that these Africans that are okay, abandon their culture and everything and decide to start practicing Western culture, now they are all producing technology, they're all manufacturing something, or they're all making things advancing technologically, then you have an argument. But none of these people are advancing technologically. No. In fact, they were even more. In fact, before the primitive people in the village can show you how to make one thing, push it together, kilishi, or make pots or something. They at least make something, or maybe they can make a, like you go to Benin now, they can cast some iron and make one something.
They make day guns and all those things also, Mike.
Can you hear?
I said they make day guns and all those things. Even
Yeah, they still make they make guns, they make bows and arrows, at least weapons.
Yes.
Thank you. Name one of these Nigerians that have abandoned their culture and everything because Oyinbo man is want to become Oyinbo because Oyinbo is advanced. Now you become Oyinbo. Name any of them, including those one that wear suit and tie that come on TV every day speaking grammar. Ask any of them anything they can make with their hands or with their anything they can make. Absolutely nothing. Even if you go to Igbo land, if you go to Aba, the ones that are doing those things, they are not the one that it's not from West education. Some of them don't speak English, they don't speak Igbo. If you go to, like, literally, you're abandoning like this so-called adopting Western culture. We in Nigeria, when people say you're more civilized because you speak better English, it's just a fallacy. It's just fallacy. I don't know. We need to dump that mentality that the Europeans is their culture that makes them advance. It's a lie. I live in America here. Average American is retarded. They don't know anything. They're retarded. They don't have sense. But they have institutions, they have scientists, they do research. They're the one making the science. They're the one making the scientific breakthroughs. It's not their culture. It's just
institution. Lagos want to comment? Who's the Lagos guy?
Institution, exactly. You create institutions to do those things, not culture. Culture has absolutely nothing to do with technological advancements. Culture is just a way of life to shape, to guide your your conduct. That's what culture is, tradition is.
No, Mike, we have said it on this platform on many occasions. I don't know who is that guy that was asking you the questions. That I should mention one country in the world that developed, you say, developed nation that adopted another country's culture. All of them, they have their own culture and language, and that's what they use in development. So it doesn't have anything to do. We are talking about, even Mike, if you remember, we are talking about using our own language as a language of instruction. So, but by the time we all downgraded, yes, we downgraded our own language. We think that if you speak Yoruba, it doesn't have any or any other name.
They'll say it's primitive. It's inferior.
Values to you. Exactly. It's, to me, it's the kind of primitive idea that just.
Somehow somebody is trying to convince me that the English language is the reason why England or America have built something. No, their language has nothing to do with what they built. It's just their talent. It's the talent of individuals that came up with it. Because if it's the language and the Chinese just kill it, the Japanese and the Chinese kill the argument because the Chinese and the Japanese are building the same thing. But it's not their language. But they don't. It's not English that they used to build it. So the China 50 years ago, they were just like where we are. Maybe before that. I mean, sometimes they were not. The Europeans were way ahead in advancement, in technological advancement. But they didn't say, "Oh wow, look at these people. That means my own code language and everything about me must be stupid, must be inferior. It's the reason why I'm not where they are." They didn't look at it from that angle, man. They kept their language, their everything, their religion, who they are. They kept who they are.
I think in Nigeria we pay more emphasis on wrong values and that is what is affecting us. We place more emphasis on you can speak this busy English. So far you can speak English, people will think that you're intelligent, and but that is the wrong notion.
I used to think like that until I actually started spending more time I spend more time in the rural, in the villages. Because now if I go to Nigeria, I spend more time in villages. And I will see some freaking creative people, man. Like these people, they are so creative. Like literally, by the age of 6, the boy has already learned. There's a boy that say he can go and capture cobra. This boy is like 12 years old. He said he can go and capture cobra in the bush. I said, what?
Well, Mike,
the guy, wait. Let me go. The guy went into the forest. Within 2 hours, he came out with a cobra. Like, you want to capture. You see, that's the tool. That's that right there. That's even the military truth. I mean, that's knowledge. You understand? Like, some of these people, like, within that environment, that natural environment, they know so much about the plants. They will say, they start telling you about so many things about that environment. That's knowledge. Now, if I go to Lagos, the only knowledge those children have is they know about the products that the human make.
Whiskey now.
Yeah, they know about the most advanced thing they know. Where they are more advanced in the advanced so-called civilized environment in Nigeria, where they are more advanced is they know more about everything the white man has built than those people in the village, because they know more about. They can tell you that this is computer, this is Ferrari, this is iPhone, this is this. They know about all those things, but they can't make any of it. But they think because they know about these things, they are aware of it, they know their names, they know what they do. It means they are more civilized than that kid in the village that actually make his own things. He make everything he work with. You understand? With his own hand. He grows his own food,
Mike,
make his own
quick
product, he makes his own tools.
See, the center, if it goes to the West, usually innovation and most of the advancements happen in the big cities from many years ago. If you want to go back to the Italian Byzantine era or even before that, the smart people are people.
Yesterday.
Huh?
Okay, but this time, sorry. I think I saw 2 of you.
Well, Simba, we are hardly hearing you, Sha. I don't know if you are far away from your distance.
Did you clap any patient?
No, somebody's talking to somebody else, I think.
Oh, he's talking to someone else. Now, Prince, before you go, this argument is not about city versus rural.
I'm trying to make. I'm not making that argument. What I was trying to say, actually, See, even in you see, if you in the West, the people that have the survival skills are the people in the rural areas. You know that people in the cities they don't have it. But nonetheless, the big cities or the cities are usually the center for innovation and creativity that everybody comes to. And that's why if you want to go to the movie industry, go to Hollywood. Okay, if you want to go to arts and other things, you go to New York, right? There's a reason for that because the cities they attract the so-called best of the best to come out
to come and
to,
work,
to participate. No,
to
not to work.
participate, not to innovate. No.
No, to participate in creativity and innovation. That's what they come to do. That's why people go to Silicon Valley, okay,
No.
or go to Seattle when it comes to, you
Silicon
know,
Valley is not the main
But the
way. Silicon
talent,
Valley is not. It's not Los
precisely, where
Angeles.
are the
In
talent
fact,
coming from?
wait, hold on. The in fact, let me tell you something. The research centers in America, most of them, if you go and look, they're all in the rural area. They're not in the inner cities. The research center, Lucky Martin, all of them, even Silicon Valley mentioned, it's more.
no, 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 no,
They are
no,
more.
no, Mike.
They are
Don't
more.
get
Now I won't say
confused
rural,
about
but
don't
they are
get
more in the
confused about
suburban
location.
environment.
No, don't get confused about location of operation to where the ideas actually emanate from. That's not true. Yes, of course, that's where you have the most land, the most access to whatever resources they need. It's true, but again, it's way back in history. Well, it's not an issue about rural. My point here is that even all around
I
the
see what you
world.
mean. Yeah.
Okay, all around the world, people in the rural areas, they've always been innovative. Anyways, nobody said that they're not. But
Yeah, in
but
fact, innovation has nothing to do with where you look, your location. To be honest, the
yeah,
argument is not whether the city is what makes them. I'm not saying the city is what makes the people in Lagos useless. What I'm saying is the fact that
but
their
see,
mentality, their
I
mentality in the cities, they usually no. Let me tell you why. It's not because they go to the city. If in the city of Lagos, they are still using their culture, their language, they do things within their culture, their language, their own way, everything they believe in, they don't dump everything about themselves, right? We can say, I won't be sitting here telling you that, oh, the people there are useless because they won't move to the cities. That's not the point. But what we're saying is, what makes people advance is just as not, I mean, sorry, what the advancement is not really um uh
About the language you speak. It's not about the language you speak.
Well, may I
I
interject
had a
to
phone call that came in. But go ahead. I had a phone call that came in. But go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Yeah.
yeah, let me interject here and perhaps even make this a little bit more political because you mentioned um, certain other countries. China was one of them, right? That decided to advance without dumping their culture, presumably, right? Or at least in relative to other nations have not dumped their culture. Now, I don't know if you were here once when I think I was listening in to Niger came through and gave and used North Korea as an example, and everybody in the panel jumped on him, and said that Niger must now go to North Korea because he used North Korea as an example of holding on to your nuts, okay, to use a colloquialism or whatever, right? Holding on to your self identity, standing up against the West, and doesn't have to be in a hostile manner, right? But to stand for what you are, right? And still move forward, so much so that you move forward and get even nuclear weapons, that kind of a thing. And most of the panel were did not address that particular point, right? They rather focused on North Korea and why North Korea is bad, or focused on China and, oh, how can you say China is good? Okay, and why don't you go and live in China? Do you know what they do? Blah blah blah. But to Niger's point never got addressed, and to Niger's point is somewhat the same point that's being made here regarding why do you abandon yourself, your identity, and whatever it is that is good about you just to chase, shall we say, technological advancement? Why can you not do like these other countries did? Now, I don't know if you have any comment, either Prince Mike or anyone on the panel regarding this.
You know,
When Niger brought it up, yeah, go ahead.
do you think do you guys really think maybe it's a black man's problem? Maybe it's just a genetic thing. Because I say this because if you look at a black American, it's like a black man just want to hop on something that's already done. When it's done, I want to be part of it. and abandon everything. When it's not done, I don't want nothing to do with it. If it's not done yet, if it's not polished yet, okay, I'll give you an example of African Americans. They will tell you, they literally will tell you they are not Africans. This guy is black, he shares the same skin color, but they will tell themselves they will tell their own brain that they are not Africans. They're not even from Africa, they are Indians. Why? Because they don't want nothing to do with that place that's just undeveloped. It's not developed yet. So let me teach my brain that I'm not that thing. I don't want to associate with it.
Well, Mike,
I
do you
understand.
blame?
No. I
Hold on.
understand. No. I understand not having saying I don't want to go there. I don't want to have nothing to do with it. But to deny that your people came from there, teach you, they literally teach their brain that they didn't come from Africa, that they are Indians. They are Indians. So
Well,
a
Mike,
black man just don't want nothing to do with anything that's not already made, because he believes the reason that thing is not made because that thing is what it is. So that's the same thing in Africa. Like, we believe because in our society we are not technologically advanced, and the reason for that is because it's who we are. So let me jump who I am, figure a way to become a British man, a French or American. As very soon we start want to become Chinese too.
oh yeah, for sure, become Chinese. But we Africans, we don't have. I would say we don't have that culture of building from the scratch. We don't have that culture.
Come on,
And
we build many things from scratch, man. Are you kidding me? We build from
well,
scratch.
well, let me finish.
Okay, go ahead, finish. But I don't think it has to do with culture, but go ahead. Yeah.
Well, it has to do with culture. The same reason why we rather export our natural resources than to take the painstaking time to build institutions or facilities to produce those products locally. It's easier to export the natural resources and get the cash or get the money or the revenue from it than actually trying to build
Do you
industries from
think the
scratch.
you have to do the African culture, or just
It has been, well, you can say it's the black man's mentality. I think I know where you're trying to go,
now? I
but
was
if you look at,
asking, like, maybe it's just a black man's mentality.
well,
But you
maybe,
think?
but
Okay,
maybe it is. I don't know. Well, but
I
if you
don't know
look at
either. But go ahead. Yeah.
if you look at Africa, you, you can look at our leaders and a lot of things we do. I mean, it could be because there's one thing to say, oh, we don't have the ideas, or we've not seen this such a thing done before. Most of these people are well traveled. They see what other people are doing, but they rather go the easier route to get things done. They know better. They know better, but they choose not to.
Do you think?
And that's why people like Noam Chomsky said it, that well, the West, they figured that out. Sometimes people do things to you based on the way you present yourself, or based on the things that you approach to things. They saw Africa as Chomsky said, as a place for natural resources, and to become the consumer of finished goods. And that's
Okay, let me
why.
ask you. Do you
Why do you
think?
think manufacturing is so low in Africa or in Nigeria with so much resources? If Nigeria chooses to start producing most of the things it needs, I guarantee you that we have all the natural resources in addition to human capital to do that. But how come we don't do that?
Do you think? Do you think we're operating in a colonial mentality or colonial mindset, or maybe this is evidence that we're operating in a colonial system? Because, like I mentioned earlier, Nigeria is just a conglomeration of different.
Self identity. We have that problem. Self identity. It's a collective problem, if you ask me.
No,
Individually, we're so proud and arrogant that we're this and that, we're kings and this and that, all this stuff. But collectively, that's how you look at a society. As a community, as a people, we have low self esteem and identity problem, if you ask me.
yeah, I
Yeah.
100% agree with you on that. But what I'm saying is this. I give you the example that we have this belief that within our society, and the reason why I told you that, do you think it's a colonial mindset? Like in Nigeria, for example, I give you an example of those people in the rural side. they spend their entire life pretty much being educated. I mean, education is not really because you can, you know how to read English, speak English. It's more of your experience, your knowledge, your skills, your knowledge, your acquisition of knowledge, basically. So, like when those kids, those people they are within, grow up within their ethnic group at the early age, their thought culture, their thoughts, all right, stories, fables, parables, so much is being poured into them, right? And on top of it, they learn hard work, going into the bushy farming, growing. So they've acquired so much life experience by the time they're 18, versus a kid that grew up in the city where he's just pampered, and then because he went to our so-called primary school, whatever, he learned to speak English, he learned basic things and stuff like that. And then maybe they both he turned 18, and that kid from the village turned 18. And
Sorry, Mike. Sorry,
yeah,
Mike, to interrupt you. Pansat, let's continue to keep it 100. Keep it 100, just the way it is.
Yeah, hold on. I want to talk to you for a minute. One man. I don't. Prince Daddy, can you play a video? Can you play a video? I don't know if you have that ability.
No, I don't.
One man, can you come back in? I wanted you to play just a 1 minute segment to answer Mike's question. It's a good question. We're gonna keep it 100. Here's a clip I want to play for him to.
Well, let me land my point.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm talking
Yeah.
to one man. So I posted the video on private chat. Go ahead, Mike. Sorry about that.
So in Nigeria now this kid has been brought up in a cultural, environment, tradition, didn't learn English. Now he has grown up with his skills, with this, he's been groomed like with this sense of he's very morally upright and well brought up. But the only thing is he doesn't speak English. Now this kid grew up in one household in Lagos. He has no skills, no agricultural skills, no, any kind of skill, but he speaks English. When they both show up in a company looking for a job, and they both neither of them have experience of that job. In Nigeria, they will employ that kid that speaks English over. I mean, even if the job has nothing to do with communication, maybe that they need them to maybe do some kind of communication. In that aspect, I can say, okay, they need that English plays any kind of value. Yeah. But for the fact that that one speaks English, they'll say he's better, he's better, he's more qualified. That's our mentality. And
Well,
in
Mike,
Nigeria,
because they can verify the kid from the city, they can verify the kid from the city's qualification. But if they put them to maybe practical examination, perhaps the kid from the village would, because he knows how to use his hands and it's more creative. So what you're saying is that it happens pretty much everywhere. See,
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Hey guys, it looks like one man wants to leave. I just want to play like 30 seconds of a video.
You go ahead.
Let me set it up by saying
I'm
that.
not sure if there's copyright issues with the video. If there is, I'm going to invoice you for the session. But
But just play or when you see where it says I have my eye closed, right? Then you could shut it off. It's about when you go into the 30 seconds into the video.
So do I start it from the beginning?
Yeah, from the beginning. I go in just maybe 30 seconds. It would. Do you have audio on it?
Yeah, I've got audio on it. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Serves you right. You started everything. Oh, I can't see. What's the matter? I got my eyes closed.
Okay, you could turn it off there. So when Mike is saying, it's like you're doing everything wrong in, say, in Africa or in Nigeria, and you want people to claim that they're with you. Open your eyes, because you it's like the Stooges there, that segment where the guy has his eye closed, right? He can't see, but all he has to do, believe it or not, is open his eyes, right? The people, success breeds success. You cannot be in a country where you're going to spend 400 million naira to run an election and they just turn it off and actually publish.
No. We don't.
This guy is taking us to different.
No, I mean, by the way, let me say hello to.
We don't want to be tonight, man.
No, it's not to be. What I just
just
said.
leave that. You,
No,
you
I'll leave it. But what I'm saying, what I was
they were
talking
having
about
a
has nothing.
nuanced conversation, and then you are going to turn it into another ego
No,
something
he asked a
something.
very, very
Don't turn it into
poignant.
ego something something,
It's
man.
not an evil thing to say we need to do good in Africa. I mean, I'm welcoming you to the show. You and I have never been on a panel, but you could make the call on this one. What I was talking about has nothing to do with an individual politician. I was talking about what's going to give us the kind of image that people are actually going to be, even those who are not related to us, who want to say, "Hey, look, I'm an African." If you go to Brazil, somebody, it's over the years, they're like mulatto or whatever, they're going to claim African. But who wants to be an African with you when you're not competing with the Chinese, you're not competing with the Japanese, you're not competing with even Indians and Americans, right? If all we do, for
Sir,
example,
quick interjection. Hold on a second. Say the truth studio just showed the video. Say you're a spiritual guy. You know the Bible. Say, and I think Christ said it also. Because you have your eyes open or you can see doesn't mean that you can perceive, right?
That's right.
Just like our natural resources, we have the natural resources in the ground and everywhere in Africa. Because we have it doesn't mean they're going to naturally just turn to products. No, see, having sight is beyond seeing.
Right.
Even what you see, you cannot perceive.
That's right.
We
I was actually talking just the minimum. See, you are building on top of a more complex thing, which is even better. But at least open your eyes so you could see. Forget about perceiving, right? Innovate, do this. So there are a lot of things on top of that. But the bare minimum is if you have your eyes closed, right, which is a voluntary action. It's not like a reflex action where you blink, right? And sometimes you blink by reflex, right? But if you close your eyes and you're the one who closed it, you're the one who's saying, I can't see. Okay. I mean, just like one man interjected right now, I'm talking about how to improve the continent. Mike, who started it with a very important point. He mentions Black Americans. The way he talks about Black Americans, like the people talks to South Africans, they don't want to be have anything to do with people who it's like we're goons. We're goons. I talk about that and you say, hey, he's talking about Obi. So you now associating Obi with progress, with technology, with anything that is good. So be there. You condemn everything that is good because it will have something to do with Obi. I'm not talking. I never talk about Obi when I come on this platform because Obi, even if he's to do good, he's not a panacea. He would only be starting it off. So I will leave it there. It's just
And there it
inviting.
is. You see, the guy has left. So there it is. Anyway.
I know, but woman, don't worry about it. If he leaves, it doesn't mean he's rejecting what I'm saying.
No, because they were having a very rich conversation, and then you suddenly came in and you turned it into they spent 400 million on an election, and then of course, you've taken then that rich conversation that we were listening to away.
Let me apologize to you. It wasn't
Obi stealing mandates and all of this.
I didn't do that. But let me apologize to you because I know it's very hard to own a platform, and you have that Ike. I see he participates, donates, contributed today. But we can't base because of having him here. And you have to then disrespect those of us who have been here.
You said why don't you go ahead and why don't you go ahead and proffer solution? Because you said this thing what you said here before, but you never got to the landing point of offering solution. Okay, what are the solutions?
Okay.
I'm assuming they are beyond Peter Obi for sure, but go ahead and tell us the
It
solutions.
actually has very little to do with Peter Obi. But when somebody has a platform, it's very hard to build people to come to the platform, right? But the only thing you could do to make it easy for yourself is to stand with the truth, no matter whose ox is God. If you stop trying to please everybody or disrespect those of us who's been here longer, right? And that will be against what I just said. But anyway, the solution was embedded in the complaint. I'm saying for us to open our eyes as a starter, right? That's why I'm very happy that you remember me saying that, but I found the video. So I wanted to play for Mike to say it's self-inflicted, right? These societies that are doing very well, what did they do? They base everything on true or false. forceful, they're scientific in that sense, right? Once you do that, if you do that in Nigeria, it will change immediately. It will be remarkable. True and false society, right? These people, their thing is not in their shiny buildings and street lights and power supply. It's in the polity, their constitution, and equal rights for everybody. God created everybody to be equal. There's nobody more important than anybody else, right? In the eye of the law, it's blind jurisprudence. Those things would galvanize a society where everybody has equal stake in it. For example, it's our country. Do you see what I mean? So if no matter what part of the country, no matter what religion you have, the law will look at you equally, even if you're the prince, the king, a pauper. If you, for example, if you create a pathway for pedestrians, the pedestrian has a right of way at all times because everybody could be a pedestrian. So you have to stop when you see a pedestrian. He has a right of way. Even if you're in a Rolls Royce or Testarossa, whatever you're driving, you have to stop for somebody who's walking. So that's the solution. It's in those doctrines, doctrinally tenets of democracy. You cannot be running like in the case of Nigeria, right? You have a constitution, but then you have certain things that supersede that, as demonstrated by Obasanjo the other day with the king, the Obas in his section of the country. He's trying to tell them that the governor, it's the preeminent citizen elected by everybody, and that takes precedence. So in that light, it's already things we have to be serious about it. If they're anti-democratic forces, for example, in Nigeria, you have two traditions, right? Muslims, Christians. This religion, it's private. Both religions and other religions, they're private. So if you go to Nigeria and, Prince, did you know that a few years ago, maybe 7 years, 8 years ago, even a decade ago, people went into one of our high schools in Chibok and used the van and loaded girls from my dormitory that are there to take an exam and disappeared. Up to today, we don't know who did it. Some of the girls are being released one by one here and there. Maybe there's been about a dozen that come out one by one. We don't even look. These are our girls, our fellow citizens. It's almost like when a crime is committed, they come out and they go, oh, okay, yeah, please don't do that again. We want to make sure that doesn't happen. But what about forensically going back and find who did it? These are human beings, for one thing, right? Imagine a country like that. And then I went a decade ago, but it goes beyond that. Then it comes to present day. You go to Southern Kaduna, you go to the Southeast, you go to many places, people are getting killed. There's no security. What else we have laws in the books against murder? That we have laws against anything you could name. We have law enforcement. We have police officers. But you just do something based on your tribe, and they'll come and get you. Do you see what I mean? They have the ability. Or they could go to Kenya and apprehend him and bring him back. Nnamdi Kanu is not more important than any one of those girls. He's not. So the rule of law, you copy what Americans did, because everybody who's copied them is doing very well. So that's what it is. It has nothing to do with anything else. I didn't mean to. I want to use a jest to make that point. So it's no reason for that Ike to leave. Anyway, so that's my answer to that. What do you think? Do you think I came in here and I presented something about P2B or something to make somebody leave? Prince.
Well, that's not my perception or reason. I mean, I don't run the platform, so it has a sense and a sensitivity of the people that come on the platform. So whatever one man says, it is.
Yeah, that's true. But go ahead. I yield back to you to continue.
Yeah. Just to chime in on it's beyond. We have to. We say Africa has problem, Nigeria has problem. There are problems in every parts of this world. There's problem in every parts of this world in different countries. You live in America. You know there are so many problems in America, but somehow, some way, they don't seem to overshadow the good that America has to offer. Is it because of the perception of America to the rest of the world? That's a big reason. And many times you don't know what is rotten, what is going bad in an institution or a country. If what is going wrong is not exposed to the rest of the world or the people to know. Africans' problem is not unique. But if you ask me, our eyes, using your analogy and the clip from the video, our eyes are open, but we can't see. But is it truly that our eyes are open and we cannot see? There's something beyond that. There's something beyond that. I said earlier, before you came on into the studio, that we Africans, we go around individually, we're arrogant, we're kings, we all these great things, but we are collectively, I believe we have low self-esteem and identity problems. I think we do. I
Yeah,
think we do.
we do, and we should, right? The interplay between having your eye open and as a matter of fact, in that case of having your eye open and you can see, that's a curse from God on sinners,
Hmm.
wicked
Yeah.
evil people. They have eyes they can't see, they have ears they can't hear, right? That it's ecclesiastical, that's a third persona, say God in this case, making evil people to be that way. But in the gag that I played on the clip there, this guy closed his own eyes. He's the one shouting and screaming. He wants to see. But all he has to do in that case, I believe it's easier for somebody to just open their eyes than being having some other torment from forces beyond your control. You see what I mean? Maybe then you have to repent in that case. In the case of
You,
Nigeria,
you know, sometimes opening your eyes means responsibility. Some people deliberately close their eyes because they don't want to see,
that's
because
right.
seeing is responsibility. That means they have to take action and do something.
That's right. That's right. But if in the case of Nigeria, it's a fallacy of false choice, because now that I think about it, we actually have both problems, right? But I profiled my solution tailored around the in the Nigeria case. That there are just a few things we have to do, and this I will refer to Mr. Peak in the comment section, who is suggesting that we can afford it. Do you have the money to do the right thing? You don't have to. We don't have to have extra budgetary measures to, first of all, determine that we are going to have to enforce the laws in the country. We have these police officers and the soldiers. They're not in the barracks. They're they're in checkpoints. They're guarding important people. Everybody's important. Yes, with the way it is right now, those people do deserve to be guarded, right? But if you make the society be just a little bit more equal, don't have people so poor, destitution, right? Not just poverty, destitution. They don't have food, there are no jobs. That's going to increase crime. All these people wouldn't need all that garden if they have people busy minding their own business instead of minding theirs. They don't mind have students go back to school, house soldiers in the barracks, uh, train the police officers, use intelligence, use drones, use artificial intelligence. Keep up. Keep up with the program like others are doing. It's very easy to bring in 100 trainers to come and train our police officers on the latest equipment and the gadgets, and method of law enforcement, but pursue every criminal to where it's almost a certainty if you commit a crime, especially a violent crime, that you're going to pay for it, no matter who you are, even if it's a president. Try to, in our case, we don't have to do what Americans did because maybe they didn't have the political latitude to do those things. It's like right today. Why even pursue electrical energy when we have the Sahara Desert right there? Prince Daddy, I came across a program maybe 4 years ago where the Germans went and did all the schematics, everything. They went to the Sahara Desert and they figured a way to tap the Sahara Desert and go and sell to themselves through Northern Africa. They would take all this energy back to Europe. They wish they had that Sahara Desert, right? Europeans, right? If they had that, they wouldn't even be generating energy by fossil fuel. There's a lot more energy in that Sahara Desert than you have in the south of Nigeria. So they had all these things done, complete. So and I was watching it. The schematics are there. But politically, they were stopped eventually from carrying it out. Do you think Africans would then go and grab the schematics and supply energy, first of all, to the entire Africa? In a day, the sun puts out more energy than Africa could use maybe in 15 years, in one day, right? And the Germans did that. They've already done the hard work. But we don't have anybody who cares about the people to go ahead and say, okay, you were trying to steal this thing from us. Now we're gonna take your schematics and go implement it, right? You think Americans will put wires up in the air and crossing the streets if they knew what we know now? Back in the day when they did that, they wouldn't do that. But we still have to do this transmission the way they did it 100 or 150 years ago. We don't have to do that. We can use solar energy because we're blessed with that Sahara Desert right there. So
that's why we talk about leapfrog technology, right? We can leapfrog a lot of things.
Exactly. We could catch up and beat them now because they had to do it the old-fashioned way because they were the ones thinking about it. They stole a lot of things from us thousands of years ago. That's true. But right now, they are stuck. It's like what China is doing to them. If you go to China builds all these skyscrapers, beautiful cities, right? From scratch, many cities that has maybe 10 million people. They yank farmers out and then they erect all these beautiful cities. And if you pan across, let's say with a drone in China, it puts America to shame, right? Even to another degree, Japan. If you go to there's train stations, you could spend the night there, rent a little hotel room right there in that train station. They have all these super trains, right? So they leapfrogged, but because America is a center of popular culture, nobody's even paying attention to that. If you look at Chinese cities, they beat American cities by a mile. All their infrastructure, their trains, their buildings, airports, all that stuff, streets, but they still have that inferiority complex. So America just ignores them like they didn't do anything. They understand? So that's what you have to pay in mind. Now, if Africans unify, integrate, and then leapfrog, that's exactly we don't have to do it the way they did it. It's too bad for them. They're stuck with these cities, right? Ancient, old buildings with insulation and all kinds of things. Now there are better things, but we should do it cheaper, better. Just go at it. Employ technology, artificial intelligence, launch satellites, start doing what they are starting to do.
So beyond, so if you look at it, so do you see? I've always mentioned two things on this platform since I've been coming on here. The need for leadership and organization. Do you see? Because what you're talking about here, we Africans do not have to innovate or create any technology or any innovation to simply just copy and implement what's already in existence. Is it fast train we're talking about? The technology is already there. Is it skyscraper? Name it. Is it mechanized agriculture, name whatever it is to build a decent and functioning, efficient society. It's out there. The technology is out there, and we have the natural resources. And of course, we can claim that we have the human capital. But how come it's not being done? Is the
E-
question.
Exactly, because now that question, I believe, is also rhetorical. Ike, did you want to say something? I saw that you just popped in. You can interrupt and say whatever you want.
Oh yes, I'm here, and I'm here with the famous Pansat. By the way, I didn't leave because of yeah, I had yeah, I stepped out. I had to do some things, and I wasn't even listening. But then I had to hop off. But
Thank you for
then I started hearing. No, 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 no. But let it be clear. I do think, and I don't say this in an insulting manner. I do think you are crazy, based on what I've been
thanks a lot.
hearing, and I'm sure you have heard that many, many times in your life.
Many every day, every day. But
Okay,
Crazy is an
so
understatement.
at least you saved my life. You came back. All
Hey,
men will hear from you.
crazy is an understatement.
It's an
It's
okay.
understatement, but you did it.
Oh,
It's
and
like
Joanne, so you the Lagos. I've been calling you all along. Okay.
oh really?
I,
I've been
I, I,
here
wa-
listening.
I wake him up. But
No,
the
I've been
point is that
listening to. You should know by now. I've been listening to everybody. Yeah, but
right.
Pansat is a one of a kind.
That's right.
He's not just crazy. He is in his own universe up there.
That is right, and
Even
I take that as a badge of honor. To be
when
honest
he
with you.
goes to the iPop circle, they give him his own chair. Like, okay, this is your chair. You sit on this throne right here in the corner, because they
Nah.
know he's gonna come in. It's just, you know, he comes in. He brings his own talking point, way different from the what you've been talking about before, and it's just turning upside down. So
That is
now
true. But
that he's now a regular on this show now, so everybody knows him. So you get a special chair. So my brother, it's not
I've been
crazy.
coming to this show even before you did,
There
Lagos.
you go.
But like, on a serious note, though. What
No, no, I've been coming to
we
this
have a
show.
continent, not just a continent, but our people all over the world where we're not doing good. It's almost uh, leading people to think it's genetic, and it's not. The thing is that we have internal, and then we have external enemies, right? So sometimes they collaborate. So the answer your question that was pending, and then I'll hand it to somebody to talk, is that in Nigeria's case, I mean, it's a known thing in politics 101. When you go to college, they talk about why we're down. They know those monopolists. What do these monopolists do? Monopoly sometimes could be a bad thing, but it's certainly an evil thing if you go and you sabotage us having decent electricity because you want us to buy what they call plants. What do you call what would be the I forgot what it's called in Nigeria, but plants. Like private
Generator.
generator. Exactly. So if you and they do it because you're politically up there in the hierarchy, you put your minions and you try to subject the entire country to darkness so that they could buy generators from you, or you disable or destroy portable refineries so that you could then have a monopoly by building a private one. You destroy the state refineries so that you could eventually be allowed to build a giant private one, and you have a monopoly on that, right? And you go from one vertical to another. Because if you study politics, say in the Philippines or everywhere else, you're gonna see that former dictators. That's what they do. It's known. And they use Africa as an example. They will cite it and they will tell you. You don't want to be an African dictator. In the case of the Middle East in those days, Saudi Arabia, talk about them buying gold-plated jets as defense, right? They cannot build those jets themselves or service them, but they buy ones looking better than the ones those countries who build them have. We gold-plated jets. So and theirs is intermediate. Our own is just a laughing stock. So they come to these people in our country who are monopolists. But instead of innovating, you have the monopoly anyway. You're still gonna do better than anybody because you have the force of the state behind you. Just compete. But they watch us year after year die, suffer, have low mortality rates, have all kinds of things, just that they can make money. It's not fair. So that's what the cause is. They have no value added products. Our billionaires have no value added products compared to, say, Elon Musk in the United States or Bill Gates. Those people produce something. They do practice sometimes anti-market activities, but there are laws in the books to check them, and they do check them, no matter how big you are, right? So, Prince Daddy, I'm sure, I don't know how old you are. I don't think you were born when AT&T in the United States was a giant communication firm. They're in charge of the phone companies. They're in charge of, you can't even own your own phone, right? You have to, you could, if you go to use public phones in those days, there was no cell phone. So they were the long distance, and then they were the
How do
local
you know
call,
he wasn't born then? How do you
right?
know?
I'm saying it's a long time
You
ago.
are
He looks like
assuming too
a
much.
young man. It's a
Means that he's
compliment.
a grandpa like you.
Nobody wants to be an old man. But on a serious note, let me conclude with this. I'm saying that as big as that giant corporation was, they were wealthier than the United States. They made more money than the United States because they were in charge nationwide. So there came a president, Ronald Reagan. And in those days, I was against Reagan because he had the aura like Trump, like a racist and all this and all that. But he came in and he broke
He
that
was
monopoly.
actually a racist.
That's what they say, right?
He was actually. That was a released classified document, an audio recording that depicted
Okay.
him using racial slurs and all that. He was actually a racist.
Okay.
They were more racist than Joe Biden that wants to put you in chains.
Now, between him and Trump, I think he's more racist than Trump. Trump only currency is Benjamin, but Ronald Reagan was a racist. Mother have. Thank you.
It's believable, obviously, in the conservative Republican Party in those days, they were also being used. People like Reagan would come in to galvanize political power. They would then go to some of these ignorant
This is
white
Cancer.
racists.
Just
Yeah,
1 second. This is
sure.
how hypocritical Ronald Reagan was. He came, with the razzmatazz and bamboos everybody, voting him. As at the time he was voted him, he was already having what you call it, dementia,
Alzheimer.
Alzheimer dementia, if that like, and his own son, Ronald, was his name Ronald, I believe, yes. He was
Yeah,
a
Ronnie.
pothead. Yeah,
Yeah.
Ronnie. He was a pothead. And because of that, the father now decided to enact a policy, executive orders. So anytime you get arrested or get busted for hard drug, including marijuana, you will be arrested. Your property will be confiscated. Anyone associating with you or one way or the other, that person's property will also, guess what, be confiscated. And that was where this issue of Bola Tinubu stemmed from, because of his association with those people that were peddling drugs, that were known drug peddlers. That was how he got involved. And at the end of the day, a lot of people went to jail that they shouldn't have gone to jail. A lot of property was confiscated because they shouldn't have in the first place. Up to the time Bill Clinton became president, that law was still in effect. And I believe when Clinton came in power, he also built on that. You remember the three strike, you go to prison or something like that, and it was a very long time prison. Now, federally, they are trying to, make uh, possession of marijuana not even a misdemeanor anymore, right? So And guess what it affected the most? The the deprived community, the Black American community, were the one at the lower end of the pole because majority of them they weren't used to crack cocaine, but crack cocaine started becoming the norms in the 80s up to 90s. You remember, Pansa? The black people always smoke weed all the time, but when
Right,
they
right.
started introducing crack cocaine, it actually really affected that community so bad. And at the end of the day, they were majority of them were
Hey,
hauled in.
Adewale, did you see the movie that about the drug kingpin that Denzel Washington did?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, the one in what's this guy's name in Harlem? I remember the movie you're talking about. Yeah,
Okay, so what is the role of black people with the crack epidemic that devastated the black community?
because they were so eager to make quick bucks, and they seized that as an opening market for them to do that, and that was what led them to
Okay,
do
so they
this.
were equal participant, right? So you
No,
want to
not
blame the
really.
white man or the
No, no, no.
government, but you don't want to
You
blame the
look,
black person.
you look at the people. You know, it's like this. I'm gonna kick you out when you're down. You look at the people that are hungry for something. You bring them in. That's how society is run anyway. You bring them in because they're hungry. They are craving for something. So you give them what they want. You do your bidding. They help you. I mean, up till um um 90s, it was an epidemic in American history. So, in as much as you cannot absolve them for their participation in it, they were equally targeted for that because they knew that it was actually there was a lot of influence of drug from South America, and it was deliberate, but the government won't up to it. They really did. And at the end of it all, the black community, also the Latino community, were also at the bottom line because majority of them were, marched into prison, shut the gate behind them. So it speaks against or hypocritical of Ronald Reagan and his administration because of your son, you decided you are going to unleash on the minority, and he did. He did. At the end of the day, most of the men were in prison, and the women were raising single, raising their children by themselves. So that's a lot. So Ronald Reagan, no matter how we're trying to paint his administration as the most uh, prosperous time in American history or something like that, that alone kind of put a stain on that administration. How hypocritical they are. Go on,
Well,
Papa.
that's a nice story, Adewale, but I don't think you captured the whole narrative of what happened. I mean, you just want, according to what I just heard now, you're just painting Ronald Reagan as a bad person. I
No,
don't
I'm
think
not
so.
saying it was that bad, but it was just an hypocrite. That's just the way I said it. It's
So
just a
Prince, I'm sorry. Yeah. Let me interject here, Prince, if you don't mind. Um, Perhaps to make some of the points that you may want to make. So, um, I see the name as Lagos, but I think there's he has a different name. But you,
It's Adewale. I just
ad,
put Lagos. Don't mind me.
okay, okay. So Adewale, you've shown one side of it, and I know when
Okay.
somebody's typically when people say, "Oh, you are saying one side," typically it seems like a pejorative. No, I mean you. No one can say every side at the same time. It's typically not possible. You know, um, but there are some nuances there. Like let's say the crime bill, right? The black community, the pastors and community leaders in the black community, and you can still find videos of this, really rallied for that crime bill, right? Because they were tired. And one can say, okay, well, why was the crime happening in the first place? But they were the recipients of the stray bullets and all the dysfunction in their community, and they wanted something done about it, right? doesn't mean that it was the right. This is not an argument that the crime bill was correct, but the blame cannot be laid on, let's say, Joe Biden and Bill Clinton and such, right? The black community themselves, as it would be rational to assume, wanted something to be done about the crime, right? So that's one aspect. Another aspect was brought up by Prince saying, hey, there were willing participants, there were people whom decided, there were even people in that time that they were middle class people, but they wanted to be part of the culture, the drug culture. They would come into the hood to sell drugs because, if you're the drug dealer, then you're the man. And if you're the man, you get the what, right? And the drug dealers were getting all the women, and it was part of a whole lifestyle thing. And many people got caught up in that due to their own, action. And also, same thing with the women who decided to leave the family. Not judging them. You can't. How can men compete with the government when it comes to handing out checks and stuff like that? So this doesn't take anything away from what you said. It just adds texture to those who may be listening. But also with regards to something Pansat was mentioning earlier regarding, well, he didn't say this particularly, but I'm abstracting from what he said. There is the question of institutions, talking about why Africa is where it's at, right? There's a question of institutions, right? Because without these institutions, without the rule of law, and without trusting the rule of law and trusting that your contracts will be actually, shall we say, adjudicated, if indeed something got litigious, that the judiciary is independent, let's say, that idea, which seems to be taken for granted, is something that we do not have, and it is not easy to develop, by the way. So it's not a question of me saying how it could be done, but many things come to mind now. We talk about us in the United States. It's popular to criticize the United States, but would you rather either Prince or Adewale, would you rather go to trial in Mexico or in the United States? Would you rather go to trial even in Nigeria? Because the United States, so there has to be a compared to what type of aspect. And when you compare the institutions generally in the West, but let's just take the United States, such as the independent judiciary, they are actually quite good, and it's surprising that people believe in this. Now, in order to cook this institution, it takes time. Let's say democracy is an institution, right? And the apparatus of democracy is an institution, and we've been trying to cook our own in Nigeria since 1999, and it takes time for that thing to start becoming like the air you breathe, such that people trust it, and so on and so forth. But also, it takes deliberate action, right? It actually has to be well perceived as independent, but also in fact somewhat independent, at least compared to other situations. I'm just mentioning institutions in general as something that we're missing in Africa. That is an important ingredient for the development. And then the other piece from the institution side is one side, but the other side is the mentality side. Okay, Mike came and said, and different people have been talking about things, and Hammer came in, I think, in one of the last shows to mention the theory, which I'm kind of partial to, the theory of Africans basically being spoiled children, right? Growing up in an environment where you had many growing seasons and you didn't really have to worry about the winter killing you, and you didn't really have to, so one can imagine the type of people that will come up in that kind of environment versus those whom come up in a cold mountain somewhere. The same difference can be seen between the northern Europeans and the southern Europeans, by the way. People like the Italians and such, that are in areas that are where the climate is friendly to you, tend not to be as into organization or planning for the future as those whom, like, let's say, the Germans or the Nordics in general. And this makes sense. Okay, the lifestyles are different. You have to make hay while the sun shines. But if you live somewhere where the sun is always shining, and who cares? the hay will come or whatever. I can mess up and things will still happen. So I think that over time, okay, we generally have not developed this idea. And people put it in different ways, starting from scratch and so on and so forth. But it's a question of looking into a bleak, blank future but still taking action. I don't think it's something that we have demonstrated. Mike said that basically it seems as though if things are not ready made, we don't want to go there. And I harken back to the conversation that Mr. Tunija brought up and used North Korea, and then no one really addressed this point, but rather just berated him for saying, "How can you say North Korea?" But it seems, and I may be wrong, but it's a hypothesis, and many people are saying the same kinds of things, that Africans in general don't look into the future, a bleak, again, dark, empty future, blank slate future, and take action towards that. The notion that Pansat mentioned about our enemies, I tend to see as basically like pointing out like the sky is blue. You have enemies, of course, and you have opponents, you have competitors, and they have a vote, they have a say, but they're going to plan against you, of course, no matter what, no matter who you are, there will always be that, right? So we are not unique in that regard. So at the same time, there's this mentality and institutions thing which seems to stand in our way. The mentality of taking action in a bleak future, an empty future, where perhaps the results may not even come in your lifetime, right? But still you take the action. And then these institutions that we actually respect are the two things that I would say are needed. I'm not offering solutions, but I'm just kind of saying perhaps where the solutions may lie. And I don't know if anyone has any thoughts about that.
Oh yeah. Thank you. Uh, I think we've covered most of the topic today.
Says
I
who?
think says
Says
me,
who?
says the general.
No, you are not. You haven't covered it from my own side. Pansat dominate the entire discussion.
Yeah, you let him dominate.
No, he's always trying to. He's always insulting
He
himself.
always
Sometimes,
force his way in.
yeah, he will always force it. Hey, I sent a video to one man. His cousin David Hundeyin is pleading with government of Ghana to protect him against the Bola Tinubu administration is trying to extract or extradite to arrest him on some charges or so. I was seeing it on the X Twitter. I was wondering why are you on the run if you're doing the right thing, but I guess
But
the government
Adewale,
of
don't you think some big people are behind this guy that just go out there, just put out all this rubbish?
that's a good assumption because you can't just taking on an entire nation and expect that it's gonna be it's just easy
Adewale,
peasy.
did you listen to the video, the
I
one man
watched the
played?
video. I watched the video actually.
Can you just point out to one truth, just one, what
Well,
he said
what
throughout,
what
just one?
what 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 found a little bit intriguing is the fact that that particular local channel is here in Houston. Take up that story and decide to hear that and make it because they know that there's a huge number of Nigerians in Houston
Nigerian, yeah, Nigerian views, yeah, in Houston, Texas, yeah.
and Dallas, and they decided to hear that. Just to me, I found that a little bit intriguing because going by the story itself is local, so I kind of wonder why they would hear
Yeah,
that,
that's all right. Yeah.
you know. But by and large, it's I think also he's trying to work his way up. Maybe if Ghana or any other West Africa country cannot protect him, so the big brothers, the big countries can, square uh protect him and give him asylum. So if you're in the United States, you as well, protected.
But
And
Adewale,
in the detriment of a whole nation, 220 million people.
No, let me tell you something. We know how this thing works. You can't escape it. I can tell you that. He cannot. What he did by exposing and publishing a classified document, if he had done that to the American government, he would probably be behind the bar today or be on the run for the rest of his life. But I don't think the government, Nigeria government, is taking it serious because it's a small fish to fry. But that doesn't mean that he will not pay for any of his infraction that he committed. He will. It's just he's a young man. If you want to be declare yourself as enemy of the state, um, I think there's a way you can do that without putting your life in danger. There are a lot of investigative journalists across the globe that are doing their job, doing their trade without putting themselves under unnecessary risks. But when you decided you want to take a country on, as ruthless as our government could be, whether civilian or
The
democratic
military.
setting, yeah, I can tell you, there's no way. I mean, look at the way they bundled Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya. Who would have thought this is a man that was,
Is he still alive?
of course, he's alive. Nothing will happen to him. You'll just keep him there for
And what
very.
I mean is his narrative. I
Oh,
know he's alive, but his narrative, is he
nothing
still
will
alive?
happen. They will just keep him, and they will keep him in detention for some time. Then release him like Showore, and negotiate his way out. That's his way they usually do it. This is Africa. This is not a Western world. Oh,
Adewale, the best gift Tinubu can give the Southeast to release that guy.
no, it's not going to be released. I can assure you that. I
You
can
know,
assure you that.
a great rule of thumb normally in a platform or normally in someone's life, is to go. That's a saying that's attributed to Eleanor Roosevelt, and they say it says great minds discuss ideas, average minds discuss events, but small minds discuss people. It's not going to solve us. Sometime in Jersey, we make jokes about some of our activists, people who are fighting for one cause or the other. In the case of Nnamdi Kanu, on the extreme end, where he's fighting for his people to.
Are you sure Nambeka is fighting for his people or is packing for his pocket?
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is not that limited. I'm talking about generally speaking. I use Nnamdi Kanu as an example of an activist, but we could use Showore or use anybody that's fighting a cause, Nelson Mandela, for example. When they're going through that ordeal, right? It's not like they committed murder or they.
Who told you?
Yeah, let me.
Who told you Mandela didn't commit a dollar?
I used Nelson Mandela in order not to make it a personal thing. Generally speaking, the principle of it, when they go, Jesus Christ, when he was here, and the Romans were persecuting him or anybody else, John the Baptist, when they're going through that ordeal, it's a difficult thing, but it's the way they are looked at by history later on, many years, like during the time of Nelson Mandela, he was a terrorist as far as those are concerned, his enemies, the society, or Martin Luther King, or Malcolm X, or you name him, they come. They come every generation. You have somebody come up and they're fighting for some cause. They're not looked at as like you look at corrupt individual. Actually, it's the corrupt people that normally are persecuting those people, right? Nnamdi Kanu may be wrong, depending on your aperture or the lens that you're looking at it. But his thing, he's not doing it for personal thing. He's, Showore was maltreated, and we all I know what my contribution. They say that the pen is mightier than the sword, but that That quote that I gave you that's attributed to Eleanor Roosevelt is one thing you're going to have to apply it in your life, especially when we're here, because we're going to differ on an individual. Okay, one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. To you, Nabikan, as a Nigerian, is a terrorist. But
If you
to me,
But
let
Pansat,
me
let me
land.
ask you this question.
Yeah,
Okay,
go ahead.
please. Do you think Nnamdi Kanu should be released? Why do I say that? With the level of brainwashed, he has brainwashed his people. I think, in my own opinion, that guy should be under lock for some quite wide time so that he can realize what he has done to his own people. Starting from this Jubre from Sudani, Silicon Max,
Right.
brainwash the some people. It's that guy has done the bad, the damage more than the
if
good.
Nnamdi Kanu had not inject violence into his cause, today would have been the darling of even the federal government. But when you start bringing in violence
Go and
as the
burn this, go and burn that,
center
go and
point of
kill
your,
that.
that is why today in America, American government decided not to recognize the impact of Malcolm X, simply because the black community will say, well, he didn't want to kiss ass, that's why he wasn't celebrated like Martin Luther King, who chose to do the bidding of the government and all that, and him being a sissy, soft-livered person. But one thing you cannot do anytime, any day, is to declare a war against the government of the day. You cannot win. I mean, look
All right,
at those.
let me answer the
Look at
question.
those.
Hold on,
Look at those.
Adewale, hold
Once
on.
I'm coming.
He
I'm
posed
coming.
the
I will
question
soon
to
land.
me.
I will soon
He
land.
posed the question to me.
And I want
Just
to.
hold off, then you come back in. Let's make it a dialogue. Relax.
I
The
barely
question he
have a
posed to
word on
me
this pan.
is
This
a
show tonight.
legal question, right?
It's
Thomas.
not a legal question.
Hold on, let me land now.
It's the reality.
Let's be in order here. So the question he asked me: in any country, there are laws, and you have courts, and you could accuse anybody of anything, and he has the right to face his accusers. And I believe that process is not in Kuwait. It's not. It's something that's gone through the legal process, and various courts looked at it. We don't have a jury system in Nigeria because actually you're
Please.
entitled to a jury.
Please.
Adewale, are you inebriated?
Answer.
Or are you drunk or something? Would you relax? Right? You're being disorderly.
What do you mean I'm drunk? What
So
you're saying is not.
okay, well let me say it, and
Oh,
people will be
really?
the judge. People will be the
So
judge of it. All
anyway.
right. So like I said, Thomas, he goes through that court system, as shambolic as it is. That's our court system, and the courts find him not guilty, or whatever the language is, not culpable, not guilty, whatever, and they order his release, at least to the intermediate court, appellate court level, or whatever. That court made a decision, but the government then has a right to appeal this time. Now, remember, in those other courts, the government has a burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty. So it doesn't really mean that somebody's innocent, right? You charge, you accuse, and you go through the legal system. And once that court, it's a equal branch of government, the courts, the judiciary is equal and adversarial to the executive, which is headed by the president and then the parastatals, the law enforcement agencies that work for him, right? So once he's gone, which Nnamdi has gone through that process, and then the court say release him, right? You have a right to appeal, and I believe they exercise that right. But if you're working in cahoots not to afford that particular accused person, in this case, an innocent person, because once you've been, if the courts find you not guilty, he's just as innocent as you and I at that point. You don't have any right to hold that person against his will or against that court order. You are not the criminal. The government is a criminal here.
But Basad, do you know they got another injunction for a competent court of jurisdiction holding him in abeyance till today?
Okay, that's what I'm saying to you. At the point where there's something that's called habeas corpus, right? We have that right. Many countries, many third world banana republics, and in some cases, in moments here in the United States and other places that you would think are civilized, they try to suspend that habeas corpus, which means in English language, produce the body, right? There are rights that you have that's given to you by the Constitution. There are rights you have given to you by the United Nations. There are rights you have given to you by all kinds of entities, right? But above all, there are rights you have given to you by God, right? And one of those is your freedom, right? It doesn't matter if it's a will of the majority. They cannot take those rights away from you. The government cannot take Nnamdi's God-given rights away from him. You follow me? That's called the tyranny of the majority.
No, Basad.
Let me land.
That one, no.
That's
You
not
are
my
going in
opinion.
another
It's not an opinion.
tangent.
It's not my opinion. That's why you cannot debate it. I'm not going to debate
Pastor
doctrine.
won't let you talk.
No,
Once
I
he's
will let him talk now,
speaking,
but
he
what
will
he's saying,
just
he's trying to
hug the
argue
mic
it as if it's my
completely.
opinion. I don't expect that he's legally trained, right? So it's not my opinion. Ike's here. I know Ike's smart. Prince Daddy's here. I know he's smart. They should intercede and make the call. Did I say something wrong? If Thomas is lazy to Google it, fine, that's fine. But you can't argue with what I'm saying. These are legal, constitutional points. When the people write a constitution, for example, here in the United States, it will say in the preamble or in the beginning of it, we the people having constitution and so are giving the government such and such rights. But at some point, usually towards the end of the document, it will say any right that's not given to this government inures back to the people. The people are the sovereign. The individual is the highest order. You cannot trample on an individual's right because you're the majority. That's tyranny. And it's the worst kind. So you as an individual should be against the government abusing people's rights. It's not particular to Nnamdi Kanu. It's been the Nigerian government is particularly adept in doing this, disobeying court order. In the case of Zazaki, in the case of Showere, right? So you can't pick and choose it based on the individual, whether you like them or not, because it's your right. Whatever they're doing to Nnamdi Kanu, violating his right, they're disrespecting you as a human being. So you may not want Nnamdi Kanu released, but you have to convict him to a moral certainty by a court of competent jurisdiction. And
Which they are now.
They have not.
They are in the court, isn't it?
No. What I'm saying, appealing something, right? When you are appealing something, now the burden is on you. There is a separate. I said it in a more technical way, but I'm saying there's a separate issue about. A bail is not a punishment. A bail is to guarantee that you're gonna show up, okay? But post acquittal, after you've been acquitted, the government cannot use those shenanigans, especially time delays. It's been over a year.
Basad, what case is been acquitted from?
Is
it the one for 100, radiation to Nigeria, 100, or his previous case with Nigerian government before he jumped bail?
Listen to me again. I want you to listen to me very carefully. That's 100% of all the allegations against him. He's been acquitted of them. Now the government, you see, you are sincere because I mean you're ignorant
This case
of
is
this,
almost
right?
similar to terrorism, actually.
Yeah, Please hold on. The thing
You are
why
acquitted of a
why I'm not
terrorist.
holding you to it.
Ah, Lord.
Hold on. Why I'm not holding you to it is that you actually don't know. You
Yeah, I'm lazy.
okay.
You said it
Right.
earlier on. I'm lazy. Yeah.
No. Listen, that I'm saying when I say people should Google something because you got it
I'm
made.
lazy now. I didn't say
You got it
anything
made
the other
today.
time.
When you don't know something, all you have to do is Google it. And when I was growing up, we didn't have anything like that. I would have been the sharpest tool in the box if we had something like that. I'm saying Google it; it's there. But now, after I explain it to you today, because you're very, very fond of this discussion about Nnamdi Kanu, I just told you I hate discussing individuals. Well, I like to talk about
No, why
ideas
won't we discuss individual? Don't you
Hey, why do we
discuss
discuss
Tinubu?
him? Is
because
he not your is he not
Eleanor,
your messiah?
hold on,
We
Eleanor,
have to discuss him.
No, mind him.
I quoted you, Eleanor
He's his saviors. That's why
Roosevelt's
he doesn't
quote,
want
right?
us to
But
He's
talk
your
anyway,
about him.
savior, so that we don't
okay,
discuss your savior.
the second law
I
of
remember when the
thermodynamics is setting in.
Tompolos and the Asai Kubos were
Entropy. Do you
the
know what
word law
entropy
in
means?
South. And what is
Adewola,
it
do you know what
called?
entropy means?
No, I don't. You tell us.
Okay. Entropy means decay. Okay. It occurs with time, right? So don't let that happen. You have to conserve as much as you can. I will say that because I do actually want to hear from Ike a little bit more. He's a very intelligent
Why do
guy.
you want to hear from Kai?
And then
You're not
brings the idea.
interested in the topic we are talking about.
But Thomas, you may have to mute Adewola. He's drunk.
No, you
Right?
can't mute me.
It's
I'm the gun.
inebriated,
You
and
can't.
we can't
No,
have
you
this
can't.
place. We can't have this conversation decay. Please hold on, Adewola. Hold on. I'm gonna have, let me order you to be
No,
quiet
you can't order me.
as an
You've been
African
terrorizing everybody on
elder.
this show today all day.
Okay, be quiet,
It
please.
is my turn now. You've been
So,
hugging the mic for the entire time the show has been on.
Okay, you know what? No problem. I'll yield back right here. So let's hear
You don't
from.
have a choice.
You're not
You don't
interested
have
in
a
hearing what
choice
I have
this
to
time
say.
around.
You want to come
You
here?
have to yield the floor. You don't have a choice.
I do. Okay, since I don't have a
Because I
choice, I
talked
yield.
about
I
your
yield back.
man.
I yield back. I
You
don't have a
just
choice there, right?
you don't. Because
Okay.
I talk about your man now brings you rile you
I
up a
thought
little
he
bit and
asked
you
a
want
very important question, something he doesn't know.
it's not
Nnamdi
about
Kanu has
questions.
been acquitted of those charges.
See,
Now
let me
the
tell you.
government.
Okay, guys. So quick chime in. So let's talk about
Nnamdi
the
Kanu, whether it's Supreme Court or
um
Appeal Court acquit him, guess what? The federal government won't let go. You know why? Because it's like living petrol. Somebody who is rubbing petroleum on his body and is walking around in the street. You think people will let him walk free? No way. That is, you're talking about the government that is even more brutal, not the government that like America. So well, even America won't let you go scot free. So,
All right. Well, don't
what even
cry.
led to
Yeah,
this?
Prince, Prince Daddy wants to chime in. Hold on.
Yeah,
Prince
when the
Daddy.
country is going down, don't cry.
Yeah,
These are the reasons why. That's
what
what
led
makes you
to
third
this was
world.
your
That's what makes you third
cousin
world.
Hundeyin that was
Adewale.
crying on Twitter saying that Ghana should help him. You went and leaked the a document that is show the position or the location of the ECOWAS forces, and you said the same ECOWAS member of the ECOWAS should protect you. Isn't that stupid? Well, don't let me use that social word. But
It's
anyway,
stupid now. We can use it now.
how can the government even? How can the government of Ghana protect him? I just don't understand why you would expect the government to protect him in such a way. But he's a young
It's
man, he's a young fella.
just
He went,
it's just total
Who are you
nonsense.
talking about? David Hundeyin? Who?
yeah,
The yam head.
Hundeyin, it's a patriotic Nigerian. Prince Daddy, I know you want to come in, but let's go ahead. Let's move on. It's okay. That's fine.
It's really patriotic.
No,
you know,
he is, and
his own wife divorced him because of this nonsensical thing he said he's doing. He's
okay,
going around
maybe
begging
Pansy, I want to wrap up. Like, you never really fully explored the reason why he chose the South Africans over the Yorubas or the Southwesterners. So could you tell us more? 'Cause earlier, Pastor was saying that if he had to choose between the South African people and Yorubas, he was going to choose South Africans because they're more Africans. So,
Oh yeah, it's
Oh,
not if I have a choice. I do the choice. I've already made a choice. I have no choice. I mean,
oh yeah, you made a choice. So
my
what are
choice.
the components of your choice? Why
The
did you make that
components.
choice?
Yeah, here are the components that make me choose that. It's controversial, obviously. This topic right here.
what is
Those are part of the
controversial?
reasons why I
You
have enemies
supporting
on this
South
platform.
Africa more than
But you
your
do
own
have to
home country.
mute this Adewale character, right? Number one, there are two
You're a traitor,
traditions.
sure you know. You're supporting South Africa more than your own country, your own land.
There are two traditions at play in the world, right? The Islamic tradition and the Christian tradition. They are loggerheads. They've been fighting it for hundreds of years, right? Now, in Nigeria, regions of Nigeria choose those out of those two traditions. The southeast, where I'm from, and south in general, are Christians. They chose the tradition. Now, when you're talking about, we're not now limited to the tenets of the religion itself. We're talking about it in the form of the culture, right? Aspirations of a people, their jurisprudence. You know how they decide case of guilty, not guilty, and the laws. Um, so that is the overarching thing. There's the Muslim tradition have not undergone what the Christian tradition underwent, right? Reformation,
Man, I'm
all
tired
kinds
of
of things.
listening to this guy, man.
The Christians used to be almost as brutal as what we have right now in the Muslim world, but they went through a reformation and they changed. And the main enforcement of love thy neighbor as thyself is what they carry along, and they go all over the place preaching that to a lot of people. Say, "Hello, join us, be a Christian. The Lord's gonna save you." But in that Lord, the chief protagonist, the Lord Jesus Christ, says, if somebody wrongs you, forgive him. They ask him how many times. He says 777 times. 777, such an astronomical figure. But above all, love thy neighbor as thyself. Now, it's not just biblical. It ends up being that you are actually me, I'm you. When Christ says love thy neighbor as thyself, it's because it is you. That's your neighbor, is you. If we are to carry that to the full extension, extreme, and all of us love our neighbors as ourselves, then maybe communism will be the best thing for us, because in that communism, it says from each his ability, and to each their need. That cannot be done unless everybody loves himself, their neighbors themselves. So now we're left with capitalism, now competition, right? Which is the flip of that, or the other one, because communism failed woefully in USSR only because of that reason. They don't love their neighbors and themselves. So traditionally speaking, anybody who is a Christian who adheres to that instead of the Islamic one of an eye for an eye and not going through that reformation, it cannot be my brother. I mean, if you remember when he was 33 years old and he was going out to engage in his ministry, some people, his family members saw him and they say, "Oh, this is my brother," or "This is my son." He says, "The person who is my brother is somebody who does XYZ." So mere geographic location does not give you a hierarchy, right? as to who is my people. My people could be in South Africa, they could be in Nigeria, they could be in Africa. Now, Des made that case more eloquently than I could when he answered that dilemma in Lagos, where people from the Southeast are being victimized like they're being victimized in South African xenophobia. I think I touched up on that with you earlier, Prince Daddy. If you, for example, on this platform, I come here and a lot of arrows are shot at me, and we'll talk about Nnamdi Kanu, and when I'm talking about something else, and they start talking
We
about
ain't dead yet.
this Adewale, for example, is talking about Nnamdi Kanu like I am defending him because he's Igbo,
Your savior.
right? And those kind of abuses, and then you take it to the higher forms. They're retarding the country based on that. People in Lagos want to have the only ports.
Francis, how did you see
They say,
Tinubu's
look, could
United
you meet?
Nations speech?
Could you, what's his name here? Co-host General Thomas, please
co-host
mute
is eating
Adewale
about.
because he's
Don't
making
worry
a
about
mockery
me.
of the platform what we're doing here. Mute him.
I've come to
So,
torment you,
Prince,
Francis. It's me
if you
and you
go
now.
policy wise,
This is our section.
there was a phone call made by the vice
Good night,
president.
Prince Daddy. I gotta go.
The vice president now called Tinubu. Called the governor of the Southwest, and he was telling him how they're going to divide the country and shut out the Southeast.
Pasat,
Yeah.
in 2 minutes, we are shutting down. So make it in 2 minutes. We shut it down.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So Prince Daddy. So they sabotage all the ports in the Southeast, South, things that have reached that would make the country save a lot of money, a lot of energy by people not concentrating in Lagos and just clearing their goods, and they're concentrating everything in Lagos, or they're gonna build train tracks from Lagos to Niger Republic, and they don't want to make the trains go to the Southeast, right? And so many other things. Or if somebody wins an election from the Southeast, they will shut the beavers down and they rather die, right? So those are not our people. South Africans would never do anything like that. You know why? Because they're Christians. They wouldn't. If South Africans had Biafrans in their land, they would have been able to develop their country, because Southeasterners have technology. During the war, they built their own arsenal and their own set up their own money, set up everything. They're capable of doing exactly what the white folks are doing over there. But due to religious animals, they're tapped down. And then you close your eyes and you're crying. I can't see. How can you see when, first of all, almost 50% of the population, women, are not given equal chance? They're not the so several areas of Nigeria don't train their women to go to school, or give them jobs when they come out, and do equal pay for them, and try to support women. When they get into politics, they eventually removed from office, one way or the other. Right? So those are not my people at all. The problem we have in the country is traditional religious problem. That's the only problem we have in Nigeria. If you solve it, you would have solved going and getting those Chibok girls. IPOB will not have to set up, because nobody's going to put up with that. If their cause is not just, right? People in Southern Kaduna will not be losing scores a day. People in Just Plateau will not be losing scores a day, right? I've made that case, and you're very aware of it. So, to make the long story short, my people are people who are Afrocentric. They're proud Africans, right? They believe in they're Christians, right? In the Southwest, they're 50-50 now. Now we know that the Hausas are like 100%. They've been actually taken over, emasculated, right? So they're trying to come down south, and they've gone to the southwest and have gotten about 50% so far. We in the southeast are not going to put up with it. No matter what they do, we would defeat them if they keep doing what they're doing. So that's what it is.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so much, Pansat.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you'll see you tomorrow. Prince
Right,
Daddy,
cool.
thank you so much. Yeah. Come to the end of the session again, even though 99.9% of Passat words kumbaya, but we are lenient. We're listening to you. When we want to push you, we push you back. Sometimes we even leave you with your imagination. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. God bless you. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said peace. Thank you, guys. Yeah, thank you.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me. And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret this support.
Amen. Amen.
You know.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Amen, Daddy. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the southwest. Your people in the southwest and Kwara.
Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people.
The Christians in the southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war.
I believe that.
Tense. It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense. They're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make I go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àtẹ̀kùn ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yaya Bello, àtẹ̀kùn ìyá ni ó jẹ.